Hi, I'm Steve Blank. I'm the author of the Startup Owner's Manual and the 4 Steps to the Epiphany. This fall, I'm going to be teaching the Lean Launchpad class. The Lean Launchpad class encapsulates everything we now know about how to build a successful startup. For the last 50 years, we kind of got it wrong. We used to think of a startup as a smaller version of a large company. We now know that a startup is something very different and very unique. This class is for anyone who wants to learn how to build a startup. Whether you're a first-time entrepreneur or a serial entrepreneur trying to learn how to do it more efficiently. We're going to teach you not only the secrets on how to build a successful startup, but if you take the next step, we'll actually get you outside the building and test every one of those hypotheses during this class. So hopefully we'll see you there. Until then, goodbye. So welcome to the Lean Launchpad class. If you're interested in the logistics on how to take this class, this Lecture 0 will describe it. But if you want to just get started, click on Lecture 1. So the good news is there's actually 4 ways to watch these lectures. So a good way is to kind of watch them and use the Udacity discussion forums to interact with other people watching these lectures. Something that's better is these lectures are free and they don't really require any books or text. But there are books or texts, and I would feel a little guilty not telling you that Alexander Osterwalder's Business Model Generation book is kind of the standard for understanding the business model canvas, and the Startup Owner's Manual, written by yours truly and my co-author Bob Dorff, is kind of the standard for customer development. But let me emphasize again, these are not required, and you can understand the lectures just fine without them, but they certainly help explain a lot of the detail in the 617 pages because it's almost an encyclopedia for startups. Enough of the ad. That's the last time I'll mention buying the text or books. Almost best is to actually watch these lectures, but this time form a startup team and actually think about, instead of just sitting in your office or on your computer, actually be watching these as you start your company. Now, the best way to actually watch these lectures is with facilitators and coaches and mentors. And the way you could do that is by physically taking the class with Startup Weekend Next. And if you go to the website, swnext.org, you could find out how to sign up in your city and town and participate as a team with groups of other teams physically week to week. And one of the reasons we kind of suggest that you, instead of just watching the lectures, actually get out of the building and do it, either by yourself or with your team or with Startup Weekend, is startups are not about lectures. And entrepreneurship is not about your grades, and this class is about the work you do outside the building after you watch the lectures, not how much the lectures you watch. Entrepreneurship is experiential, it's hands-on, and it's immediate and intense feedback. So world-class entrepreneurs are never lucky. Never. You make your own luck. It's a big idea. At a single point in time, you'll say, yeah, I just happened to be there when X happened, or gee, that just kind of happened, and I was just there when somebody said X or Y. Over a career, you will now look back and go, you were not lucky. You showed up more than other people. You took advantage of more other people. You raised your hand more often. You were there more often. You got on a plane where everybody else went, it's too much of a hassle. World-class entrepreneurs do that over time consistently. And you could tell the difference of whether you're going to make it or not is when everybody else says, nah, too much work, or, oh, you mean I got to drive over there, or you mean you have to talk to them? No, it's just too much of it, or nah, that's just too hard. I want you to remember that. That adds up over time in a career. And you will start making your own luck, and you will find that stuff will start coming your way. Does this make sense? Right? Yes, this conference happened to happen, but you guys decided to go to it. Somebody gave you a little hint that perhaps you needed to do that, but my point is, don't ever think luck happens to other people. And I want you guys to understand the distinction between standing there waiting for direction versus making your own direction by making it happen. So just as an aside, keep going, guys. This is good.
Well, we thought these guys would know this big problem, so it existed. It was just,
it's a big shift, right? Where you think they're just going to grab it out of your hands, and now you realize, gee, there's a portion of evangelism here. And just remember, if you're right, a new market turns into an existing market fairly rapidly, right? Yeah. But at least on day one, when you're ahead of the game, with the things you need to do about evangelism, about scale, about whether you're selling or evangelizing, is really kind of different.
Yeah.
Teaching team, other comments or?
So I quickly add to that getting the people you're talking to as your customers to be talking about this problem itself is part of your journey now.
Yeah.
As Steve's point, getting that message out there and making your company solution part of the conversation at all the conferences 6 months and a year from now is a critical thing to do. If you do it, you're of course well positioned to take advantage of it. But
so the point is that a lot of the reason I'm pushing on these points that we're talking about these things is a lot of the pivots are off understanding the complexity of that chart. More of the pivots are off. There's some complexity. The market's not penetrable. Understanding the ecosystem. There's no insertion point for a new technology or a new company. Those are probably more the reasons for the pivots than around the core technology. So the sooner you understand that ecosystem, the sooner you'll have a sense of where you want to stay with it. And again, just focusing back on you guys, you may look at the fuel cell market structure and go, it's just not penetrable for new entrant, even though the technology is applicable.
Right.
So what are you going to do for tomorrow?
For tomorrow, we're going to go try and visit the planning board for Redwood City and see what they're thinking about, because they're working on this proposed desalination plant. Try and talk with them about how they're thinking about that project.
And some of you are probably wishing that now, but I have to tell you how proud I am of each and every one of you here, because you're going to look back in what you did here, most of you, and go, holy cow, did we actually do that in a class? While we were taking a course load and work and everything else? And so for me, it's just a really impressive effort on all your parts. Any other comments?
Yeah, I'm guessing for some of you this was the hardest class you might have taken, and that's the intent. Because as hard as this class might have been, it's so much easier than when you get out and do it for real. So the laboratory was a sort of a safe place to stretch your muscles and see if this fits. And for a lot of you, I think it does. And I'm thrilled to have been a part of it. I think you guys are doing a great job.
yeah, thank you guys. Congratulations and best of luck to all you on Monday.
Yeah.
Next Monday, you started for yourself for real.
So final comment I would just share is that by design, this class is not taught, right? It's experienced. We set up a framework under Steve's leadership that gets you out of the classroom, and then we all sort of monitor each other.
If you're doing more than just watching these lectures, one of the things you're going to be staring at a lot is the business model canvas. If you're watching this video, the first thing I suggest is stop, go to businessmodelgeneration.com, and download the canvas and print out a bunch of copies. Then go get a bunch of yellow stickies and a red pen, because that's what you're going to be using for the next couple of weeks. Now, what we actually do with the business model canvas is in week 1, you use those yellow stickies to put up all your hypotheses. You probably don't have many facts yet, but you can make some pretty good guesses about what's your value prop, who the customers are, what your channel is, and what your pricing is. But what we're going to be doing is really interesting, is as you come back in with facts, we're going to be marking up the canvas and crossing out the things that actually weren't true and replacing them with the things we've learned. And we're going to do that week after week until what we end up with is a stack of business model canvases. And what you'll find out is at the end of the class, you can actually play back these canvases almost like a film strip and see what you've learned over time. An optional piece of software is something called Launchpad Central at www.launchpadcentral.com. And Launchpad Central allows you to share your work, your customer discovery narrative, what you're doing outside the building with mentors and instructors and everybody else. Some of you might think, well, I don't want to share what I'm doing, but it's not sharing your IP or your great ideas. It's actually sharing what you've found out in testing your hypotheses, and it allows others to comment in real time. So in fact, you don't have to sit alone thinking about, am I on the right path, or was this the right strategy, etc. Launchpad Central comes with the Startup Weekend program. It's available to anybody else at launchpadcentral.com. It is not required for this class, but is a great resource if you're interested. So to prepare for watching these lectures, of course you could just hit the play button, but it actually would be helpful if you actually do some reading. And as I said earlier, there's optional reading, and you'll see this going forward after each lecture in the Startup Owner's Manual, pages 1 through 50, or in the Strategy volume, if it's an ebook, and in Business Model Generation, pages 14 to 49, completely optional. But what's available for free is if you want to get a feel of the core strategy, how we're trying to teach this and how we teach this in real life, you could go to steveblank.com, category/Lean Launchpad, or just click on the link. You could also look at other students' presentations, and we have our students make 2-minute QuickTime videos, which are summaries of their presentations as well. And you could see those at steveblank.com/slides. But if you want to actively engage in the class, your first real homework is download that Osterwalder canvas and using yellow stickies, take a shot at actually filling out all your hypotheses on the business model canvas. And it's okay if you're just guessing, because the whole class is about how do you turn those guesses into facts. So get ready, download the canvas, put on those yellow stickies, and then looking at those boxes, start figuring out who would you call on and who would you contact to start testing those hypotheses. And take a look for the first week at your value proposition and customer segment box. Who would you want to talk to validate whether your idea about what features are important? And who would you talk to validate that these are the customers you want to go after? And we're just getting you ready for the work you're going to do after the next lecture. See you soon. So today's lecture is what have we learned in entrepreneurship for the last 40 years? So one of the interesting questions is, why are you here? And I hope you're here to find out what does it take to go from an idea to a business. And for the last 20 years, if you wanted to know how to go from an idea to a business, the answer from educators and investors was simply, well, go research and then write a business plan and you'll know everything possible to actually start and run your business. We now know that advice was simply wrong. Not kind of wrong, but very wrong. And we now today know something we didn't know before. We now know the right way to build startups. And so this class is about that right way. But before we get started, let's see how we took the wrong path and then see what we now know works. So the modern corporation as we know it was first formed in 1602 with the government-chartered Dutch East India Company. This was kind of the first modern corporation with shareholders and organizations that kind of, if you squinted, looked like something close to modern companies today. By the 1850s in the United States, with railroads spanning the entire country, corporations needed more sophisticated organizations. And in fact, the first org chart was drawn in 1856 to just manage corporations. And by the beginning of the 20th century, educators started realizing that there was a need for an educated management class to administer and execute these corporations. Because at least in the United States, we were going from local economies to regional economies to a national economy, yet we did not have a trained management class. And so in a brilliant insight, Harvard set up the first Masters of Business Administration course called the MBA. And the first graduating class in 1910 was the first of a cadre of business administrators that made the 20th century the modern corporate century. The MBA curriculum was designed to provide managers and administrators with the tools they needed to run existing and growing companies: accounting, strategy, operations, leadership, organizational behavior, human resources, management. And this stack of tools was just incredibly important for the growth of large companies. But what's really interesting, what got missed, is that there were really no tools provided in these curriculums for starting new businesses. One of the things we did not understand for 100 years is that startups are not smaller versions of large companies. Let me say it again. Startups are not smaller versions of large companies. And what falls out of that is all the traditional tools taught and learned in an MBA curriculum are irrelevant in the first chaotic year or two of an early stage venture. Eventually, you need that tool set, but at first, it really gets in the way. Let's take a look at what we used to believe and then contrast it to what we now know. One of the biggest fallacies was believing that startups are just smaller versions of a large company, that everything you do in a large company, you do on day one of a startup. What we now know is something very different. The difference, the core difference, is that startups do something called search, while large companies spend their time, at least their core time, executing. And one of the questions we'll answer is, search for what and execute what? And so later on in this lecture, you'll see the difference. And in fact, will make you a much better entrepreneur. So what we used to believe for strategy is that you start any company with an operating plan and a financial model. What's an operating plan? Well, it's the business plan. And the belief was all I need to do is spend a lot of time writing this plan, and then all I need to do is execute it. And somehow magical thinking said, if I thought hard enough, and if I was smart enough to do all the great market research in the library and looking up all the data, and then put together a forecast, the magic 5-year plan in the back of the business plan, somehow magically, all I needed to do is hire the people to execute that plan. If that doesn't sound silly to you now, don't worry, because it didn't sound silly for 40 years. But we now know that's kind of ridiculous. What we now know is that no business plan survives first contact with customers. The first year or so in a startup is completely unpredictable. What you think you're doing on Monday turns out to be completely wrong on Tuesday. And on Wednesday, you discover something new. And on Friday, you're almost out of business. But on next Monday, you get sold for $1 billion. A startup is an incredible roller coaster, unpredictable series of events that there's no way you could put together in a 5-year plan. Yet somehow investors and educators thought that maybe we could just teach you how to put this all together in a nice spreadsheet. No one ever noticed that the only other people to do 5-year plans were these guys, the Soviet Union. And we kind of know how well that turned out as well. Though, much like the fallacy about business plans and financial forecasts, that lasted for about 80 years. The good news is that we now know that business plans and financial forecasts first are just as silly as it was in the Soviet Union. So, no business plan survives first contact with customers. This doesn't mean we shouldn't have any planning, but it actually means what we need is planning before the plan. And what that really means is you need to figure out how to actually do some planning, and then you get to write the business plan. So let me be clear, I'm not suggesting we never want to do an operating plan, and I'm not suggesting we never want forecasts, but you need some real facts before you could do that. And one of the ways we're going to organize our facts is with Alexander Osterwalder's business model canvas. We'll talk about this canvas in some excruciating detail in the following lectures. But you should know we use the canvas for two things. One is, initially, we're going to use it to organize our thinking about all the hypotheses about every part of our business. But second is we're going to get out of the building and actually turn those hypotheses into facts, as we'll find out how to do later. And then, as we turn those hypotheses into facts, we'll be updating the canvas on a regular basis, and it will become a scorecard, a way to keep score for our progress of how much we've learned. So what this means is, instead of writing the operating plan and financial forecast first, we're going to use the business model canvas to actually capture all our hypotheses first. For the search for the business model, we're going to start with the model first, and then after we find the model, we get to write it up. What did we used to believe on how you physically built a startup? What was the process we used? We used to build startups by managing processes. We said, well, hey, we understand how to build products. We build them exactly like we build them in large companies. We hire product managers, and we do something called waterfall engineering, which I'll explain in a second, which basically are step by step by step. In fact, what we used to do is we used to draw this diagram on napkins. We used to say, well, you come up with a concept, then you raise some seed funding, and then you go into product development, and then you have alpha test, beta test, and first customer ship. What could be wrong with that? That's, in fact, for 30, 40 years, this was the canonical model for how to build startups. And we'd say marketing, well, we understand. While engineering is developing the product, marketing is creating all the marketing communications material and, hiring a PR agency and creating early buzz. And then for marketing, the world's most fun job was have the party. You get to create demand by having a launch event, and you think about branding. And your job really was to create end-user demand and drive it into the potential sales channel. For sales, what that meant is, unless the VP of sales was a founder, you tended to hire them around the time engineering was saying, we're in alpha and beta test, and they were going out and starting to hire their first sales staff, and they were looking at your 5-year revenue plan, and since it was obviously came from a burning bush and it was the word of God, they were just going to execute that plan. Why? Because it said so, and you said so, and if you had investors, they said so. There might not be any facts behind it, but there it was. It was the spreadsheet. And so they were building the sales organization. So again, at that first customer ship, if marketing was going to drive demand, they were just going to have a sales curve that took off because the revenue plan said so. The next piece was the biz dev group. And business development used to mean the group that put together all the deals to create the whole product, WHOLE. The whole product meant startups, just because of their size, are incapable of creating all the features and services, etc., that a mainstream customer might need. So why don't we hire business development people to do partnerships so at first customer ship, we could look like a large company for mainstream customers. The only fallacy in this is that you assume that your first customers are going to be in the mainstream. It turns out for most startups, your first customers are actually crazy people like you. And so therefore, creating this entire cloud of deals are actually useful a year after first customer ship, but in fact, just get in your way on day one. The other piece is engineering. And engineering, how simple could that be? It was understood. We did exactly what we did in large corporations. You wrote a market requirements document, then engineering shut their doors, rolled up their sleeves, and went into waterfall engineering, which we'll describe a little later. You hired a QA department. Then at the end, finally when it was all done, you hired a tech pubs department, and all the product was ready to go in version 1.0, all the features at one time at first customer ship. And this, for 30 or 40 years, was the way we thought about startups. There can be no other way. This is how we manage the process. We now know this is just simply wrong. And I'll explain to you what we're going to do instead. If you remember, I said engineering was doing waterfall development. Waterfall development is just a step-by-step process that says marketing writes requirements of what the product should do. Engineering takes that and translates that into features. Engineering then designs the product, either codes it or builds the hardware. They test it, and they maintain it. And this is kind of a waterfall life cycle, step by step. But if you really look at this, there's an implicit fallacy that no one ever noticed for 40 years. To write the requirements and do the design assumes on day one you know the problem or need the customer has. Well, let me say it again. Waterfall development assumes you understand the customer problem and need on day one. Now, in a large company with existing customers, existing products, existing sales channel, you know what? This might actually be true. But in most startups, all you have is the founder's vision. And what you tend to do in a startup is confuse a faith-based vision with customer facts about problems and needs. And what happens? The consequence of assuming you know the customer problem means you assume you know every possible feature to ship on day one. So therefore, you shut the door and you start implementing. And instead of just implementing a piece at a time, you actually implement every possible feature you could think about for version 1.0. The irony is that we now know somewhere between 85 and 90% of most software product features are unwanted and unneeded by customers. That's an enormous amount of waste of time and money that ends up on the floor. We now know that waterfall and product management execution on two knowns is just kind of the wrong way to approach it in a startup. Makes all the sense in the world in a large company. What we now know is most startups fail from a lack of customers than from a failure of product development. And that's really interesting. Even in Silicon Valley, where we probably take more technical risk per square inch or square foot than anywhere else in the world, we go out of business typically not because we didn't deliver a product. We go out of business because we didn't find enough customers to pay us enough money. That's a big idea. Because if you think about it, we have all these processes to manage the engineering process. Why? Because that is the biggest risk in a large company. But we had no processes to manage the customer risk. In fact, the best we could do is, in the old days, is hire a VP of sales who told you, oh, I have a great Rolodex or a great set of contacts. But we really had no formal process for searching for what customers' needs are. And in fact, we've just come up with one. And that's going to be a key part of this course. This search for the business model, this search for the truth is called customer development. And customer development really has two pieces, the search and its execution. And in this class, we're going to be talking about the first two steps, customer discovery, customer validation, the pivots that connect them, and then if you're so lucky, we actually get to execute your business model in customer creation and company building. The other piece that goes with the process in a startup is not only the customer development process, but an agile engineering process. One example is Extreme Programming, or XP, which basically is built around this idea of iteration and incremental delivery of the product. This is a big idea. It says instead of building every possible feature on day one, we're actually going to incrementally and iteratively interact with customers, test each portion of the product, and see if what we're building actually has a home outside the building. So what this really means is that for process, instead of just going to execution first, hiring product managers, doing waterfall development, or maybe even agile nowadays, we're actually going to start with a customer development process coupled with some kind of agile engineering process. Which one you pick, I use XP as an example, but it could be whatever your favorite process is. And by the way, don't only think that agile engineering, agile development is about software. Toyota and the Toyota production system actually had it for hardware decades before anybody in software ever thought about it. So you could be building products, anything from microprocessors to medical equipment to hardware, software, etc., using an iterative and incremental engineering process. And again, once you're done with that, of course you want to manage this in a formal process, but not before you do the planning. So why do most startups fail? Is it because co-founders fight and the company breaks up? Is it because they can't build their initial spec or vision? Or is it that no one will fund the idea? Or is it that too few people buy or use the product? So why do startups fail? Well, the answer is really all of the above. Co-founders do fight. Somewhere between a quarter and a third of startups never even get to the beginning of the company because the founders just couldn't agree. Two is that sometimes your vision is just too far in advance to actually be built. Or three is it's such an interesting vision or such a bad vision, but it can't attract sufficient capital to get started, and it's maybe too expensive to fund on your own or through your own resources. And the one we'll be actually talking about in some detail during these series of lectures is that you never actually found product market fit. That is, too few people will buy or will use the product. Now, the last interesting thing that's a holdover from thinking about startups as smaller versions of large companies is kind of the hardest to get your head around. And that's large companies, they have VPs of sales. Well, we need a VP of sales on day one. Large companies, they have heads of marketing. I need a head of marketing. And large companies, they have biz dev and all those external organizations. We need those too. Without ever thinking about what's the point? Why is it that we want to duplicate these same organizations? Because if you're a founder like I was, boy, you really want someday to see you on top and look at all these nice silos working for me. Isn't this great? And look, they're all doing their jobs, etc. I have to tell you, if this is your vision on day one, you're already out of business. Because we now know that functional organizations actually are the wrong way to set up sales, marketing, and biz dev on day one. What we now know is that the founders need to run what's called the customer development team. And a customer development team says, listen, we're not going to have sales, marketing, and biz dev on day one. We're not going to hire a VP of sales on day one. We're actually going to have the founder get out of the building. And later in this lecture, we'll explain why. It's a really big idea to understand for organization, you need the founders spending at least 20% of their time outside the building understanding customers' problems and needs and figuring out how that matches with the feature set you're building before you start organizing in functional organizations and silos. The other thing I'll mention, which I'll expand on later in this course, is that one of the mistakes that we've also made for decades is confusing the titles, sales, marketing, and biz dev, with the job specifications. It turns out that the title VP of Sales has a very different job spec in a large company than it does in a startup. A VP of Marketing does very different things in a large company than they do in a startup. And for years, we could never explain why is it that incredibly competent executives who've been executing business models in large corporations collapse in startups when their company is smaller than their administrative staff in their large corporation. It turns out the job specification, what we do day to day, has nothing similar. So let's just take a look at the last piece, which is why you're here. How do we teach entrepreneurship? Well, in the past, entrepreneurial education was about execution. We're going to teach you how to write a business plan. We're going to teach you how to put together the PowerPoint for the VC presentation, where if we're doing it really well, we'll have you do lots of research. But it really assumed it was all about execution. What we now know, that's just simply not the case. Entrepreneurial education, the reason why you're taking this class, is about the search for the business model. And we're going to teach you how to search. And so for that, what that means about entrepreneurial education is that eventually we do need you to know everything an MBA knows. Eventually, if you're successful in growing your startup into a large company, you are going to need to know about accounting and HR and organizational behavior and global leadership and etc. But at first, you need a different set of skills that just never existed before. And so welcome to the first class of its type that's going to put search first. And that's a radical change. It's not just one more methodology. So this class is going to teach you all the skills about strategy and process and organization. And eventually, if you build a successful company, will then allow you to write the plans and operating documents and financial spreadsheets to actually execute the company. So hold on to your seats. We're about to get started, and let's jump into business models and customer development. What can happen to a startup? Take a look at the list below and check all that apply. So what can happen to a startup? Well, the best thing that can happen to a startup is that it can grow into a company, and hopefully a large company, after you've found a repeatable and scalable business model. Or two is, you could still be pivoting and iterating as you continue to search for a business model. Or three is, you could have found a business model, but maybe one that isn't an explosive growth, but you could be growing slowly and barely breaking even. Or four is, maybe you never found a business model that can make money and you ran out of money and time and you shut your company down. So the answer is all of the above. So let's take a start at business models and customer development. But before we even begin, one of the first questions I tend to ask is, what is a company? What is it that I'm trying to actually start? Just for the sake of this class, I think we ought to use this definition. A company is a business organization which sells a product or service in exchange for revenue and profit. So explicitly, for the purpose of this class, I'm eliminating nonprofits. Let me be clear, you could use the business model canvas and customer development to go through the process for nonprofits, but actually having some goals that are fairly concrete, revenue and profit, allows us to measure whether we're succeeding and failing in very clear ways. And that leads us to the question, what's a startup? You told us what a company is, but how does a startup differ? And for me, you have to know, I spent 20 years doing 8 startups, and I never could have given you a definition off the top of my head what a startup is. I always thought a startup is where we had free food, where there was a great small team, or where you could bring your dog and whatever, but I never quite understood the purpose of a startup. So I'm going to give you Steve's definition of what it is you're actually doing. One is, a startup is a temporary organization designed to search for a repeatable and scalable business model. Now let's go back and parse this sentence because this is pretty important. Number one is temporary. The goal of a startup is not to be a startup. A startup actually aims to become a company. Well, that's kind of interesting, because if you really think about it, at least if you're a web mobile startup, there's no such thing as a 10-year-old startup. There's a 2-year-old startup attached to an 8-year-old failure. A startup is a temporary organization. And what are you supposed to be doing? Well, while you think it might be building the product, or maybe if you're thinking harder, it might be get customers. Actually, no. A startup is actually designed to search for something. Well, that's kind of interesting. What is it that I'm supposed to be searching for? Let's see. Well, number one, you want to search for something that's repeatable. And repeatable means the same thing that works on Monday, works on Wednesday, and works on Friday, and works next week, and works the next month. That is, I want to find sales and marketing and engineering processes that are repeatable. And I also want to find them scalable. What scalable means, I put $1 in, I get $2 out. Or I put $1 in, maybe I get $10 out. But I better not be losing money on a continual basis, or I'm called a out-of-business startup. Okay, I know I'm searching now for something repeatable and scalable, but what is it that I'm searching for? And what you're searching for is the business model. And that business model search is the basis of the rest of the class. So let's take a look and see how we become a company. So one of the interesting things about thinking about a startup is, how is your company going to be organized? And what we now know is the most efficient way to think about all the pieces, just all the parts, is by a business model. And so the next question is, okay, Steve, you just told me to think about a business model, but what is a business model? What are all the pieces? Well, let's take a look. And a business model is how a company creates value for itself while delivering products or services for its customers. Now, if you think about it, in the old days, we'd think about how to organize a company around functional organizations. We think, no, a company is about its sales department or its engineering department, and you would draw an org chart. But now we're going to draw a very different diagram. We're going to draw a diagram of how to think about all the pieces of a business. And so let's take a look at these 9 boxes. 9 boxes to describe any company from the world's largest to a 2-person startup starting in your parents' garage. Let's take a look at the first piece called the value proposition. The value proposition answers the question, what are you building and for who? The value proposition says, hey, it's not about your idea or product, it's about solving a problem or a need for a customer. That is, what pain are you solving? What gain are you creating? And more importantly, who are your customers? Now, value proposition is a fancy word for what product or service are you building. This is where you normally would list all your features and here's all the speeds and feeds and benefits and whatever, but you're really going to be asking a different question than might have been used to. It's not all about your technology. Your technology is just part of the value proposition. Customers really don't care about your technology. The customers are trying to solve a problem or fulfill a need. By the way, we'll be talking about this through multiple lectures. The difference between a problem and a need is, a problem is, I have an accounting problem, or I want to use a word processor. And those types of products solve problems. But there are other things that human beings do, like I want to be entertained, or I want to have a date. Those are some basic hardwired social needs. Or I want to communicate with my friends, like Facebook or Twitter. Those are needs. Needs are different than problems. And by the way, if you could find products that solve needs, your total available market, as you'll see later, is huge compared to I solve specific problems. So the next thing is, who are my customers? Who are they and why would they buy? And as you'll hear a number of times, your customers do not exist to buy, you exist for them. And what you're going to do by getting out of the building is figuring out all their geographic, social characteristics, demographics, such that you actually could draw and put up a picture on your wall of who the archetype is or who the persona is of your customer. And it turns out that in most startups, you might have more than 1 or 2 or 3 types of customer archetypes and personas, but you need to understand them in detail. And there is no possible way You could have anything but a hypothesis on day one of who they are. The next is channels. How does your product over here get to your customers over here? And we use distribution channels to do that. Now, what's really interesting is pre-1990s, the only channels to get to a customer was a physical channel. That is, you went to a store, you had salespeople, there was physical distribution. But since the mid-1990s, in the last couple of decades, we now have virtual channels. The web, mobile, cloud. And so distribution channels, the first question you want to ask is, how will I be selling and how will I be distributing my products? Are they through physical channels, or are they web mobile? Or given today, almost every physical channel also has a web presence. What is the relationship of how your product gets from your company to the customers? Customer relationships is kind of the fourth piece. And customer relationships has a really interesting interaction with these other three pieces. It basically says, how do I get customers, how do I keep them, and how do I grow them? And just like thinking about distribution channels, these are very different for web mobile than they are for physical channels. But visually, they kind of look like this double-sided funnel. So let's just take a look at quickly a web example. In getting customers, you're going to be worrying about how do I acquire them? That is, how do I get them even to my website? How do I activate them? That is, how do I make them do something? And then later on, we'll see after I got them, how do I keep them around? That is, how do I not lose them through attrition and churn? And then what can I do once I have customers to make them spend more money or use my product even more? And so one of the things we'll be thinking about is, how do I get, keep, and grow customers? And just like every other step, you might have hypotheses on day one, but you're only going to figure this out when you're out of the building. The next thing is revenue streams. How do you actually make money from your product and service being sold to customer segments? Revenue streams basically ask the question, what value is the customer paying for? And it actually has you think about, what's the strategy of how I'm going to capture that value? Is it I'm going to just have a direct sale and it's a transaction based on price? Is it a freemium model where I'm going to give away the product for free and hope that some portion convert later? Is it a license or subscription model? That revenue model is different than the pricing tactics. That is, what is the dollar or pound amount or euro amount that I'm going to be charging? Again, the only way to figure this out is being able to interact with tens or hundreds or thousands of customers till you finally understand what the right revenue stream and revenue model is. The next piece you want to think about is, what are the key resources? What do you need to make the business model work? What assets are important? And what's an example of an asset in a key resource? Well, finance. Do you need capital? Do you need a line of credit? Some assets and resources are physical. Do you need physical plant, like a manufacturing line? Do you need specialized machines? Do you need vans and for delivery? Do you need cars? Is there something else you need? Is there intellectual property you need? Is there patents you need to acquire or protect? Do you need to acquire customer lists? Or is it just that you need to get great people, great software programmers in a specific area, or great hardware designers, or great manufacturing people? And then finally, again, the interaction between intellectual and human capital that's another key resource. What specifically do you need to do to keep these people, and who are they? The next piece is, who are your key partners and suppliers? And partnerships are kind of interesting, is we need to ask ourselves, before what's the deal, is what exactly are we acquiring from partners? And also, what activities are they going to perform and when? And this is where startups sometimes make a mistake of thinking, well, large companies do partnerships, I guess I need those too on day one. Turns out the types of partnerships you need in year one are certainly not the ones you're going to need in year 3 or 5 or 10. And the types of partnerships could be strategic alliances, joint ventures, just regular suppliers and buyers. And so you need to be thinking through who they are and actually getting out of the building and testing them. Next are key activities. What's the most important things you need to do for the business to make the business model work? Are you in the production business? Are you making something? Or are you in the problem-solving business, like you're doing consulting or engineering? Or are you managing supply chains? What are the key activities you need to become expert at? And then finally, all this adds up On the left-hand side, over here, to costs. What are the costs and expenses to operate the business model? One of the interesting things about cost is it's not just the obvious ones, like people or buildings or materials. What you're really going to be asking are, what are the entire costs to operate our business model? And so you want to think about what are the most important costs you need to worry about? What are the most expensive resources you're going to need to pay for? And what key activities are the most expensive? And then you want to ask the typical accounting things. What are fixed costs? What are variable costs? Are there economies of scale? And you want to start getting a good handle on what it is that will end up costing you money to run your business. We put all these together, and we have a great series of hypotheses. What's interesting is the word hypotheses, I call that a $50 word. That really sounds pretty important. And I use it when I teach this class in universities. But you know what? The word hypotheses is really a fancy word for guesses. And if you really think about it, when you fill out the business model canvas, all you have is a series of guesses. That's it. That's all we have is a series of guesses. What's great about the business model canvas is it allowed us to organize our thinking. Not around functional organizations or like what's sales doing or what's marketing doing or what's our spreadsheets say, but it's around a series of thoughtful first guesses about who do we think our customers are and what products are we making for them and how much are we going to charge. And that's great. And you could sit around all day or all week in your conference room figuring out what those are. But the odds are you're probably wrong. But it's a great first starting point. But the question is, how do we change those guesses into facts? So one of the really interesting developments about this class is this whole customer development process. It says you start with your business model canvas hypotheses. And in fact, what you really do is you blow up the canvas and you actually post it to the wall. And you use yellow stickies, no pens or pencils allowed, because you are going to get most of them wrong. But you're going to make it visible, and you will actually begin to construct your hypotheses. And the next thing you'll do is look at them and go, hey, there aren't any facts in this room. Let's get out into the building and talk to customers and partners and vendors, and we'll learn how to do this with some rigor, with a process, not just randomly getting out, but actually design experiments, run tests, get data, and more importantly, get some insight. And the customer development process is kind of interesting. The customer development process is actually a 4-step process. The first step is customer discovery. This is where you construct your hypotheses and you get out of the building and start testing your assumption about whether other people have the same problem or need you think they have. And then you're going to do customer validation and actually see if your proposed solution actually matches what you think the customer problem was. And this test of between problem and solution and your features and customers is actually sometimes called product market fit. That's what you're out testing. And this is what we call the search for the business model. But now instead of randomly doing this by hiring and firing sales execs and trying to make numbers that really are just random guesses, we're actually going to have you get out as early as possible and test some of these primary assumptions. One of the interesting things on the bottom of this diagram that we'll talk about is something called the pivot. And the pivot is what will save your job. Once you find this repeatable and scalable business model, then you go into the execution phase of customer development. And that's about creating end-user demand and scale, called customer creation, and then building the organizations to actually build your company for scale by transitioning from customer development into a functional organization that's oriented for constant and rapid execution. So what are the 4 phases of using customer development when building a company? The order is customer discovery, customer validation, customer creation, and company building. Now, one of the interesting things about customer development that makes startups very different from large companies is that customer development is done by the founders. Well, why the founders? It turns out that there's a couple of interesting things, and this is about human nature. There's no technology involved. In a traditional startup in the old days, you would hire a VP of sales who would go out because you were smart, this was your idea, and you'd say, go try to sell this, go talk to customers. I'll just hire somebody to do this. But remember, so an employee doesn't have the vision. They're just executing what you told them. And guess what happens if they go out and talk to people who say, this is the worst idea we ever heard, or no, we won't buy it. What happens is they'll come back and tell you, and the first time they do this, you'll say, well, you're just not describing it right. And you send them back out for another couple of days or weeks or months, and they'll come back again. And if you're like any passionate founder, you'll go, I hired the wrong executive, you're fired. Now just imagine we run the exercise, this time not with a proxy, a head of sales or marketing, but we force you to get out, you the founder, to start talking to customers. And if you got that same exact feedback, it might take you 3 customers or 5 or 30, but eventually smoke will start coming out of your ears because cognitive dissonance is now coming into effect, is that you might realize that your story or vision isn't right. But unlike a proxy, a VP of sales or marketing, you have the power to change the company's strategy. You have the power to change the entire value proposition, to say, well, what if we had these features? And customers might say, nah, still not. But then if you said, well, what if we had this? They might say, oh, if you could do that, you could have my check right now. Now, if you're a smart founder, you'd say, let me get right back to you. Because what you'll do is you'll go test that new feature with 5 or 10 other customers. And all of a sudden, you realize that you had the wrong feature set. And just by adding this small little change, you could now actually get a whole series of paying customers. Only founders could do that. And what we did in the past is we would wait to first customer ship, we'd wait till sales didn't match the revenue plan, and we'd actually make these changes by firing executives, instead of actually having the founders engaged in day one. So it's the founder who could change the product, make pivots, and hear customer feedback firsthand. And that's the idea of getting the founder outside the building. The next piece about customer development to understand is, what is it you're actually doing outside the building? And what I think about is you're really testing on the highest possible level your understanding of the customer's problem or need. You implicitly had a hypothesis I want to extract from implicit to have you make explicit. Here's what the pain and the gain we're actually doing for these hypothetical customer segments that I've written down on my canvas. Great. So how are we going to go do that? So literally we're going to get out of the building, take our hypotheses, and we're not just getting out of the building and randomly talking to customers, because if that was the case, we could have just sent them a letter or sent them email. What we're looking for is not just data, is insights. And how this process will work is we'll get out of the building, and then as we find those new insights, we'll actually change the canvas. Big idea. We'll change the canvas by marking it up and saying, we thought the customers were these kinds of people. Holy cow, they're actually these kinds of people. And we thought the features we need, well, they're kind of different. They're actually these features. So what you're doing outside the building is you start with these hypotheses. In this case, let's just take an example. The customers will be male, 24 to 35, live in urban areas. And then we're going to design some experiments. Let's go figure out maybe a Google AdWords campaign. Or if it was a physical product, go out and meet them personally. And then run some tests and take a look and analyze the data. But it's not just the data. We're trying to understand, did the results match the hypotheses? And if not, just don't give up and say, well, it didn't, let's try another segment. Understand why your initial hypotheses were wrong, because it's this why not that might give you some insight. So what you might find out in this case is, oops, we kept getting teen girls in suburbia. And you could either keep deciding, no, I want men, or you might go, well, wait a minute, the teen girls are actually enthusiastic, in fact, paying money, trying to figure out how to buy our product right now. The other interesting thing about the customer development process ties back into agile engineering and agile development hand in glove. Basically, it's this notion of the minimum viable product. Back in the old days, what we used to do is specify the entire feature set of the product from beginning to end. Now, this makes sense when you're in a large company releasing version 2.0, 3.0, and 4.0, because you kind of have a feeling of who the customers are and what they need. So a product manager can be pretty accurate about, I've been interacting with customers for the last year and a half, and I think I know what they need. But in a startup, you're really kind of guessing. And the odds are you're going to be guessing wrong. So rather than waste a whole ton of time and money, why don't we actually get outside the building before we build something and waste a lot of engineering time and, more importantly, cash, because That's what puts startups out of business, is running out of money. We want to make sure that we actually listen to the people who eventually will buy this product. We want to make sure we satisfy their wants and needs. So why don't we just figure out how to build the minimum viable product? Build the minimum features in order to get feedback. Now, feedback could take the form of input and verbally, or they gave you early orders, or they gave you anything that was valuable in helping you come to closure of what should we be building in what order. And by the way, an MVP could be something as simple on the web as a wireframe or a PowerPoint slide, or for a physical product, it could be a physical mock-up, or it could be a working part of the system. But as you get more feedback, you could start adding more features. So one caveat is a comment I always get is, well, Steve Jobs didn't build the iPhone by asking customers, and we really doubt Henry Ford asked customers did they want a car before one existed. In fact, in his case, if you would have asked people about what they wanted, they would have said a faster horse or one with 6 legs. And so the immediate response is, well, therefore, for new products, you just don't get out of the building at all, and that's just a fallacy. There is a type of startup in what we call a new market, and we'll be describing new markets in the customer segments lecture. But just understand that in new markets, of course you don't get out and ask people what features they need, but you do want to understand how is their day in the life different today versus the day after you give them your new product. How does their world change? And there's no possible way, sitting locked in your conference room or your office, you would know that without talking to customers. One of the other interesting observations about customer development is this notion of the pivot. Pivot was a term that my best student ever, Eric Rees, coined when he noticed the arrow between customer invalidation and customer discovery, and he actually gave it a name, which I think is incredibly accurate. A pivot says, what do you do when your hypotheses don't meet reality? And this is such a neat observation about startups and why what we now know is much different than before. What we now know, instead of firing executives, when our business model doesn't match what's going on outside in the real world, we fire the model. And we simply say, hey, our hypotheses were wrong. So because we've been building the product iteratively and incrementally and keeping our burn rate incredibly low, a pivot is a substantive change to one or more of the business model components. It just simply says, hey, this isn't our customer segment. Our customer segment is really here. Or, wait a minute, our revenue model shouldn't be freemium. We should be charging for it from day one. Or, wait a minute, we've been using the wrong distribution channel. We need a direct sales force. Or, gee, we have the wrong partners. By the way, an iteration is a minor change to one or more of the business model components. So, for example, an iteration would be going from charging from $9.99 to $6.99. A pivot would be a change of, gee, our pricing is going from freemium to subscription. That's a substantive change. So the key idea here is a pivot allows you to get out and make changes. Remember, typically only the founders could do pivots, but is actually the heart of what makes customer development radically different than what's come before. The other thing to notice about pivots is that you want to keep them up at a constant speed and a constant tempo. And you want your entire company operating with speed and tempo in decision making just like a metronome. Right? It's constant, it's consistent, and it's relentless. Let's take a look at the first step in customer discovery. You're going to be living this for the next couple of weeks if you're doing this for real. Phase one is you state your hypotheses and you draw the business model canvas. And again, you put the canvas on the wall, you and your team get around and put up yellow stickies. But the next step is you get out of the building. You're going to test the problem. You're going to test your understanding of the customer's problem or need, and you're going to figure out how to build the prototype. The next thing is you're going to test the solution. And you're going to test the solution, if you're on the web, by building a low fidelity and then a high fidelity prototype. And you're going to, again, test your understanding of the customer's needs and whether your solution matches it. And this match, again, is called product market fit. That's the holy grail for entrepreneurs. Am I building something that people can't get enough of or are just willing to open up their wallets and empty it in front of you to get their hands on? And the fourth phase in customer discovery is you verify or pivot. Do people agree that you're solving a high-value problem or need? And do you understand your business model enough to start test selling, which is the next step in customer validation? Now, what's really depressing to most entrepreneurs is the answer most often the first time you go through this is heck no. And what's worse is, well, they kind of sort of like, well, kind of sort of is not a startup. Kind of sort of is people have been nice to you. The only time you know that you have something that's worth investing your time and money in is if people are literally trying to force their money on you or can't use your product even in its buggy, uninitialized form. Enough. This is what you're looking for. And if you haven't found it yet, that's why the customer development process is an iterative circle. It assumes you will be going through this multiple times. And when you finally think you do have something that matches customer needs, you get to the next step, which is customer validation. Let's take a look at customer discovery one more time in just a different way. Again, if you're using the Startup Owner's Manual, you'll notice these two tracks. And remember I said you have one track for physical, one track for web mobile, and all that are the different tactics for one channel versus another. But the strategy is the same. State your hypothesis, test the problem, test the solution, pivot and proceed. And remember, all of this is going on outside the building in front of customers. So earlier we looked at the 4 phases of the entire customer development process. But now let's take a look at the customer discovery process itself and order its phases. And so the phases of customer discovery start with stating your hypotheses, testing the problem, testing the solution, or verifying or pivoting. Let's take a look at the next step in searching for a business model, and that's customer validation. By now, to get to this step, we assumed you believe you have product market fit. Now, you would say, okay, now I could hire people, now I could run my $1 million Google AdWords campaign. And we say, no, not really. We don't really think you have enough evidence to do so. We kind of hear you that you believe you do. So we're going to do this again, but this time trying to get orders or users or both, depending on what your business model said. So phase 1 is you're going to get ready to sell. If it's a physical product, you're going to develop sales collateral, meaning the data sheets and price lists and demos, etc. If it's a web and mobile product, you're going to try to acquire and activate customers, and you're going to build a high-fidelity minimum viable product, which is a fancy word for your website or mobile app will look like it's almost done. Maybe the help files aren't there, etc., and maybe not all the features, but the core features that people will use. And then you get out of the building, physically or virtually, and you try to get out and sell and see if you get users or payers or both. The other thing you'll be doing simultaneously with this is develop positioning, which is a fancy word for saying, okay, I now have a lot of customer feedback. How could have I best described this based on what the customers are actually telling me? Because you'll ask, so I explained it to you like this. How could I have said it better? And if you actually listen to them, they actually would have said, yeah, I ignored the first 7 things you said, but when you said number 8, that's when I really got interested and excited. And so you're going to develop both corporate or company and product positioning, and you're going to do this way before you ever spend money on external PR agencies by actually listening to your own customers. And then in phase 4, you're going to verify or repeat. And you're going to see if you're ready to start scaling sales and marketing spending in customer creation, which is the most expensive part of a startup. This customer validation stage actually gets you out and you pretend you have the world's largest sales force and you're ready to go, okay, I think it's really going to work because I've tested it in customer discovery. And most of the time you find out, oops, I really didn't quite understand what those customers were saying. And instead of being out of business because you spent all your money on Salesforce or Google AdWords campaigns or customer acquisition, you now have the cash and time to simply go back from phase 4 and go back and pivot and say, I clearly didn't understand something about my customer segment or features or customer needs or how to do customer relationships, etc. And so customer validation in its detail, again, has 2 tracks, one for physical, one for web mobile. Get ready to sell to early customers who we call early evangelists, develop positioning, and again, either pivot or proceed. So one of the things we keep asking our startups to think about is, how big is this opportunity? That's just a fancy word for saying is, when you're all done and you're spending the next couple of years on the startup, are you going to make like $1 million or are you going to make $1 billion? That is, how potentially large is the opportunity? And so what we really want to do is do what we call a market and opportunity analysis. What you've already put together is a business model canvas with your hypothesis that says, look, we're really passionate about this product or service, and we think there's a set of customers out there, and we've put together a revenue model, our first hypotheses, and saying we're going to make a lot of money, and that's great. But there's really kind of a method to this madness, and there's not only one way to do this, but this is the way we kind of think of it. You want to identify who your customers and markets are, and you have, but you now want to size the market, look at competitors, and figure out whether this market could grow. The first word we want to think about is something called total available market. And I like to think of total available market as a pie. It's the entire pie. Total available market says, look, how many people or companies or whatever your unit of sale is would want or need this product, and how large is the market in dollars or units if they all bought? That's just a pretty nice calculation. And the question is, okay, how would I find out? In different industries, there are analysts that specialize in vertical markets and enterprise software. It's Gartner and Forrester. In video games, it's the NPD Group. In consumer research, it's Nielsen. If you want to understand how many web and mobile startups are, you go to the Startup Genome Project, etc. So you need to ask some questions: is which industry analysts kind of follow your specific domain? And then also Wall Street analysts follow competitors in this business. And that is, they follow who's ever public. And in fact, some of them write very nice research reports. If you have access to a university library or a friendly broker, you could get a great free industry analyst report. And I would be asking others as well, and Google is your best friend here. I truly would be spending time trying to understand, is this $1 billion market? And by the way, if you throw out those numbers, the first thing I'm going to ask you is, well, that's nice, but break it down for me. Help me understand how many users, who are the players, what are the competitors, etc. You need to understand this total available market pie in some detail before I'll let you get to the next step. And the next step is, how big is my slice? And we tend to use a fancy word for that is, what's the served available market? And the served available market means, okay, well, instead of the theory that there are 7 billion people in the world, how many people really can use a mobile app? Oh, well, a mobile app is kind of dependent on how many people have mobile smartphones. And gee, if I'm making the mobile app for, let's say, an Android platform, then the first question is, how many theoretical people are going to be using, Android platforms in this year and the next 5? Oh, now I could start estimating what's my served available market. And so how many people have the money to buy the product? That is, are you a 99-cent product or are you a $99 product? Now you're narrowing the market based on pricing or availability. And you want to do some thought experiments, like how large would the market be in dollars if they all bought? If everybody in the served available market bought, how large would this be? And this is kind of your first test to say, oh, or wow. And so you want to understand this both for dollars and units. And how do you find out? Well, this is one where you're really out of the building and talking to customers. And then I think of this, again, using the pie analogy. The first step was trying to understand the number of people in the world, but now we can narrow it down if I have an Android app to the number of Android phones, capable phones, and then down to, well, how many would buy at my price. But now we really want to get pretty specific. Who exactly am I going to sell in years 1, 2, and 3? How many customers is that? How large is the market if they all bought? That is, what we now are coming up with is the total number of dollars. If you had 100% market share, your revenue isn't going to exceed this number. And how many units would that be? Again, how do I find out? Boy, this is really about getting out of the building and talking to customers and talking to potential channel partners and talking to competitors, etc. You really, at the end of this exercise, now have a first pass hypothesis about, is this business model canvas worth executing for the next couple of years? So market size doesn't need to be a 4-page business school analysis, though if you've went to business school, feel free to do the analysis. But it really is at first a back of the envelope calculation. Is this business worth doing? So we just kind of have you constantly checking about 3 things. And let's take a look at the Jersey Square team and think about how they approached this. If you remember, we asked you to talk about the total available market or total addressable market, which really is a fancy word to say is how big is the universe of everybody potentially who could use the product. And in this case, they said, well, even in the United States, there are 150 Americans who watch the 5 major team sports in some capacity. Okay, well, can we sell to 150 million people? Not really, because the next thing we want to look at is what we call the served available market. How many can I reach with my sales channel? So let's see how the Jersey Square team looked at the served available market. They said in the New York metro area there were 11 million people who watched the 5 major sports teams in some capacity. What they really should have done is said that, but then said how many of them have a web browser and how many of them will we actually be able to reach within some period of time and with some semblance of cash. And the next thing they were looking at was their target market. Who will be their most likely buyers? And they did some research at Yankee Stadium and said 11 or 12% of the served available market showed strong interest, and they said, well, that means just in the New York area, 1.3 million people should be interested in a subscription or rental. Really, again, if they were doing analysis for real, they should have said, but how many of them can we reach with a web browser, and then how many of them can we actually get with our acquisition and activation campaign? And what falls out of this, if you actually take it to the next level, is what's a reasonable assumption of year 1, 2, and 3 revenue? Just back of the envelope. Okay, so these are the people. Gee, subscription and half pay rental. Let's do some math. Oh, my first year's revenue should be $300 million. Nope, I think I'm being a little too optimistic. At least you'll start with a series of calculations that you could bounce off advisors and friends and co-founders and say, you know, are we even in the ballpark of making an interesting business? One of the things to keep in mind is that no startup has ever exceeded their optimistic estimates of market size. So if your numbers are coming in too low of potential customers, I wouldn't give up. I would just be going back and looking at the customer segments you're targeting and understand whether you want to build a business or have a hobby. So in summary, the questions you want to ask are how big can this be? How much of it can we get? What's the growth rate of the market? Is the market itself declining? Or is it in flux? Or is it going to start taking off? And most importantly here is talk to customers in the sales channel. And next important is you could get some pretty good market size estimates by competitive approximation if it's an existing or resegmented market, or even if we're going to clone a market outside the U.S. Next important is Wall Street analyst reports are great. Market research firms like Forrester and Gartner are great. But something to keep in mind about market research forecasts going forward. Market research data is wonderful on the size of markets in the past. But if market researchers were great at predicting the future, they'd actually be running hedge funds. So one of the things I don't accept from my students is, and it's going to be a $40 billion business in the next 7 years. Well, what's its size now? 0. So therefore, I just don't accept guesses from a market research firm unless you've actually cross-validated that with some really heavy customer input from outside the building. So how would you estimate the served available market, or SAM, for an Android game within an order of magnitude? Choose from the list below. Would it be the total number of web users? Well, for an Android game, they're not on the web. They might hear about it on the web, but that's not really going to help you understand the served available market. Is it the total number of mobile phone users? Well, that might be the total available market, but you're really interested in just the Android piece. And so number 3 might make sense, the total number of active Android users. But if we get a little more sophisticated, we'd understand that the real answer is number 4. It's not only the total number of active Android users, but they need the right level of the operating system to support your particular game's features. And so you really want to get the SAM as tightly defined as you can. So but before we get started with the entire course, let's take a look at what a team actually could accomplish at the end of this process. Now imagine you had 10 weeks or months or a year to go do this. You'd actually be able to do a lot. But what if we gave you 5 days? I want to give you an example of a team from one of our classes that decided they were going to provide a rental service for professional sports jerseys. And in 5 days, they personally got out of the building and spoke to 169 customers and had 190 people come to their website and actually sold 2 things during the class. let's take a look at what their business model canvas started with and evolved to. So on day one, these were their initial hypotheses coming into the class. They thought that their customer segments was going to be professional sports game attendees who were going to be male, adult, less than $100,000 income, and attend 10 games per year. That is, they were beginning with a series of hypotheses about their customer archetype. And they thought their value proposition was going to provide a cheaper way to officially license sports jerseys to a game, eliminate the risk of owning a player whose jersey is traded, and to provide alternatives to purchasing counterfeit jerseys. And their sales channel was going to be websites or stadium shops or ticket websites or direct mail. And how they were going to create demand was through search ads, social media, stadium promotions. And their revenue stream was going to be through an annual subscription model. And on the left-hand side, kind of the backstage of the business model canvas, their activities were going to be rental tracking, shipping, dry cleaning, marketing, customer service. And they were going to have as resources inventory of jerseys, warehouses, logistics systems, and their key partners might be the professional sports league and the suppliers and the dry cleaners and the shop vendors and envelope suppliers and UPS and FedEx and the postal service. And their cost structure was going to be for warehousing, shipping, cleaning, logistics, tracking, website development, and maintenance. And this sounds particularly reasonable. You would look at this and go, absolutely, why do I even need to be in this class? But they got out of the building and spoke to 60 people by going to Yankee Stadium and actually meeting a bunch of customers on the first day. And look what happened. They realized that actually women wore sports jerseys as well. And there was no way you could have convinced them of that until they stood in front of the customers at Yankee Stadium and said, hey, it's a 50-50 split. And that it was actually young adults, 18 to 30, and they actually were casual sports fans. And now they started to get a better understanding of what customer relationships were, about getting customers, keeping them, and growing them. And they realized that people would maybe also be interested in a pay-per-rental model as well as an annual subscription. Next, they got out of the building again. And now they started expanding who their customer segment was, and they actually split the segment into two. They realized there were two different archetypes. Sports jersey owners who were male, 13 to 35, but there was also another archetype, which were people who attended a single game. And they were male and female, 18 to 30, and they were casual fans. And so now they actually were able to take their revenue stream and match it to their archetype. So for sports jersey owners, an annual subscription made sense. But for single game attendees, pay-per-rental made sense. And their value prop differed for, again, those two different archetypes. As you'll see later, what we need is every time we have a unique archetype, we need at minimum a matching value proposition and a matching revenue model for each archetype. The fourth day, they learned some more things. Most importantly, they learned how much would some of those sports jersey owners actually pay in an annual subscription. They actually started asking some serious solid numbers, and the answer they got back was $200. And they also understood that social media would be a big component in customer acquisition. The next day, they learned some more. They actually learned that another alternative for sports jersey owners would be a monthly subscription and also a one-time rental. And they started thinking about how would you keep those customers? That is, how would you eliminate churn and increase loyalty? And they started to think about seniority loyalty programs and how they would grow those customers by cross-selling and upselling them with premium subscriptions and family plans. So you could see after 5 days, just 5 days, after talking to 160 customers, you could see how the business model evolved dramatically from something that looked like this on day one to something that looked like this on day 5. Day 1, a series of untested hypotheses, a faith-based enterprise. On day 5, the faith has turned into facts. And this startup is on the road to actually building something that customers might want. So in the rest of these lectures, we're going to take you through each one of the business model components and hoping you'll get out of the building, just like this team, to test each one of your hypotheses. So in today's lecture, we're going to cover value proposition. What is it you're building and for who? What pains and gains are you creating for what customer segments? And more importantly, what's the minimum viable product that results from all this knowledge? So you're all familiar with the business model canvas. And hopefully by now you've actually taken a shot and try to fill out the canvas for your own idea in your own startup. But today we're going to talk about the first box, value proposition. Value proposition is just a fancy word in the business model canvas for what is it that you're building. What product or service are you building? And by the way, we're going to ask later, for who are you building it? And what exactly does it solve for those people? So let's take a look at value proposition. As I said, it's not just about your idea or product. One of the things that's hard for founders to realize, there's actually a customer at the other end. And so while you're thinking this is the greatest thing since sliced bread, the whole idea about customer development is to get you out of the building and tell me whose need or problem you're solving. It's about satisfying a customer need, not just you thinking, what a great idea. And that can't be repeated enough. So today, while we're talking about value proposition works hand in hand with who your customers are, which we'll be talking about in the next lecture. Understand that this relationship between what you're building, the value proposition, and the customer is what makes startups succeed or fail on day one right there. And we give those two boxes, those two relationships, a special name. We call that product market fit. And when you hear the phrase product market fit, just simply visualize the canvas and go, oh, that's another fancy word that says, is what I'm building needed or wanted or passionately desired by a set of customers on the other end? And if I don't have that, then the good news is about the customer development process is it allows us to keep searching without going out of business. And so what you'll find is we'll be iterating back and forth, doing things called pivots and iterations as we kind of discover what customers really want versus what we think we're building for them. So looking at the business model canvas, fill in the box where your product would go, and then fill in the box where your market would go. Well, the product goes into the box labeled value proposition. As we'll see later, the value proposition includes all the features of your product, but also what pains and gains you're solving for the customer segment. And that's where the market goes. Market includes who your customers are, what problems you're solving for them. What name do we give the relationship between the value proposition and the customer segment? The answer is product market fit, finding the right balance between the minimum viable product and the customer archetypes. So let's take a look at value proposition. Now, value proposition is not something you're building in isolation. While the value proposition is about solving a customer problem or need, it really consists of three components. The easy one for most entrepreneurs to talk about is what product features you have or what product services you're providing. But there's actually two more important components to value proposition. What gain are you creating for customers? And what pain are you solving for them? Alexander Osterwalder, when he drew the business model canvas, really emphasized this. It's not just about your product. And especially if you come from a technical background, it's really easy to see, oh, look at all these features. And if you find yourself doing that, you need to complete the sentence and say, yes, but here's what we make people be able to do better, and here are the problems we solve for them. So the real goal of you figuring out the value proposition is understanding what we call the minimal viable product. You're trying to figure out, now that I kind of understand my product and service and that what I'm gaining for customers and what pain I'm solving, what's the smallest possible feature set I could be shipping on day one that solves these pains and creates gains for them? And this really is an interactive process because there's no way, no possible way, sitting in your office, you could figure this out. And the default for great engineers and great entrepreneurs is, oh, I understand customers' problems and needs, so, don't worry about it. We'll just spec the entire product on day one. Your real goal here is to figure out what's the smallest thing you could build and develop that actually get you users or sales or whatever and get out to market as quickly as possible. And so the goal of you getting out of the building for value proposition is understanding gains and pains so you can figure out what's the MVP, or minimum viable product. When planning an initial product, which is the most important? Choose from the list below. The answer is, when you're planning an initial product, the most important is finding sufficient features to solve a problem for a known group of customers. Matching competitive features is what we used to do, and actually is a going out of business strategy, unless you're in an existing market and you happen to know which features customers have told you are more important. Having sufficient features to meet all of customer needs, startups just don't have the resources to do every possible wish that a customer has, at least on day one. And so really what you want to do is focus on enough features to solve a problem important enough for a known group of customers. That's kind of wonderful, but we keep talking about the customer. Let me remind you what it looks like from their side, and we'll be talking about customers in more detail in the next lecture, but let me just give you a preview. In customer segments, you're also looking for three things. One is you are still trying to understand from this side what are the gains, what are the pains, but also what are the jobs the customers want you to do. What are the functional or social jobs? What are the emotional jobs? What are the basic needs that you're going to be solving or problems? And the goal of all this is not just to understand this, but to understand it in enough detail that you could actually draw the persona or archetype of those customers and put them on the wall of your engineering department. Because now they could stare at faces that you'll clip out and specs of how old they are, where they live, what job they're trying to get done, and what pains and gains your value proposition is trying to solve for them. And until you do that, you're just going to be making products in the dark. Why is having a customer archetype important? Choose all that apply. The answer is having a customer archetype in mind is really important for all of these, to know who to talk to during customer development, to determine how do you actually sell and market to these customers. They'll tell you if you ask them. To guide how you form hypotheses during product development. And to help define the minimum viable product. Knowing the customers and who they are will be immensely valuable. So as we said, understanding these three components of value proposition work together with understanding the three components of customer segment. And in value proposition, the goal of this is to find out the minimum viable product. And in customer segments, the goal is to understand in detail the customer archetype or persona. And again, this equals product market fit. I can't emphasize enough that the business model canvas is just a start. It's great to strategize and think about who customer segments are and value proposition and channel, but remember, all you're doing is writing down hypotheses. Your job is to turn those hypotheses into facts. And there are no facts inside your building. So your job is to get outside and test them personally in a physical channel by talking to hundreds of customers, in a web and mobile channel by talking to thousands virtually and some portion physically. You need to watch people's pupils dilate when they actually see and like your product. So let's take a look at the value proposition in a little more detail and expand on those three components. The first one is your product, and as we said earlier, you need to understand which are part of your value proposition. Is it just hardware or software or bits, or are there going to be some manufacturing goods, some commodities? Are you going to have intangible products that are part, copyrights and licenses that are part of your value proposition? Are you going to have any financial products, that is guarantees or insurance policies or maintenance contracts? Or are you going to add some digital features as well? The only point here is to realize that your product and service is not just the bits or hardware, it's actually the whole product, the entire package that you're going to be delivering. And a value proposition for a company that's selling services is kind of the same. You just need to ask, what are the core services that are part of your value proposition? Consulting, haircut, investment advice. And if you're selling software or hardware, you could have separate services that are part of this whole product. Pre and post sales services, finding the right solution, financing, free delivery. Amazon makes a great business because, in fact, they could do one-day delivery or they could do two-day premier service. That is, services sometimes, while might seem to be ancillary or kind of add-ons, actually make your products look better than their competitors. And then what are after-sales services? Free maintenance, disposal, etc. And so all these add up, again, to what is it that your product features do. Looking at the Amazon website for books, which of the following are part of Amazon's products? Pick all that apply. Well, if you look at the Amazon website, not at Kindle or AWS, but just their traditional book-selling website, you find that all of these things are part of their product. The website for allowing users to find and buy products, a review system and rating system for products, protection against fraud for marketplace sellers, and the content itself, movies, books, music, etc. The sum of all of these are what makes up Amazon's complete product. But as you remember, I said it's not only about your product or service features, it's also about painkillers. That is, what are you going to reduce or eliminate for the customer? So here's a couple of hypotheses of what some painkillers might be. Because painkiller, until now, might have sounded like, well, wait a minute, do I hand the customers aspirin? And the answer is, yeah, you're really going to solve a pain for them, but the pain might be, is your product going to produce savings, that is in time or money or efforts? Is it going to make them feel better? That is, entertainment products don't solve a problem, but they solve a need. Does it kill frustration, annoyances, or things that give them a headache? Does it fix solutions they already have but are underperforming because you have new features or you're better or faster? Or does it end difficulties and challenges that customers encounter every day? Does it make things easier or help them get things done or eliminate resistance? Does it wipe out or add to negative social consequences, loss of face, power, or trust, or add to social status like Facebook and Twitter, etc., or even LinkedIn? Or does it eliminate risk? Is it financial, social, or technical risks, or what could go very wrong? So painkillers, your hypotheses, should include which one of these or some others. Because this list is finite, there might be other things you're solving and taking away pain from customers. But you need to be able to articulate, based on your interactions outside the building with customers, here's what they said, and when I bounced our product off of them, they said, yeah, that really solves this pain, and more importantly, is an important pain. By the way, just as an aside, I've been talking about problem or need as part of the product. And I just want you to remember, it's kind of interesting to differentiate between solving a problem. Somebody has an accounting problem or a word processor, or they can now use Google Docs versus Microsoft Word, versus a need. What's a need? Well, a need might be need to be entertained, a need to communicate. Needs are something that are universal across all 7 billion people on the planet. Your total available market, plus or minus a couple billion, maybe kids 0 to 5 don't have those needs, but eventually you will find market sizes for needs to be multiples by orders of magnitude above solving problems. And so I'm not suggesting that you don't solve problems. I'm not suggesting that you try to turn every problem into a need. But let me suggest the one company in the 21st century that did this better than anybody else on the planet was Apple and the iPhone. They took a communications device and made it a status symbol. And they transitioned from a product that solved a problem, integrated web browser, email, and phone, into something that people now every year obsolete their own products by wanting to get the next one because it's now a need rather than a product. Just some tactics in figuring out pains. I'd rank each pain that your products and or services kill according to their intensity for the customer. And what you're looking for is trying to understand, is this a life-saving pain? Or, I've lived with this for years, we could live with it for another couple of years. How important is it in the list of pains that customers have in the area that you're serving? And the other thing you want to think about is not only how intense is the pain, but how often does it occur? If it occurs just once a year, people might live with it. But if it's occurring daily or hourly, you are maybe solving something pretty important. And finally, the last piece in detail is what gain are you creating? What are the benefits the customer expects, desires, or is surprised about? So again, you're going to start with your hypotheses. What makes the customer happy? That is, are you going to create savings in time or money and effort? Is this a product that delights them because the outcome is better than you could even imagine, better quality, or more of something or less of something they didn't like? Does it just simply outperform current solutions that delight a customer? Does it make your customer's job or life easier? Or does it create positive consequences that a customer desires? Again, it could be a social consequence for a need. It could be a business consequence. They get more sales, etc. And so, much like thinking through pain, you'll start with a set of hypotheses, but the only way to understand this is outside the building in front of lots of customers. Much like ranking pain, I want you to think about ranking gains. And so think about and make a list of what each gain your products and services create according to its relevance to the customer. This is a big idea, the relevance to the customer. Because much like in pain, you're going to make your first list thinking, you got it. Here's what I'm going to solve for pain, and here's what I'm going to create for gain. I absolutely know this. Why? Because it's my opinion, or I might have been a domain expert. But you know what? At the end of the day, your business isn't about your opinion. What you need to do is now hear this from customers who say, here's why it's relevant. And much like pains, you want to understand, is this a substantial or insignificant gain creator? And again, understand the frequency that it occurs. This is where the difference between physical and web mobile channels first come into play. Because the MVP for a physical channel, that is, something you sell directly through stores and with a direct sales force, is very different than something that you might be building for the web or even more so for a mobile channel. So in a physical channel, what you really want to have is something that customers can touch and feel, because you're going to be out talking to them. And well, you could certainly go out with a PowerPoint deck with a photo of what the product's going to look like, etc. My advice always is invest a day or two in building something, even if it's out of styrofoam and cardboard, or if it's something as small as a chip, a microphotograph, or a microphotograph of a proposed die layout. That is, almost for any physical product, you should probably be going out and trying to get some reaction based on something that people could see and touch. And in doing that, you're going to test your understanding of the problem, test your understanding of the solution, and when you do that, it's going to prove that it solves the core problem for the customers. And you're going to learn what the minimum set of features are from the early evangelists. In a physical channel, this requires lots of interviews, demos, and prototypes, and lots of eyeball contact. In a web or mobile product, instead of building a physical prototype, you need to have a low-fidelity app or website available for customer feedback. What does low fidelity mean? Well, that's just kind of my description of you don't need an entire finished website, but you should at least have a wireframe. And if you don't have a wireframe, you should at least have a PowerPoint of mock-ups or a flash demo or something so people could see not only what you're describing in words, but actually could say, oh, I get it. Now remember, don't demo that first. Your goal here is to first understand the problem. And I make people sometimes who like to give demos leave all that stuff home when you're first having the problem discussion. But the minute you get into the, well, would something like this solve your problem? For a web mobile app, you really want to get feedback on a low fidelity app as quickly as possible. And when we teach this as a class, literally by the second week of the class, if you're building a web and mobile app, you have to have your site or wireframe up and running so people can actually see it and give you feedback. Later on, you're going to build what I call the high fidelity app, and that tests your understanding of the solution. This actually has most of the features, might not have health files, the graphics might not be complete, but a high fidelity app gives you more resolution on, well, we really didn't like that color, the button was in the wrong place, etc. This helps you avoid building products no one wants, and it maximizes the learning per time spent on the product and on customers. Now, why you're doing all this is to define the minimum viable product. or sometimes called the MVP for short. The MVP basically is what product or service you're building in your first instance that's delivered to customers. And the MVP is not an alpha or beta. This is a big idea. In the old days, the product development process would go from seed funding to concept to a market requirements document to an engineering requirements document and blow out into an entire waterfall development process. And part of those steps were alpha test, beta test, and first customer ship. And you'd be shipping and telling customers, here's a buggy, unfinished product. Why don't you test it for me? And then you'd always argue with sales about whether you should charge for it or not. But the MVP is actually quite different. The MVP says, no, we're not speccing a version 1.0 product that has a spec 18 pages long. We're actually doing the work outside the building first and trying to understand what's the minimum version of a version 1.0. Not what engineering or the founders thought, but what is it customers are going to tell us they'll pay for or use now. And while it might be, quote, a beta product, we never use that word. We actually tell customers it's a minimum viable product. What's the purpose of a minimum viable product? Take a look at the list and pick the appropriate answer. So the question is, what's the purpose of a minimum viable product? It turns out that the answer is pretty specific. You want to test the ability of some portion of your product to meet minimum customer needs, and that might change over time. That is, the MVP slowly grows as your confidence in who the customer archetype is. It's not how to get as much revenue as you can as early as you can. You might decide that's a strategy, but that's kind of counter in learning from an MVP. You typically only make this choice when you actually feel pretty certain that you understand product market fit. And while we certainly want to identify bugs in a product, hopefully if we've been using an agile methodology, we've kind of squashed most of them before they've gone out the door. Explicitly, the goal of an MVP is not an engineering alpha or beta test. The goal is not to use this process to find all the bugs, though they might come up. The goal of an MVP is to actually test the ability of the product to meet minimal customer needs, as in choice 1. Now, for both physical and mobile channels, there's an art to building a minimum viable product. Just think about this. An MVP is not a minimal product. An MVP is not like, well, we only have 3 weeks, so we cut off the feature list here. That's not what an MVP is. An MVP is based on interaction and iteration in understanding customers' needs and pains and gains. And if all you're doing is cutting off the feature list, then you clearly haven't run the process. Sometimes we get, but my customers really don't know what they want. I'm creating something so new, getting out of the building is just a waste of time because if I show them my solution, they're not even going to know what planet I'm talking about. We're going to be talking about the problem of market type in a subsequent lecture. But there's a case called the new market, where you're right, customers have never seen an iPhone before or never seen a new product before. In that case, you still want to get out of the building, but instead of asking them about features, you actually want to understand how are they spending their time now and what solutions are they using to solve their pains and gains. And so we'll talk about market type later, but when you hear people say, but my customers don't know what they want, just park that for a while because that's not an excuse to stay in the building and keep adding features. There's a couple of mistakes when you're thinking about value proposition. One is that what you're building might just be a feature of someone else's product. You might have a good feature extension, but it might not be a business. Or it might be a business for about 9 months till the incumbent just adds that in their next release. As I said earlier, these prioritizations of pains and gains sometimes helps you avoid the it's nice to have problem. So sometimes it's very easy for founders to say, well, they all liked it. Well, okay, what you really want is they didn't like it. They got to have it. In fact, they didn't let me leave until they let me use the prototype. That's when you know you have a business. It has to be something that people demand, and there have to be enough of them to demand. You might find, yeah, I found the 5 people in the entire world that love the product, but that might not be a large enough market. Some of the questions you might want to be asking as you're outside the building now, talking to customers, is competition. Competition kind of exists outside the business model canvas. Think of the canvas now floating in a world where other people's business model canvases are floating as well. And so just kind of take a step back and go, well, who else is out there? And what are they doing? The next thing you want to be asking, again, outside the canvas, why is this problem so hard to solve? Or why is this service not being done by other people? It might be that hopefully you really do have a insight or breakthrough. Or it might be you're hallucinating. And so you really do need to keep asking that question, not only to yourself, go ask it to the people you're talking to. Ask them, has anybody done this? And if they come, yeah, we've never seen it, ask them why. Why do you think? You might get some insight like, oh yeah, there have been 9 vendors in the last, 3.5 years who tried this and they all failed. Warning, you might want to investigate why that happened. Hopefully you have a different approach or different insight than anybody else. And as we kept talking about earlier, market size. We're going to be talking about how to size the market at the end of this lecture. But you really do want to understand how big is this problem and is this what we want to spend our next couple years doing? And then finally, as we said, how do you do it once you understand the customer needs? So an additional help in thinking about your value proposition comes from a great VC, Ann Muraco at Floodgate. And Ann said, we could think of startups' value propositions of having 2 forms. Do they have technology insight or are they market insights? And typically technology insights come for technology-driven products. Are you building chips that follow Moore's law? That is, they're now doubling in density every year and therefore new functions can be embedded in them. Are these based on new scientific discoveries or new algorithms? Typically this applies to hardware or clean tech and biotech, but it also could be big data algorithms, etc. Do you have some insight about technology and again the gains and pains that they will provide for customers? Or do you have some insight about the market or consumer behavior? Are you going to disrupt the value chain because you now understand how to do something overseas where you could slash the cost by 80%? Is there something that government regulation or deregulation is going to change and now make an entire industry available in a way it never was before? So these are about changes in how people work and live and interact and what they expect, and these are very different than technology insights. But remember, they both need to solve pains and gains for your customer. So there's another way to look at this, types of value propositions, kind of as a Venn diagram. So what comes from technical insights are making things more efficient or smaller or faster, and sometimes lower cost and simpler. What comes from market insights are better distribution and bundling and branding. But sometimes what you have is this sweet spot in the middle that actually is a combination of technical and market insights that makes for a killer value proposition. So let's take a look at some examples of technical insights. There's a company called Icydia that was an outgrowth of the Stanford Math Department, where a PhD student said, listen, we could do a topological analysis of highly dimensional data to be analyzed without predetermining the number of feature sets. Boy, that's a mouthful, but it turns out that this is the world's best way to go through big data sets, huge data sets, in a way that was just computationally not possible before. And in fact, once they had their technical insight, they started to talk to customers about pains and gains, and it was an enormously effective product to solve problems that were so painful they just couldn't be approached before. Another example was a startup called Inscopus that mass-produced components to create a miniaturized fluorescence microscope. It turns out that this technical insight allowed them to reduce the size of a device that took up a tabletop that could now fit in your hand. And in fact, they created an entirely new market that solved problems that customers didn't even imagine until they actually saw this new device. On the other hand, there are some examples of market insight. Zynga was one of the first companies to realize that people wanted to play games online that were more involved than were currently offered. They not only wanted to play solitaire, but they actually wanted to play games that involved interaction with other people. And their big insight was Facebook as the distribution channel for those games. Twitter, another example of market insight. Masses of people are more likely to write 140 characters than 1,000 words. Everybody was skeptical, but it turns out it plugged into something that was both a market and a human nature insight. It solved a need. Zipcar's insight was actually kind of interesting. is that instead of just renting cars on business trips, it might be that people in urban areas or in college campuses no longer wanted to own cars, but wanted to be able to get them with incredible flexibility, a lot more than the traditional rental car companies offered. And Zipcar actually had a market insight that made it a successful public company. So let's take a look at our Jersey Square team as an example and see how they came up with their value proposition. Now, what's interesting is if you remember, a value proposition describes not only the features, but also the pains and gains that they see that they'd actually create for the customer, and that the goal is to figure out what the MVP is. And if we see the Jersey Square team, they actually did a pretty good job talking about pains and gains, a cheaper way to wear officially licensed sports jerseys to a game, to eliminate the risk of owning a player's jersey who's going to be traded, or to provide an alternative to purchasing counterfeit jerseys. Pretty good for pains and gains. But what they forgot to describe is what are the features. And just so we could remember the features for Jersey Square is they were going to provide a single place where you could rent sports jerseys so you wouldn't have to own them and maintain them to visit your favorite team. And what they also missed is what was the MVP, or minimum viable product, of what they were going to build. And in their case, it was going to be a website with rental and stock of jerseys of the most popular teams, at first in the New York area, and then nationally in the United States, and then ultimately internationally. So those were kind of missing, but again, starting with pains and gains was pretty good for their value proposition. Notice, by the way, while they were working on value proposition, they also had some hypotheses about the customer segments. And this is a key idea, is value proposition and customer segments are the first two things you tend to work on with a business model canvas, because these two have a special name called product market fit. And product market fit just simply says, what is the match between what you're building and what customers need and want? And who are those customers? So while the goal in value prop is to figure out the MVP, as we'll see later, the goal in customer segments is to figure out who and what the archetype of the customer is. So again, you could start either with customer segments, or you could start with a product and value prop itself. It really doesn't matter. But most teams, if they're technology driven, tend to start on value prop, and most teams, if they happen to be marketeers or business people, happen to start with the customer segments. There's no right place, but it's the interaction between these two. So let's take a look at some value proposition examples. And I've selected some to just give you an idea of how other startups have approached articulating their value proposition. Here was a company that was actually trying to develop a bio-based replacement for surfactants. And they actually went out and understood the problem, came up with some solutions, and were trying to explain the pains and gains of their value proposition. Another example was a robotics agricultural weeding device. Now you notice here they're not talking about their device at all, they're talking about the problem. Is hand weeding of farm fields for organic crops is a nightmare. Another example, a company that was actually trying to figure out a better way to do cancer tests. And they actually try to understand what the problem was. And the problem was that cancer cells get detached and are circulating in the bloodstream. And oncologists and pathologists are trying to figure out whether their patients have circulating cancer tumor cells. And their features match the pain and the gain. These rest of the slides give you some examples of value propositions in medical devices, in dental care, etc. You could click on the link below for additional examples. Today we're going to talk about customer segments. Who are you building your value proposition for? What jobs do they want to get done? What pains do they want to solve, and what gains do they want to see? And at the end of this, what you want to find is what's the archetype or persona of who you're building the product for. Now, last time we talked about value propositions, but today we're going to focus on customer segments. One of the interesting things about customers is that customers don't exist to buy, you actually exist for them. And especially if you're a technology startup, that's really hard because you always think it's about your product. And it's hard to remember that it's actually about the people on the other side who are going to buy. And so one of the things you really need to understand is who are they and why are they going to buy from you? And one of the goals of customer segments is trying to understand the archetype or the persona or maybe just the details of who these people are in specific detail. You want to know where they live, what do they do, what's their age, are they in urban areas or are they married, etc. And why do you want to know that? Because it will help you figure out how to not try to boil the ocean by trying to get everybody in the world to buy your product, but figuring out who specifically is interested and why makes it incredibly easy to sell and have them want your product when you understand who they are and what their motivations are. So that's why we spend all this time talking about customers and customer segments. One of the things you'll also see later in this lecture is that you might actually have multiple customer segments. That is, different types of customers all interested in your product. They might be male, 18 through 24, live in urban areas, but you might also have women who live in the countryside, 45 to 55 in some cases, also interested. And the types of marketing or demand creation you'll do to attract each segment will be different. But if you didn't know who they were, you'd be creating the same type of marketing and, in fact, probably not reaching any of them. So let's take a look at this in more detail. So if you remember from the last lecture, value propositions, what we're really trying to do is find the right product market fit between what you're building and who wants to buy it. Again, we call this relationship between value proposition and customer segment simply product market fit. Today in customer segments, in this lecture, we're really going to ask, what job are we getting done for the customer? That is, what functional or social jobs are we going to get done? What emotional jobs? What problems or needs are we solving? What gains are we providing the customer? What pains? How does market type affect this? And at the end, what we're going to come up with is a deep understanding of the persona and archetype. Who are they? Why would they buy? Why won't they buy? What do you need to say to them? And if you spend your energy out of the building doing customer development and customer discovery here, it will make your company incredibly efficient in actually figuring out how to market and sell to them. So remember, the goal is now to connect the value proposition with what you're going to know and learn outside the building about customers. Now, remember, your goal here is to start with a series of hypotheses. That's all you have on day one. If you're a domain expert, maybe you know a little more, but it's okay because you're just kind of guessing here. You start with, well, here's who I think my customers are. But then you get out of the building and you start running experiments and you find out, oh, I was right. Or more often, on your first guess is, I was wrong. And because we're going to do these experiments cheaply, inexpensively, and upfront, we're going to save all the enormous waste we would do if we waited until we launched the product and did an expensive marketing campaign, and then only then realizing that, oops, these weren't our customers, or these were our customers, but we built the wrong features. So let's dive down a level deeper and first focus on what's the jobs needed to be done. That is, what's the customer segment trying to get done, and is it a problem or need? Now, this phrase jobs to be done was first popularized by Clayton Christensen, who wrote a series of books, The Innovator's Dilemma and The Innovator's Solution. Should probably be on any entrepreneur's reading list. And what Christensen said is, look, what functional or social jobs are getting done? That is, does the customer want to perform or complete a specific task, or solve a problem, or trying to look good, gain power or status? Or are there some emotional jobs? Do they want to look better, feel good, feel more secure? And what basic needs are you helping your customer satisfy? Is it entertainment? Is it dating? Is it something hardwired into the human psyche? Now, a simple way for you to start with your customer segment hypotheses is rank each job according to what you believe is its significance to the customer. And you get to guess on day one, is it crucial or trivial? And take a guess about how frequently it occurs. And outline what specific context a job gets done. I call this the day in the life of a customer. That is, you ultimately ought to be able to go up to a whiteboard and diagram, for me or anybody else, here's what a customer does from the moment they get up to when they go to work or when they're at school or something else, and here are the products they use and the car they drive and what they read, etc. And if you really don't have a deep understanding of that customer and where your product fits, you're really going to have a hard time understanding them. Now, just remember, on day one, all you're mostly doing is guessing. But the whole objective of getting out of the building is trying to fill in this day in the life. So you actually, when you say something about, here's how we ought to go advertise to them or reach them or use Google AdWords to them, that you're just not saying, it's because I think so. It's because you're saying, I've spoken to a ton of these people and they'd love to buy our stuff, but here's how we reach them, or here's the key message we need to deliver. So another key component of understanding customers is understanding customer gains, which is a fancy way for saying, what are the benefits the customers expect or desires? So besides the jobs they want to get done, what do they want to gain by using your product or service? So let's take a look. So some of the gains could be, what would make them happy? Is it saving money, saving effort, saving time? And what do they expect? And what would go beyond their expectations? How would you delight these customers? Is it quality, more of something, less of something? And is it features that would delight them, or performance, or quality? And what would make your customer's job or life easier? More services, lower cost of ownership, flatter learning curve? Obviously, this depends about whether you're selling to business customers or consumer customers, but you want to be able to make a list or a column of all the gains that they would get by using your product. And some more gains could be, is it social consequences? Does it make them look good? Increase in power? Is it good design? Is it specific or more features? And how do they measure success and failure? Is it performance or cost? And what would increase their likelihood of adopting your product or using it or using your solution? Again, is it about cost? Is it about lower risk? Is it about better quality? Is it because it's more fun? You need to come up with a series of hypotheses. Just make that list now. But you can't guess forever. You have to validate these hypotheses. Now, the last piece in understanding customer segments is understanding their pains. We've been talking about all the wonderful stuff that we could do for them that makes them happy. But are there things that we could get rid of that actually is kind of like they've been walking around with an arrow through their head and they've just kind of accepted that for a while, but when you come about, you could say, hey, we could solve these problems for you. Well, let's see what kind of problems we could solve. Is there something your customers find too costly? Again, is it about time and cost too much? This is essentially the flip version of the gains. The pains are, what could we solve for these customers that they hate? Is there something about their product or service that's underperforming? It's missing features, it's too slow, it doesn't work well, it's buggy. And what are the main difficulties and challenges? Now, one of the interesting things is that entrepreneurs come back and say, yes, customers said this was a real pain. Our product really solves these problems. Well, one of the things you need to know is, was this like problem number 47 on their list? Or is this in the top 3? Because most human beings, whether they're in corporations or even at home, tend to only worry about the top 3 or 5. So when you find out that this solves a pain, the question you need to ask is in context, well, what are the other pains you have? And you really want to understand their top 10, top 20, and then if to find out your number 32 or 47, I wouldn't be celebrating, but I actually would be asking, well, wait a minute. Is there any way that our product or service could actually solve anything in the top 5? And if not, maybe you're in the wrong customer segment. And so you want to understand what's keeping your customer awake at night, or maybe conversely, maybe you want to keep them awake at night, but you want to figure out what are their big issues, concerns, and worries. And then finally, the last piece is, what are the barriers to adopt your product? Is it costs too much up front? So maybe you have a pricing issue to decide later. Gee, it takes a long time to learn. Or, we're happy with what we have and it's kind of okay. And what makes your customers feel bad? Frustrations, annoyances, etc. And what do they fear? Financial or social risks, what could go wrong, etc. You need to understand all of this. And the goal of all this is to actually define the customer persona or archetype, which is just a fancy way for saying, I want you to know everything about those customers. So what could be everything? So at the end of the day, not only do you know about the pains and gains of these customers, but you specifically know who they are. if they're in a company, their position and title, their age, their sex, their role, and consumers could be parent, it could be child. For a consumer, it could be housemate, etc. How do they buy? Where do they buy? How much money do they have discretionary to spend? And again, it's true in companies, and it's true for consumers. In companies, do you know how much each individual department can sign up for? That is, if you've priced your product $1 too high, sometimes it requires the next level of management to sign off. Same at home. If you're trying to sell to kids, do you know what their allowances are and where they get their money and how often they get it? And if you're selling to consumers who are parents, what's their weekly spend on discretionary items? You need to understand what matters to them, what motivates them, who influences them. And this one isn't trivial. The influences them, you're going to go back to this when you do customer relationships later, and it'd be great if you actually knew how to reach these people and what buttons to push when you do. And so if you start asking these questions when you're starting to talk to them, trying to define them, it makes spending for marketing and demand creation, that is for customer acquisition and activation, incredibly easy because you already asked them up front, how would I get you to buy this? So marketing doesn't become some mysterious process later on. Customers already told you, oh, this is how I buy, and this is how much I spend, and here's who I listen to when I want to make a purchase. As I said earlier, to me the goal is actually for you to know enough to confidently go up to a whiteboard and draw the day in the life of a customer. So in understanding our customer segments, it was really helpful to put pictures up and actually build an archetype of who our 3 potential customer segments are. The first one we called Gasol, the next one we called Junior, and then the third we called Becky. And we talked about their age, their income, their demographics, whether they were a buyer or whether they were wearing the jersey as a social statement or whether they were actually a social sports viewer. What kind of fan type were they? Avid, in-season, casual? What kind of class were they? Were they upper class and could they afford anything? Or were they middle class or could they they don't even have a credit card? What was their Facebook status? And more importantly, what kind of rental type would they like? And it turned out that was really helpful to kind of understand our pricing model and our revenue streams. So archetypes really helped us understand our customers, the value prop, the revenue, and some of our pricing tactics. There's some other things to consider in customer segments besides jobs to be done and pain and gain, and that is who's the customer? I thought we just defined the customer. It's the archetype, it's the persona. But sometimes who's the customer in context is really what we need to know. In corporations, it's pretty easy to understand that you might have someone who uses the product, but they might not be the person who pays for the product. So there might be someone up here, the payer, let's give them a fancy name and call them the economic buyer. So we might be buying software for accounting to use, but it might be the chief financial officer who has to sign off for that. And in between this process, in a large company, you might have people who influence the decisions. You might have people who actually recommend who the vendors should be. You might have a decision maker who's the head of the department, but still needs to pass off the final purchase to the chief financial officer. And surprisingly, if you spend enough time selling to companies, you might have saboteurs. And saboteurs in a company are individuals or organizations whose jobs feel threatened if a new piece of software or new process or new organization comes in place. And so in complicated business-to-business sales, you really need to know the archetypes for each one of these, even though you might think, oh, all I need to know is about my user. And then you might go, okay, well then all we need to know is about the buyer. As we'll see later, you actually need to understand archetypes for all. Now, if you were kind of rolling your eyes going, well, I don't sell to businesses, I just sell to consumers, this isn't relevant to me, I want you to think of the case of selling entertainment software to teens. Well, think about it. You kind of say, well, the user, well, that's pretty simple. That's the teen. How hard can that be? Well, if they don't have a job, the economic buyer are their parents. And the influencers and recommenders may be their friends. And the decision maker, depending on your family, might be mom or dad or the kid or somebody else in between. And so when we think about business to consumer sales, you also need to start thinking about, is the user different than the payer? The last example is a personal one. I was buying a car, and I thought, how simple could that be? I was the customer. Little did I know, having 2 teenage daughters, that really wasn't the case. Because when I started talking about my car, or potential car, my daughter said, "Dad, you can't buy that type of car. We wouldn't be caught dead in it." And I looked at them and said, "Well, the car's not for you." They said, "Oh, we just won't even be riding in it." And they said, "Well, listen, if you buy that car, you can't get that color." And this conversation went on for a long time until finally we were able to make a decision. And I realized that the final decision maker in our household was my wife. So for this quiz, let's consider an example where you were selling business intelligence software into an enterprise customer, a large business. Why don't you match the titles below with the roles of the customers? So here's the answer. The chief financial officer is more than likely the economic buyer. The saboteur might actually be the existing business intelligence group inside of IT or the CIO's department who's actually trying to already build the software, and they might be afraid they're going to lose their job. So in every major organization, you might find people who actually don't want or actively attempt to block a sale. The CIO is more than likely the decision maker. In some organizations, they can actually sign off on large deals, but in this case, the chief information officer was actually going to recommend to the chief financial officer that they buy this software. The report users, the people who actually use the product, in this case are just simply the influencers. And that's kind of interesting to remember because sometimes as entrepreneurs, we forget that the people who use our product are not necessarily the people who even pay for or even recommend the product. And in this case, the recommenders were probably the line of business management. That is, those users worked for a line of business, a division or a department, and the influencers, the people who were used it, said to their bosses, "We'd really like to have this software. This would work great." And their managers, who didn't have any signature authority or couldn't actually install software, recommended that this actually get bought. Understanding this ecosystem is really important, not only in business-to-business sales, but sometimes business-to-consumer sales as well. Remember, we've been talking about pass-fail signals and experiments. So as you get out of the building and start talking to these potential customers, you need to set up some experiments. How do I know these are the right customers or the right buyers? And so you want to set up a series of experiments to test interest and figure out where do you want to test it and what kind of experiments can you run and how many do you test. By the way, the how many is a classic question, and the answer is it depends. In a business-to-business enterprise sale, you might get away with, talking to less than 20 customers, and that's a great number. But if you have a mobile or web app, you want to talk to hundreds, if not thousands of customers. Now, obviously, you can't personally interview all those like you could in the enterprise, and so you want to get out and reach them virtually, but the number you want to get to really is an order of magnitude or two different than if you were doing B2B direct sales. Just a caveat and a warning, when you're out of the building trying to talk to hundreds or thousands of potential web or mobile app users, you want to be careful that you're not completely dependent on online surveys. People simply lie on surveys. And so what you want to have is some sample where you actually bring those people into your building or you go see them and you watch their pupils dilate as you actually ask them the question and see if that kind of diverges from the data you're getting when they're hitting your website or you're sending them questionnaires. And then you'll have a correlation to be able to figure out is that data valid or not. So just keep that in mind when you're trying to reach hundreds or thousands of people for customer discovery. Now, one other thing about the business model canvas in general, now that we've talked about customer segments, is understanding that sometimes you have multiple customers, multiple segments. And it's kind of interesting to take a look at Google as an example. So let's just take a look at Google search. Well, let's just think about, who's the customer for Google search. It's anyone searching on the web or mobile. And the product we have is a free search bar or free mobile app. And, what are the key resources? Well, they need software and software developers and installed user base. But the key idea is this product is free. And if you think about the cost structure for this, it requires massive data centers and software development and key activities or data center scale and speed. But the key idea is the revenue model is free. But Google and Google Search is one of the most profitable businesses on the face of the earth. Well, how can Google do that? Well, think about it. What we've just been doing is Google has been acquiring users, but someone else is paying for this product. And that someone else is a different customer segment called advertisers. So we had users here, but we now have payers here. Now, what's really interesting is for every customer segment, we have a value proposition. We had a free search bar for the users, but for the advertisers, we have a completely different product. We have Google AdWords. And our customer relationships are different. For users, it was kind of an automated process. You just basically went to the Google website or you downloaded a Google toolbar. But for payers, it might be automated, but they also have telemarketing and direct sales to go after big advertisers. But their distribution channel, in addition to being automated, is also self-service and direct sales. But the key thing to note is that not only do they have different segments and different value props and different customer relationships, more importantly, they have a different revenue model. It's a big idea. Multiple customer segments require multiple value props, multiple customer relationships, sometimes different channels, but always different revenue models. These are the payers. So Google Search is what we call a two-sided market. There are users and there are payers. As we discussed, some businesses are multi-sided. In this case, let's take a look at a two-sided market and match the market with the appropriate business. So the answer is, for LinkedIn, there are two sides to this market. There are the workers as a customer segment, and there are recruiters. For Visa, you'd have banks and merchants. For eBay, you'd have sellers and buyers. And the New York Times and almost every newspaper, radio, television, Google, you have readers and you have advertisers. So understanding multi-sided markets are just understanding which customer segments in a two-sided market use and which other customer segment pays. So just to summarize, for Google Search, each had its own value proposition, but most importantly, each had its own revenue stream, and one segment cannot exist without the other. That is, if you had users but you had no revenue, you'd be out of business over time. But if you had a revenue model but no users, there would be no reason for those advertisers to show up. Now, this was an example of a two-sided market. Let's see what happens when we have multiple sides. So Google Search was a very simple multi-sided market, just two sides. There were users and there were payers. But can the canvas actually work with something more complicated like in life sciences? So here's an example of a business model canvas from a life sciences company that was going to provide E. coli cell lines for simplified downstream processing. And they said, our customer segment is segmented in niche marketing. Now, in hindsight, after the end of the class, they were the ones who actually went in and said, that was kind of a definition of what a customer segment was, but they didn't really describe who. And their value proposition, as even they realized later, was pretty unclear. And their channels, when they said web sales and trade shows and direct sales, in hindsight, looked pretty unrealistic. And for partners, they just said, when we look at it now, it really kind of looks like a random list of hopefuls. So let's see how they got from something that started over here, which you shouldn't laugh because your first canvas might look like this, and what happened after they got out of the building. And so now you could see, instead of segmented and niche market only, they started to understand, maybe the market is somebody in something specific, biopharma, biotechnology, or food. Still kind of vague, but they're getting a little better. And then they're still a little vague on their feature set and gains and pains and value proposition. They're getting a little more refined about partners. And then as they went down, they kind of understood, we understand what a value proposition is. It's not like what our technology is. It's what gain and pain we're providing. So simplify protein purification, increase yield, increase throughput, decrease cost. Now we're making a lot more sense. And now if you look at customer segments, now they're actually getting down to very specific groups. Not yet the people in them, but they're now actually going, these are the people we should be talking to. And our partners are now also getting specific, and they're getting some very interesting traction on what potential revenue streams were. And if we look at their next rev, the things in red are the changes. So now they're looking at industrial enzyme manufacturers, and their key activities are R&D and production support is their next change. And then finally, they now kind of verified, yep, these look like our customer segments. Here's our customer relationships. More than likely, we'll make money from royalties and commercial licensing, etc. And so you can see multiple customer segments, multiple value props, multiple revenue streams. This is a somewhat complex, multi-sided market. Just by the way, as a note, some of the most complex are actually in the medical device business, where you have users and payers and hospitals and insurance companies and regulators, etc. And each one needs a value proposition. Each one you need to understand their revenue model. And so some business model canvases can be quite complex. Now, what's interesting, by the way, about this life sciences company is here's something that you would think, who could I call? I'm just a scientist. I mean, you might be an entrepreneur building an iOS app, and at least you could ask your friends. Who do you ask about, E. coli-based purification platforms? Well, basically, they decided to go through their Rolodex of all the trade shows and all the conferences and all the people they've met in their careers. And instead of physically driving out to them, they used Skype and they used phone calls. And they started a cold calling strategy, which set a stage for a conversation. And they had 2 or 3 of their team on the call. So they would send a message to contact. They'd set an appointment. They'd send out a short summary electronically. They'd have a conversation and follow-up. And they also use survey tools. They used LinkedIn and SurveyMonkey. But when we were counting how many contacts they made, we didn't actually count them in their progress. So one last thing, and we've been avoiding bringing this up until now, but it's something you as an entrepreneur should know. It's a secret. And it's a secret that we didn't even understand for a long time. And that secret is there are 4 types of startups. And not knowing which type you are can really sink your company. So we call this market type. It turns out that there really are 4 types of markets for startups. One is existing market. Another is where you take a segment or resegment an existing market. Another is a new market. And another is a clone market. So let's take a look why this is important, and then we'll give you the definition of each one. It turns out that the type of market changes everything. It changes your initial market size, how much it costs to enter the market, what kind of launch you do of your product. It affects the type of competitive barriers you have, and how you position or describe your product. It affects your sales model. Are you going to hire direct sales? When do you hire them? What kind of margins you should have, or the profit? How long it takes, that is the sales cycle, and something called the chasm width, which we'll take a look in a second. It also affects how much money you're going to need to raise and how long it takes to get to profitability. And then finally, it affects the types of customers and what their needs are and how long it takes to adopt. So one of the things this looks like is just a checklist of market type seems to affect everything. What the heck can it be? So let's go a little further and define it. Existing market. Well, the customers, they're known. We know who they are. They exist. The customer needs, we could ask them, what do they really care about for gains and pains? They could tell us. Competitors, by definition, there are many. Your risk, your risk is lack of branding, lack of sales, lack of distribution, and unfortunately, sometimes your product really doesn't live up to the claims. Example, Google. It's an existing market. Go ahead and try to enter the search business today. There's a dominant player in search. Resegmented market. Well, you have a hypothesis about who the customers are. That is, you think you understand what your fit is, either in low cost or their specific niche needs, and so you might have a better fit for them. And competitors, there's many if you're wrong, but very few if you're right. And your risk is that you get the market and product redefinition just wrong. You didn't do enough customer discovery and you say, no, this is how we're going to enter this existing market. We're going to go after these set of users specifically, and oops, you were wrong. A great example of this is what Southwest did. Southwest took on the airline industry by breaking up the traditional hub and spoke model and providing just very limited services, but for an extremely low price. Another is a new market, and here the customers are really unknown. All you have is a vision and a set of hypotheses. And what you're hoping is you're going to provide for customers is something transformational, not just incremental improvement, but transformational improvement. And the good news is, and bad news, is that there are no competitors on day one. It's pretty lonely. So for this market to exist, you're going to have to create it through a force of will and a lot of money. And that's going to require evangelism and education. An example, Groupon. Right? Groupon single-handedly created the daily deals market. A clone market, the customers are possibly known because you're going to copy an existing market like the United States, but the customer needs and why it's a clone is you're going to actually localize all those specific issues for your country or region. There are no competitors if you're first, and the risk is misjudging the local needs. A great example is Baidu. So one of the interesting things about market type is that it really gives us a handle in trying to understand the expected time of profitability from shortest to longest. Take a look at the list below and rank the markets in order of expected time to profitability. So when we look at an existing market, it's clear that if you've matched those market needs, you could be achieving profitability the soonest. If you were doing a clone market, that is copying a U.S. business model in a foreign country, that probably is the second closest to immediate profitability because you know the market exists, you just need to implement it in your local country. Resegmented market, well, that's probably somewhere in between existing and clone and new because you not only have to understand the market, you have to understand the customer's specific niche or low-cost needs. But the longest time to profitability is a new market. You have a vision, you understand what the future might look like, but the market just hasn't adopted yet, and that might take years. Again, a little further definition, in an existing market, incumbents exist, customers can name the market, customers want or need better performance, and it's usually a technology-driven play. Positioning is driven by the product and how much value customers place on its features. The risks in an existing market is thinking that the incumbents are dumb. Typically, incumbents, unless they're large corporations that are falling asleep, will defend their turf. Remember the network effects of an incumbent. It might mean that it's not only about their product, but it might be all the ancillary services and third-party offerings they have in their catalog. And remember, just as you're focused on innovation, most incumbents are focused on innovation. So before you jump into an existing market, you need to take a look at the innovation rate of the incumbents. Now, one of the interesting things is trying to figure out what sales look like and what's the adoption rate in a new market. It turns out one of the interesting curves for startup companies is a technology lifecycle adoption curve popularized by Jeff Moore in a book called Crossing the Chasm. And Moore postulated that there was a gap, a chasm, between visionaries and the mainstream and pragmatic and conservative market. It turns out, though, in an existing market, that chasm between these early adopters and the mainstream is very small or non-existent. Because if you're right entering an existing market, your sales curve, the spreadsheet you're putting together for your revenue, if you get it correctly, should look just like this. You're taking market share from incumbents from day one. In an existing market, if customers react to your hypotheses that what they needed was higher performance, and you were correct, this is your revenue curve. Congratulations. Now the other thing is in a resegmented market, again we use Southwest as a low-cost entrant, or Whole Foods as a unique niche supplier via positioning, what you really want to start asking is what factors can you eliminate that your industry has long competed on, or what can you reduce below the industry standard or raised above the industry standard, or what can be created that the industry has never offered. Now what's interesting is if you look at the chasm between your early adopters, your early evangelists, and the mainstream market in a resegmented market, this is what Moore was kind of talking about, called the chasm. There really is a gap between what these people want and a gap between their needs. And if you're not careful, your sales curve, while it would start looking like this over here, actually might collapse until the mainstream adopts. So let's take a look at what a sales curve might look like in a resegmented market. And it's a complex sales growth chart, because in the first couple of years, you're just kind of getting the spillover of people who kind of think you're just a competitor in the existing market. And your sales will kind of tootle along until, if you're correct, and you were right about that niche or low-cost segmentation, you will start seeing an exponential increase in sales. And if you're wrong, well, you'll just kind of be one of the many competitors in an existing market. Now, the next market type is a new market. Customers don't exist today. That's the real questions are, if they don't exist, how will anybody find out about you, and how will they even become aware that they need to be in this new market? And by the way, how do you know the market size of something that doesn't even exist today? The market size is 0. And what factors should you create that the industry has never offered? Now, a way to look at this is take a look at the chasm. Man, this is scary. That is, you can sell to the crazy people all you want, the early evangelists, the early adopters, and that's nice, but you'll have a small business until you figure out, how do we get the masses to adopt? And here's what that hockey stick sales curve looks like. Here are the early people you're selling to, and one of the mistakes that startups and entrepreneurs and founders make is look at that slope of those early sales. And when you get them, you go, great, time to kick up spending, and look at this, our board's happy, and why don't we start doing advertising and staffing up the company? But then it kind of declines, and people scratch their head going, what's going on? What's going on is the mainstream market just hasn't adopted. And this might go on for years and never kick in, but if you're lucky, you'll hit a tipping point and market adoption happens. And when it happens faster than you can imagine. But at times, it takes longer to get there than you can imagine. So in a new market, one of the things you need to be thinking about is there any possible way to move this curve in? There's a couple of really interesting things to notice about a new market. One is, this valley of death of almost no sales can continue for years. Now, why is this important to know? Well, just imagine you're a startup and you've put together a nice financial forecast for your board and your investors, and they all believe that you are in an existing market. So they're expecting you to have revenue that increases every year. Why? Because you've never asked the question, what type of market am I in? Now, if you're in a new market, you now know that it's quite possible that you might have a curve that doesn't look like this, but actually is flat for a long period of time. So the consequences of understanding a new market are essential for a startup. This was a startup killer for decades. In a new market, there are no customers, so revenues might extend out for years. In fact, if you think about what happened during the dot-com bubble in the beginning of the 21st century, is every startup executed like they were in an existing market. They hired salespeople, they spent marketing dollars and in scale of tens of millions of dollars trying to create end-user demand for a market that didn't exist. Just imagine what would have happened if those startups would have parked their capital in a bank, getting interest, and doing guerrilla activities to help start the market, because the market wasn't there. There is no way any individual startup can accelerate technology diffusion. So for a new market to take off, lots of things external to your startup need to happen. Regulation needs to change, platforms need to become cheaper, customer tastes need to change, etc. The dot-com bubble was actually predicated on all of these things happening all at once, and they didn't. And therefore, all that money that got raised got spent trying to acquire customers when there were none. The test for whether you're in a new market is not whether 30 people in your regional cluster or in Silicon Valley or New York have heard about your technology. The real test is whether your grandmother in Omaha or Berlin or in Uganda actually have heard about the technology or the product or the market. And if the market doesn't exist there, you might be spending a lot of money trying to create a market where there is none. Premature spending is the killer for startups. So let's take a look at the last type of market. That's the clone market. This takes foreign business models and adopts it to local conditions. What's a foreign business model? Typically right now, a foreign business model is one that's occurring in the US. What's a local condition? Well, if your language is different than English, or your culture is different than the US, or if your country has import restrictions or local control and ownership, and you have a market large enough to support a business model, typically countries with north of 100 million people that fit this criteria might be China, India, Russia, Brazil, even the EU itself. Just cloning US business models that exist is not a bad business strategy. So let's follow our Jersey Square team and see what they did with customer segments. Now, what happened is they got out of the building and this time actually spoke to a series of customers. They spoke to over 60. And what they found out was what they originally thought was a single customer segment actually turned out to be there were two separate segments. It turned out there were the original segment they thought, rabid sports jersey owners who were male, 13 to 35, who passionately followed their team and went to a lot of games. But there were also people who casually attended games, male and female, and they kind of were closer to 18 to 30, and they were casual fans. So number one is you can now see that there are not only two customer segments, but there are two value propositions. That is, there's a value proposition that matches each one of the segments, and there's a revenue stream that matches each one of the segments. And so now you could kind of see the power of the canvas. This is a multi-sided market. You have at least two customer segments, and you have two value props and attendant revenue streams. Now you should notice what the Jersey Square team did wonderfully well is they actually started with the archetype. The archetype, though, if you remember, is kind of the end result of understanding the pain and the gain we were solving with the value proposition. So they really were missing talking about gains and pains over here as well. And it would have been great if they had that added in, but a pretty good job in trying to understand what their archetype was, which needed to match their minimum viable product over here. So we covered a lot of material in the customer segment part of the business model canvas. We talked about the jobs to be done, we talked about pains, we talked about gains, we talked about multi-sided markets, and we closed with market type. Let me give you an example of a couple of startups who actually went and tried to define their customer segments. So here was one that the startup was actually trying to understand how to find foreign students at universities. And so they were putting together their archetype. And this was just a definition of meet this student, and here's who they are, and here's their family, and oh, this is their first time in America. And because it was about providing financial services to foreign students, they actually understood something about their credit score, about social security number, U.S. address, whether they were responsible academically and financially, and whether their social network was responsible. Another example of a customer segment was someone making new kiteboarding equipment. Who were their customers? Professional kite surfers. They solely concerned with performance, but they had another segment, average kite surfers. And they had a third, prospective kite surfers. And though I don't think they were this young, they were actually trying to understand how to segment their market and what their specific performance needs for kite surfs were in each segment. The other thing that we're interested in doing, if you remember in customer segments, is understanding the day in the life of a customer. Now, sometimes this could actually be diagrammed as how do they spend their time? And this happens to be how does a designer spend their time putting together an architectural product. So how much they spend in phase one and in prototyping and manufacturing and final product. And so this was giving them a view of what it would look like. And so they could now describe to me and others, oh, and our product fits right here and here's why, etc. Here was another example of someone trying to understand the customer problem of couples who happen to be on separate coasts or long distance from each other. And they were trying to understand what the problems were. And so they were able to articulate all the key pieces and kind of rank them by priority. I thought this was a great way to kind of diagram the problem. Here was another example of a team putting together a detailed archetype of a set of customers. They gave their archetype a name, Pat the Professional. Specified who Pat was, upwardly mobile, professional, salary, what they did, how much they spend, what their demographics are, what their traits were, what their motivations were, how many were there, where they worked, where they bought, etc. I thought this was a great example of a professional class consumer who was shopping frequently online. Another example in medical devices, trying to understand two segments, oncologist and pathologist. Here's what they did, here's what they cared about, and more importantly, here's how they paid. Here's how they paid in the hospital, and here's how they got reimbursed. Here's another example of a mammography product, how patient care worked inside of a hospital, and how people got reimbursed. So you can find these examples and more on the link below. Today we're going to be talking about distribution channels. How does your product get from your company to your customer? You're all familiar with the business model canvas. We've already talked about value propositions, and we've talked about customer segments in the last two lectures. But today, we're going to talk about channels. So let's take a look at our business model canvas. Channels is just one of the 9 boxes in the canvas, and it's a series of hypotheses of how does our product get from our company to our customer. Now, when companies first started, they were essentially manufacturing concerns, and they hired agents, outsiders, to be their sales channel. And the first types of companies we had made physical products, and therefore had physical channels, salespeople, stores, etc. But with the emergence of the web, we now have web and mobile channels. And so a choice for us is picking the right distribution channel. We're going to talk about physical versus web mobile channels. So one of the best ways to understand channels is to think about how business first started. We first started distributing and making physical products, cars, food, utilities, etc. And we distributed them through direct sales force. That is, people you shook hands with, looked in the eye, and met. And it wasn't until the mid-20th century that we actually started selling virtual products, things that didn't quite exist physically, like insurance, stocks and bonds, enterprise software, shrink-wrap software, started to be distributed through physical channels, but they didn't exist in the real world. But it wasn't until the mid-1990s, with the emergence of the internet, that we were able to distribute physical products through a virtual channel. Think of Amazon, or Zappos, or Netflix. Even consumer electronics sold through the web. And what's happened in the beginning of the 21st century is we now have products that don't exist at all. Facebook, Twitter, Google, they're all bits, and they're also distributed via the web. This virtual distribution channel allows for easier customization, optimization, and allows you to change both product and channel almost on the fly. Through the rest of this lecture, we're going to show you which channels might be optimum for your startup and allow you to choose which one to pick. Thinking about the 2x2 matrix on the last slide, the real question for you is, how does your product get to the customer? And I think the real questions start with, what type of product do I have? Do I have a product made out of bits? That is it virtual? Or is my product a physical product? And I think that's a simple choice you need to make right now. Is your product physical or is it bits? The next thing you need to ask is, what's going to be my distribution channel? Is it going to be direct? That is, am I going to either offer it on a website I own or have direct salespeople that work for me? Or is it going to be indirect? That is, am I going to put it on a third-party website like on Amazon or a web aggregator? Or physically, am I going to use system integrators or VARs or some other indirect channel like a retail store? So just select what you think will work for your product. And so later on in the lecture, we'll analyze the potential choices for you to pick for your product. The good news is there really is no answer. As we get further on in these series of videos, you'll get to see how you end up choosing which is right for your company. If you remember in our last slide, one of the choices was whether you were using physical or virtual distribution channels. Let's take a look at virtual channels, which are not only the web, but also might include iPhone apps or the cloud as well. The first choice might be dedicated e-commerce. That is, you might have a website that belongs to you, and that is one choice. Another choice is that you might have an app that runs on a mobile device. And mobile devices like Android and Apple and others and Microsoft require you to use their platform, App Store. And so that might be a choice. Another choice is to use two-step distribution. That is, there might be other distributors who have major web presences, Amazon, Walmart, other local and regional stores, and you might actually sell your virtual product through theirs, or physical products. You might use an aggregator. An aggregator is somebody who takes a vertical market approach, insurance, shoes, etc. Some examples are for insurance, LendingTree or Zappos. Another might be social commerce. Social commerce sites for distribution might include Facebook, Twitter, etc. Zynga, which is a video game company, uses predominantly Facebook as its platform. And then finally, flash sales. Examples include Groupon and Living Social. Now, the first instinct of almost any startup founders, when you understand all the choices for distribution channels, is to say yes. And the question is, yes to what? You can't afford to pick multiple channels on day one. Most successful startups pick one of these and then may eventually expand into others. So the question for you is, what's going to be your first distribution channel on the web, cloud, or for mobile devices? Maybe your product requires a physical distribution channel. Let's take a look at all the choices that you might have when you start your company. The first one is you might be an OEM. OEM stands for Original Equipment Manufacturer. You might have a component, let's say a graphics chip, that goes inside of someone else's laptop. So you might be a graphics supplier to Apple or Hewlett-Packard. But it's Apple and HP's name and their brand that shows up on the outside of the box. And so while you're making money, it is their marketing and brand. So for a system integrator, you might be selling to a company, let's say you're Cisco, but you're selling to somebody who's building an entire telephone switching network. And this system integrator would take your component, your switches and routers, and actually build out a system that includes devices from other companies, and they add some value-added software and additional hardware and create an entire system for an end user. A value-added reseller might take a computer system, add other prepackaged softwares from other third-party vendors, add maybe some utilities of their own, and sell a turnkey solution to an end user. And so they build less complex systems with less value added than system integrators, but they could be great partners. In a physical channel, a direct sales force are salespeople that work for you directly and typically sell directly to the end user. Now, if you're delivering a physical product, one of the alternate channels that you might want to consider is the web or online sales as well. So for some industries, distributors play a pivotal role in the distribution of the product. They provide wholesale warehousing, they provide distribution and accounting, bill collection, etc. And distributors might sell to dealers. Most dealers are just simply storefronts. Some of them might actually add some service or support, but they're essentially an extension of the distribution channel. And they talk to the end users. So dealers might not have a physical storefront for end user customers, but retailers are all about Main Street and talking to your customers. Another form of retailer are mass merchants. So instead of just small storefronts, they aggregate tens or hundreds of thousands of products under one roof. Retailers and mass merchants often, though not always, get their products supplied through distributors. So here are 4 examples of distribution channels: system integrator, dealer, web, direct sales. I want you to start thinking about which channel can handle the most complexity and which channel can handle the least. Enter the numbers 1 through 4. So we just discussed the number of distribution channels available to a startup, and we talked about picking one. But what's really interesting is the solution complexity that each channel can handle. That is, system integrators are designed to handle complex systems. And so therefore, on the x-axis, we see increasing complexity of what each channel can actually handle. And what's the sales and marketing complexity of each sale on the y-axis? So for example, system integrators are great for putting in defense systems or telecom systems that require hundreds or thousands of moving parts and software and hardware. Or on the other extreme, the complexity of selling toner over the web. Incredibly simple, simply consumers already know what they want, and the channel just simply is there to fulfill end user demand. And the marketing complexity, you simply just say toner for your printer. So when we look at a sales channel, we talk about what's called value added. How much value is the channel adding? And as we go up this curve, we're seeing higher value added at each step. Web, telesales, almost no value added. Retail maybe adds a little support. VARs, a lot of integration and support. Direct sales, that's a direct connection to your factory. System integrators, not only supporting and service and integrating your products, but potentially tens of others. So each portion of this channel is adding higher and higher value. Now what's interesting is this higher value added comes with a cost. Typically, higher volume systems are at the low end. So you might be selling hundreds or hundreds of thousands of cases of toners, but you might be doing 10 large system integrations a year. Some more examples: retail channel might carry PCs, VARs might do video editing systems that are turnkey. For direct sales, though, this is the anomaly. Remember, these are the salespeople who work for you directly. One of the interesting things that you'll be considering later is how much you're paying your salespeople and how many dollars they need to be bringing in every year to justify their existence and bringing a profit to their company. So this ends up to be an interesting calculation. Your direct salespeople can actually be the one talking to the consumers directly, or they could be the ones selling to system integrators, VARs, retail, and web and telesales people. And so this is a math problem we'll think about in the coming discussions. So let's take a look and see how much you've learned about product channel fit. If you remember, we talked about system integrators, having your own direct sales force, the role of value-added resellers, retail, and web or telesales. And let's see, which products do you think would fit best under each channel? So select one product for each channel. So for telesales, I thought the best answer was toner. For retail, I thought the best answer was PCs. For VARs, turnkey video editing systems. And for direct sales, well, insurance has been sold that way for the last 100 years. And for system integrators, putting together a telecommunications network is their expertise. So let's take a look at the channel economics. In other words, how are we going to make money? So let's take a look at a direct sales example. You have a sales force and you're selling directly to the end consumer. So let's assume that the list price of your product is $100. So one of the first questions in thinking about how to come up with this $100 list price is to understand how much did it actually cost me to manufacture a product. Now, in the web, it might be the cost of my engineers. But in a physical product, it might be the costed bill of materials coming out of my factory. And so let's assume for the sake of discussion that that was $33. $33 to build my product. Next, let's take a look at the costs of my R&D, that is my engineering, the cost of my direct sales people, maybe commissions or direct sales compensation, and then general and administration costs, what it cost me to have leases and lunches and free snacks, and that might be another $20. And so right now, it's $53 just to keep the lights on in my building. Now, something we should consider is that no end user pays list price. So let's assume that this area represents a discount from the list price, let's say 10%. That means your revenue to your company would not be $100, but $90. So wait a minute, you're getting $90, but you spent a total of $53 building the product and keeping the lights on. And that leaves right in the middle how much profit you have. In this case, it would be $37. So your selling costs were embedded here. This was the commission or direct sales cost or whatever you were paying your direct salespeople, and you made $37 selling directly. So now that we looked at channel economics for direct sales, let's go take a look at what the channel economics would look like if we were selling through an indirect channel, resellers. So as you could see, we still have the same cost of goods to manufacture the product as before, $33. Now what's kind of interesting is if we look at the R&D, selling cost, and general administration cost, our R&D might be the same, and keeping the lights on in the building might be the same, but our selling costs are lower because we're selling through resellers. We still need a direct salesperson, but this time instead of them talking to every possible end user, they're actually talking to a few number of resellers. So let's say instead of $20, our SG&A, sales, general, and admin cost plus R&D this time is $15 rather than $20. And that the total of getting the product out the door is now $48. Just like before, our list price is $100, and in the store, the end user expects maybe a 10% discount, and so the revenue to the sales channel this time, not to us, is $90. But this time, we have resellers, and the resellers don't work for us. They're the ones actually selling the product, and they take the difference between $90 and let's say $70, which they're going to pay us. And so their profit is $20 for carrying, stocking, and reselling our product, and our profit is just $22 this time because we're selling through someone else. But remember, our costs were lower. So one of the trade-offs in using what's called an indirect channel is that your selling costs are lower, but you're giving a big chunk of your profit to other people not part of your company. So let's take a look at channel economics, but this time assume you are an original equipment manufacturer and your product becomes some other customer's cost of goods. So let's assume this diagram on the top is a laptop computer sold through a computer reseller channel. And let's say this laptop sells for $3,000. And like any other channel, the end user assumes they get a discount. The reseller is taking a profit, but gee, that reseller was actually buying these laptops from a master distributor. Now, remember, back here, the manufacturer of the laptop had their cost of goods, sometimes abbreviated COGS, which include manufacturing costs, components, etc. And finally, they had their sales costs, their R&D costs, and their general and administrative costs. And finally, after all that, they make a profit. So where do you fit? This is just a laptop manufacturer. Assume this is Apple or HP. But in this case, you were a graphics chip supplier to Apple or HP, and you were just one single component on their motherboard. Well, if you really think about it, you were fitting in here in their cost of goods. And now your cost of goods, your sales, general, and administrative costs, your profit, and now your reseller costs. Now, in some cases, you might have been selling directly your parts into HP or Apple, and you would not have reseller costs, but you would have more direct sales costs. Remember, this stands for sales, general, and administrative costs. And so your profit is minuscule compared to what the laptop manufacturer is making, but you might be selling millions of single chips. And so that profit is multiplied by that high volume when you OEM a product. For this quiz, to check your understanding of the channel diagrams, match the appropriate channel diagram to the corresponding channel and put the appropriate number in the correct box. So direct sales was number 2. OEM was number 1. Distributors was number 4. And resellers, number 3. Good job. So let's take a look at our Jersey Square team and see what they've done with channels. By the time they've gotten to this part in the canvas, they've actually recognized that besides working on channels, they actually have 2 distinct customer segments: sport jersey owners and single game attendees. And just if you remember, by the time you understand you have multiple segments, that means you need multiple value propositions and multiple revenue streams. And you might also have multiple channels and customer relationships, but at least at this point in their thinking, the only thing that matches the channels are the value prop and revenue streams. And so let's see what they've learned about the channels. In getting out of the building, they understood that both segments, the sports jersey owners and the single game attendees, really like the idea of going to their website and actually being able to buy or rent a jersey. But their hypotheses that stadium shop owners and vendors would be a channel and or a partner early on turned out to be incorrect. In talking to those 2 channels, they discovered that they viewed Jersey Square as a potential competitor. And they also understood the sales cycle of selling to them as a channel was going to be a lot longer than they had to start up their company. And so they kind of put this off the list for now, and they might get back to this later. They also started looking at direct mail and realized that direct mail was nothing more than a potential customer acquisition activity rather than a channel itself. So that just left them with a direct website and potentially ticket websites. And remember, your goal as a startup is not to make the longest list of potential channels, but in fact to narrow down what is it you're going to be focusing on in your early days. Today we're going to be talking about customer relationships. In other words, how do you get, keep, and grow customers? So in the last lecture, you remember the business model canvas, all the 9 components of a startup. We talked about value proposition, and we talked about customer segments. We talked about channels, but today we're going to focus on customer relationships. Customer relationships really is about how do you get customers, how do you keep customers, and how do you grow them. Here are 2 get, keep, and grow funnels. And the one thing to notice is the one on the top represents a physical channel, and the one on the bottom is web mobile. And the thing to just remember is a physical channel, as we're going to see later, that the details inside of how you get or acquire customers are different than how you would acquire customers in web mobile. Just know that the physical representation of the customer life cycle, get, keep, and grow, is kind of this double-barreled funnel. And that's why we draw it this way. It just allows you to kind of understand how do customers get into our company, how do we get them, how do we keep them, and how do we grow them. And so let's look at both of these, get, keep, and grow for physical and web mobile channels in a little more detail. So to recap, what are the 3 parts of customer relationships? Is it channel? Is it grow? Is it segments? Is it get? Is it partners? Or is it keep? Select the 3 that make up customer relationships. So the answers are get, keep, and grow are the 3 parts of customer relationships. As we'll see, customer relationships start with get. Get is how you actually acquire customers and get them to purchase your product. Keep, just like it sounds. How do you keep customers for a long period of time rather than losing the ones you've spent all the money acquiring? And then grow is a neat trick that smart companies do, is that they understand that it's a lot more expensive to get customers than to keep them and grow them. And so they figure out how to sell existing customers more products. Get, keep, and grow, the 3 components of customer relationships. Now, we keep using the words get, keep, and grow, but this get, keep, and grow actually refers to human beings, not just random ideas. And one of the things we need to understand is what's the archetype or the persona of our customers that we're actually wanting to get. And so one of the things that's kind of hard for startups is to realize that getting customers isn't some abstract idea. You really need to understand who your customers are. And this is not just thinking about selling to consumers. Even in corporations, there are human beings with titles that you need to figure out almost the same things as you would in a consumer company. And so what you need to understand, what are the roles of these individuals you're trying to sell to? Who are they? If it's in a company, what's their position? What's their title? What's their organization? And by the way, not just on the org chart, how do they get influenced or who do they influence? And if they're actually buyers, how do they buy? I mean, how do they hear about products? How do they know about you? And as we'll see later, one of the interesting things is there are some customers that are users, like in Google, there are people who use search, but there are people who are payers, who are actually a whole different customer segment. So you need to understand, are these people, this archetype I'm trying to define, are they the users, are they payers, are they regulators, or are they somewhere else in the buying process? And what you really are trying to understand, if you remember from the value proposition and customer segment lectures, is you're trying to understand what pain is being solved for them and what gain is your product creating for them. And at the core is you're trying to derive an archetype of who they are. And so what we tend to do is suggest there are startups that you literally start with a series of hypotheses, and you get out of the building, and in your customer discovery process, you're going to start refining archetypes. Turns out that most companies are selling to multiple archetypes. If you have 2 or 3, don't worry, that's probably fine. If you have 20, it means you voted none of the above, and you really need to refine it more. But then we suggest that companies actually pick a representative picture of who that persona is, who the person would most represent that archetype, put together a poster, post it on the wall of your engineering department, and say, here's who you're building the product for. It's Dave. He might be young urban professional, 21 to 30, lives in large cities, buys X or Y. Or it could be Sally, Midwest mother of 45 to 55 in the Midwest of the United States. Or someone in India or China. It doesn't matter. What you need to do is have an opinion based on some fact that gets refined, that helps you understand these are the people we're trying to acquire. And don't angst about your first hypothesis, but understand the whole goal of customer discovery is to continually to refine. These are the people we think are most likely to buy in the early stages of our company. So once I understand who my archetypes or persona is, the next thing I want to figure out is how do I get them into this funnel? Regardless of whether it's web or mobile, I need to somehow figure out how to get the interests of my customer archetypes, Dave in major urban area or Sally in the Midwest or someone in China or India. How do I get them interested? And there are 2 types of ways to create demand. The first set of things are paid demand creation activities. Fancy word for saying, I'm going to pay somebody to get your interest. First people I might want to pay is a public relations agency. I might pay them a certain fee per month to help get stories about my products appear and or my company in newspapers or on blogs or in tech journals, etc. And so hiring a PR agency is a paid demand creation activity. Another common paid activity is advertising. What kind of advertising? Well, it depends what my archetype reads. If they read a blog, I want to somehow get either keywords or banner ads or something on the blog. If they read newspapers or tech journals or listen to radio or television, that is, I want to match my demand creation activities to what I know about my archetype. I'm not just going to randomly do this. I'm actually going to try to match what I know to what I'm going to pay for. Next thing could be trade shows. In some industries, people still physically go to trade shows, have booths, walk the aisles, meet people. Maybe I should be at one and have a booth. And maybe I'll find out my archetypes don't even care. And by the way, just as an aside, you might also want to be worried about where do your partners show up. Maybe they show up at trade shows. The other thing is I might find out instead of trade shows and or webinars might be interesting. Or I just might want to be sending them email or direct mail. The U.S. Post Office or post offices in other countries are still happy to carry your advertising, though these become less and less effective the more and more people are on the web. And then finally, search engine marketing, Google AdWords, Facebook ads, etc., are now just a standard way to pay for demand creation activities regardless of whether it's a physical channel or a mobile channel. All of these activities are designed to feed the sales funnel. That demand creation funnel is going to be fed by these things you do. So unlike paid demand creation activities, earned demand creation activities is just another word for the types of demand creation activities we get for free. These might be publications in journals. They might be conferences you get to speak at, speeches you give elsewhere, maybe blogs you put on your blog, or you might be invited to do guest blogs elsewhere, or guest articles. Or, most importantly, it might be social media. You might have a company Facebook page, you might tweet, people in your company might tweet, anything you could do for free that gets you attention of the key customer archetypes and helps drive them into your acquisition activities. And let's just take a look again at those activities. If you remember, what we're trying to do is get, keep, and grow customers. And so these things on the left, with all these arrows going into the funnel, those represent all the demand creation activities you were doing, either paid or free. And in a physical channel, they were getting you into the funnel on the top. And for web, mobile, or cloud, they were getting you into the funnel on the bottom. And remember, these are just visual representations of a process. The world doesn't actually look like this, but when you get good enough at this, you tend to actually look at your process literally looking as a funnel laying on its side, and you tend to think about how do we efficiently get payers or users into the funnel and all the way through. Let's take a look at a customer acquisition process that reaches 100 people a day and activates 10%. How many customers will you have after 2 days, and how many will you have after a week? The answer is simple math. After 2 days, you'll have activated 20 customers. After 7 days, you'll activate 70. So let's take a look at getting customers for a physical channel. So what does that mean? So imagine you're JetBlue, and you now have a new airline route going from LaGuardia in the United States in New York City down to Florida, Orlando. And you really want to get people to know about this new airline route. Well, the first thing you're going to use is earned and paid media. You might run TV ads, you might run radio spots, newspapers, your website, you might send out email. And the first thing you're doing with this paid media is you're trying to get people aware that you even have a flight from New York to Orlando. And so this first step in a physical channel is generating awareness. People just need to know that this thing exists. Now, the bad news is that your ad agencies and whatever could tell you how many people this ad will reach, but they can't quite tell you yet how many will purchase. But you're interested in, okay, did they hear this? The next thing that you might want is to know, are they interested? Nowadays, even in physical channels, we could see it. Did anybody hit the JetBlue website, and did they push the button on fares from Orlando and New York to Orlando? Is there some interest, or did they call your 1-800 number? But really, where it finally gets engaging in a physical channel is, are people actually asking for the schedules and are hitting the how much does it cost page? And in fact, what you really want to be tracking is, are people calling reservations, or if this was a car dealership, are they showing up in the dealer, taking the car out for a test drive? That's consideration. And in a physical channel, it's really interesting to measure the difference between how many people did my ads or free media reach versus how many did I get into my physical channel to actually consider the product. How many showed up in the store? How many showed up on my website? How many called the 800 number? And it's this space between actually doing, and this is what makes it so hard in physical channels, is all the effort on paid and earned media. You really don't know where those customers are until they're physically inside your channel considering the purchase. And then, of course, when they click, I'll buy it, or tell a dealer, I'll take the car, or in JetBlue's case, actually say, I'll buy this fare or book this seat, do you finally understand whether you have the order or not? And that's what acquisition looks like in a physical channel. Awareness, consideration, and purchase. Now, in a world where basically that's all you do is you create demand on the left side of the funnel and somebody purchases on the right, you could kind of like measure how much it costs to do that. And we'll talk about customer acquisition cost a little later, but there's a little magic accelerator on the bottom of these funnels. And that's called the viral loop. And a viral loop could be something as simple as somebody bought one of your products in the store and could not wait to tell their friends. wow, this was the greatest thing ever. You can't wait to get in. Boom. You now have kind of a magnifying effect, a viral effect about selling your product based on users loving it. That's happened for hundreds of years. But now we could sometimes engineer this viral loop by saying, is there anything we can do? Any incentives? Any ways to kind of give rebates? Is there a way to turn our customers into salespeople to kind of accelerate this purchase to help us get new customers? And smart startups think about this loop all the time. So viral loops are something that startups want to see if it's possible to create. Now, just don't feel bad if in your company it's really not possible to do viral. For example, in dating sites. Not everybody wants to announce to their friends that they're actually visiting a dating site. So in some cases, it might not be possible. But in others, you should always keep your eye out. Is it possible to make this funnel more efficient? Just as a note, one of the interesting things about getting customers is I happen to draw the funnel that says awareness, interest, consideration, and purchase. But here's just a heads up. In your funnel, in your physical channel, you might decide the steps are slightly different. So don't feel locked in to calling them awareness, interest, consideration, and purchase. Just realize that you need to modify this to what your real cycle is. And you will only kind of learn that as you watch customers get from being aware of your product to purchase. So use this as a template, but don't think that there's anything magic about this. It's just a proxy. We've just been talking about getting customers in a physical channel, but what's really interesting is most startups kind of forget that it's much more expensive to get a customer than it is to keep one. Yet we seem to go from order to order or user to user, forgetting about thinking about over time is how can we extract more dollars or usage or whatever's important to us from our existing customers. How we do that is the first thing we need to do is make sure our existing customers we've just gotten don't go away. And so if you're in business long enough, you start thinking about how to keep customers. Some examples? Well, the airlines are the perfect examples of keeping customers. They run something called the loyalty programs. They give you points, they give you rewards, etc. for staying with their airline. Credit card companies. Boy, they love to keep you using their credit card because, you know what, it's just a piece of plastic and they're loaning you money. Anybody could do that, but they want your business full time. So they'll make up programs and, things that make you think about, oh, it would be terrible to leave this credit card to this airline because I lose all the points. That's a great example of a loyalty program. Or product updates. Here's a way to keep me loyal is instead of just this one-time purchase, I'm getting these updates or newsletters or something useful through the lifetime of the product. And smart companies who not only do loyalty and product updates, sometimes just send me newsletters and here's what's going on and here's whatever and how can we help you, etc. Even though on day one you're not thinking about keeping customers because you're desperately worried about getting them, just understand the next thing you're going to be doing is worrying about how to keep your most valuable customers. So the next step in this funnel is, remember, we just talked about getting customers, and let's talk about keeping customers. This is what I call the you should be so lucky to have this problem part of the funnel. And that's how you grow the customers you have. If you're thinking about growing customers, nothing magic. You've now sold these customers way back here under purchase, and you've kept them around with loyalty programs and product updates. But really what you'd like to do, understanding now that it's a lot cheaper to sell existing customers more stuff than it is to get new customers, is let's go try to sell them some stuff. And how can we do that? Well, the first thing you might want to think about is, can I unbundle some of the stuff in my startup that I try to package all at once? One of the mistakes that early stage ventures make, that is new companies, is thinking that you have to stick every possible feature in the product and sell it for the one price. It might be possible once you understand more and more about your customers to know that, you know what? Most people just kind of want the base product. Or you might have a freemium strategy, which just says, I'll give them the base product for free, but really understanding that what they're going to want, some percentage, is these other things. Unbundling is just a fancy word for saying, can I somehow decompose the product into separate pieces, giving some for free, or if you're lucky, charging for every one of them. I used to do this all the time to actually increase the average selling price by unbundling the product. The next thing to think about is, can I upsell the product? A retailer in the United States called Sears had a line of tools that they sold to people who made things, and their product line always had 3 types of products: good, better, and best. And what they would try to get you to do is get you into the store looking at the price of the good product, but then when you got there you said, well, I deserve better, and then someday I could aspire to the best. And so that was kind of upselling in the same product line. And in fact, in the United States, from the 1920s to the 1960s, the master of upselling was General Motors. When they had separate brands, each at a fixed price point. You started buying a car with a Chevrolet, then you moved up to a Buick, then a Pontiac, then a Oldsmobile, then eventually you could aspire to a Cadillac. And these were all kind of upselling based on aspirations. And the quality and features of the products increased as well. You might want to think about creating an upsell strategy. Cross-sell, well, that's also kind of simple. Gee, if you're buying one product, are there any accessories or companion products that you ought to just figure out to make sure that your customers are aware of? Or on the pricing page or on a price list, say, gee, when you buy this product, we'll give you a 20% discount off of this other one, which most consumers would realize, ooh, I'd like to have that too. And so thinking about what adjacent products, what products next to the one you're already selling customers can buy, is a cross-selling strategy. Finally, the last piece is referrals, and that's another growth strategy. And referrals basically generates this outer viral loop. Remember what we were trying to do in the initial purchase, or get your new customers to start telling their friends about your products? You want to do the same thing after you've had those customers for a while. Maybe now you want to give them discounts on future purchases. You want to say thank you for doing this. By the way, $100 off or $5 off of the next purchase. When you bring in the next new customers, banks now think that's a popular strategy. And this referral program just helps your customers, hopefully who are satisfied, sell more of your product for you. And so that's get, keep, and now grow customers. By the way, this grow funnel, just like in get customers, there's nothing magic about cross-sell, upsell, and unbundling. There might be other strategies that your company and your startup might want to stick into this funnel as well. We put this up as kind of a canonical model because most companies tend to use these types of techniques, but it really depends on what your industry and product line is. So let's take a look at now the web mobile funnel. Now, what's really interesting is in the web mobile funnel, the getting customers part of the funnel is actually quite simple, at least on first glance. We still have earned and paid media driving customers into the funnel. If you remember, we understood who the customer archetype was. We're running search engine marketing or search engine optimization. But in the web, we just really have to do 2 things. First one is we got to acquire customers, and then we activate them. Well, what's acquire mean? Acquire on the web is I want to get them to my site or to my mobile app or to my cloud app. How do I do that? As we said, earned and paid media will drive customers somehow to be looking at a place that you're at. But the next step is much harder. After I acquire them, I want them to do something. I just don't want them to look and go away. I want them to either pay for the product or sign up for something or become a user. That is, the word activate means I want you to engage with my website or my app and do something I have planned for you to do. Now, in the simple world, is what I would plan for you to do is open your wallet and give me all your money. In a non-perfect world, you might just be a user, and I'm going to monetize you by getting payers to pay for the fact that I have lots of users. But acquisition, that is acquire, and activation is a 2-part strategy. So in theory, understanding acquisition and activation seems pretty simple. I get it. I understand who my customers are, and then I figure out what earned and paid media I want to use. And on the web, that might be paying Google for AdWords, and I want to acquire them, and I want to activate them. How hard could this be? Well, it actually gets kind of fun, because the real metric, the way we kind of measure things, the language we use on the web, is customer acquisition cost. And what we want to do is figure out how much is it really going to cost us to get an activated customer out here on the right hand of the get funnel. So let's kind of do an exercise and see what it feels like and how does it work to get an activated customer and how much it costs. So let's assume I'm using Google AdWords and I'm paying 50 cents for pay per click. Now let's assume my campaign at 50 cents each gets me 10,000 people to come look at my website. Well, 50 cents times 10,000, that cost me $5,000. But the goal isn't to just have people visit. The goal is to get them to the end of the funnel. And at the end of the funnel, I want them to actually have paid for and or used the product. So the goal is to activate them. Now what's interesting is assume I'm offering a trial, and assume that maybe just 5% of the people who I've acquired actually now take the trial. And so I now have 500 people using my freemium product. But the goal is not to just have them use a freemium product. The goal is to actually have them pay for it. And what's interesting is assume 10% of those now actually pay. So I'd start with 10,000 people who came to my site. I spent $5,000 for them. 500 people took a trial of the product, and 50, only 50, actually paid for the full version of the product. So while 10,000 people looked great for $5,000 because it only cost me 50 cents per person, if we now do the math, we can now see it cost me $100 to acquire one paying customer. That $100 equals my customer acquisition cost. I used this example for a web mobile channel, but it's similar for a physical channel. You might not be doing pay-per-click, you might be doing direct mail math, or you might be doing television or radio math, but the math works the same. How much did it cost to acquire a customer? How much did the campaign cost? How much did it cost to get them to consider your product? How much did it cost them to take a test drive of your car or fly your airline? And what, in the end, was your customer acquisition cost? That's a key number for any founder thinking about a startup. So now we're going to do a quiz. And what we're going to do is try to calculate how much it costs to actually get an active customer. And let's start with the pay-per-click. Let's assume we're doing a web company, and we spend 75 cents on Google AdWords for every click that comes to our website here. Now assume we actually have figured out how to acquire 4,025 customers at 75 cents in this campaign. Next, we just don't want to get them to our website. We actually wanted them to sign up for our product. Assume 3.7% of these 4,025 customers actually converted from acquired customers to activated customers. So the question for this quiz is calculate what was the customer acquisition cost per customer. So let's see how we came up with our answer. So number one, our pay-per-click number was 75 cents for each customer that we got to our site. And we know we got 4,025 customers. And so if we multiply that out, we know we've spent $3,018. And the next number that's important is that not all 4,025 actually activated. And in fact, if we look at this number, our conversion number, only 3.7% converted. And so if we multiply that out, we'll discover that equals about 149 activated customers. And now, if we divide the $3,018 by these 149 activated customers, we find out that the customer acquisition cost, the CAC, equals about $20. More precisely, about $20.27. So let's take a look at keeping customers for the web mobile channel. So web mobile works almost exactly like physical channels. Keeping customers, it's exactly the same idea. You might want to offer loyalty programs, contests and events, blogs, RSS, and email, or social media, all designed to engage customers. What you want to think about keeping customers is that customers are a lot more expensive to acquire over here than they are to keep. And the key thing that you want to worry about is churn, or sometimes called customer attrition. And here's why. So imagine if you were losing 5% of your customers a month. Well, in 3 years, you'd only have about 16% of them left. But imagine if you could reduce churn to 1%, so that every month only 1% of these customers left. So after 36 months, with 1% attrition, you'd have 70% of your customers left. Just think about it. With 5% attrition, your average customer sticks around for about 20 months, but with 1% attrition, they stick around for 100 months. You get 5 times more revenue from the same customers by just working on keeping these customers around. Now, by the way, in reality, financial people discount the cash flows from customers later in this life cycle, so the actual value you get is somewhat less. How much less depends on your industry and cost of capital, but we'll leave that for the accountants in a more detailed class. So this last step is growing customers for the web mobile channels. Now, if you remember, we started here on the left. We did earned and paid media. We got customers, acquired them, and activated them. We've kept them, trying to keep churn to a minimum. And now we're going to grow customers with a series of activities, just like in the physical channel. Can we upsell? Can we next sell? Can we cross-sell? And we can get referrals that will get us a viral loop. One of the most important metrics to think about now that we have an end-to-end funnel is something called lifetime value. And lifetime value, LTV, is not your lifetime, but your customer's lifetime. How much will they spend with you and your company from the beginning to the very end? And this is kind of an interesting idea because most startups and most founders are focused on how do I get them to activate here? But for you to be a successful company and actually thinking about how much you could spend on them over here, you need to understand, can I get them to spend more and more over time, and how to keep them longer and longer by reducing churn? So one of the interesting equations for every startup is that lifetime value needs to be greater than customer acquisition cost. Seems intuitively obvious, but what you want to make sure is the amount of money you're collecting over here is bigger than the customer acquisition cost. You remember the amount of money you were spending from here to here. That was the customer acquisition cost, CAC, here. So lifetime value needs to be greater than customer acquisition cost. And as you get more familiar with your company and start talking to investors, the real interesting thing is, what is this ratio? For example, in SaaS software, some investors think that number should be 3 to 1. In telecom, it might be something else. But the key idea is you are now not just focused on the initial purchase, but you're focused on the lifetime value. If you have the world's most perfect business model, investors would love to see this number much bigger than this number. And so what you want to look for is a well-balanced model that takes into account how much you need to acquire customers, but how much ultimately you will extract from them over the lifetime. What's the lifetime? That really is up to you and your investors and how many years you calculate lifetime value. Some use 3 years, some use 5. That's a question that you and your investors will discuss. This acquisition cost versus lifetime value discussion really is a balancing act. So what are some of the balancing acts? Well, in the customer acquisition cost, if all of a sudden you could get a viral loop going, well, that decreases your cost of acquisition. If in fact your conversion rate between acquisition and activation could be increased, again, it decreases your customer acquisition cost. If you could do in physical channels, telesales or inside sales versus having a direct sales force, again, your CAC declines. The idea is, what can you do to make this very efficient? And therefore, also on lifetime value, how do you reduce churn and attrition in keeping customers? Do you have scalable pricing? Are you cross-selling and upselling a lot? Can you expand your product line? And again, are you getting a viral loop and referral loop from happy and satisfied customers telling others word of mouth? And so this is a balancing game. And for first-time entrepreneurs who are focused here, it's really important to think about customer acquisition cost and lifetime value. So again, let's use our Jersey Square team as an example of what customer relationships might look like. If you remember, we keep talking about get, keep, and grow, but what does that exactly look like? What is it you're doing? Well, getting customers is just like it sounds. I need to acquire them and activate them. And if you remember, the Jersey Square team said, my primary channel will be our own company website. So therefore, probably my number one way of getting customers are Google AdWords. And you can see a little experiment that they've ran here on the bottom, and they're doing a whole bunch of A/B testing and Google AdWord testing and Facebook testing. But they're trying to see whether that hypothesis about low-cost acquisition is possible. They're also doing guerrilla-style marketing on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. And they're trying to see whether they can make their business viral by actually having customers refer others. The key tenet of virality is, can you get other people to do your marketing for free? And they're also going to work on targeted promotions. All these right now are hypotheses, but pretty good starting points. But later on, they're thinking about what their funnel looks like in year 2 or 3. How are they going to keep these customers? Again, these are further out hypotheses, but we're thinking about customer loyalty programs, seniority credits, partnership rewards, free jersey giveaways, and then ultimately, how do they grow their customer base? Can they sell the customer data? Can they have a family plan? Is not only you wear a jersey, but you could have your wife and children, and we'll just ship an entire box of jerseys for every game to you. Premium subscriptions, and possibly you could actually rent out additional products like foam fingers, noisemakers, funny hats, etc. that actually might come in the same shipping box, and now you're getting a higher average selling price. So the question is, what is lifetime value? Is it the sum of all get activities, reducing churn, all of the grow revenue, or is it the total customer revenue through get, keep, grow? So customer lifetime value is exactly what it sounds like. What's the sum of all the revenue from day one purchase through keeping them, through all the grow activities you'll undertake? So lifetime value is the customer lifetime value from beginning to end. And just as a note, remember, customer acquisition costs, the part over here, needs to be less than customer lifetime value. That's how you stay in business and become a valuable company. So let's follow our Jersey Square team down and see what they've done for customer relationships. Well, it's really interesting to remember when they first started, customer relationships for them said search ads, social media, at stadium promotions, and there was nothing wrong with that. But really what they discovered is that they were actually just talking about the customer acquisition portion or the get portion of customer relationships. But we really want teams to understand, what are you going to do to keep customers long term, and what are you going to do to grow them in the next couple of years as well? So we ask you to think about get, keep, and grow, and they did a good job of getting out of the building and doing that. Today we're going to talk about revenue models. Very simply is, how does your company make money? So in our last lectures, we talked about value proposition, customer segments, distribution channels, customer relationships, get, keeping, and growing customers. But today, we're going to be talking about revenue streams. How is it that you make money? Now, revenue models seems incredibly simple. It answers the question, how does the company make money from each customer segment? But one of the things that we always tend to confuse is the difference between a revenue model and pricing. That is the amount of dollars that we might actually charge for the product. And this is a common mistake. What we're really trying to understand first is, what value is the customer paying for? And the first thing we need to figure out is, what is our revenue model? What's the revenue stream? That's our strategy. But what follows is then pricing. What is our tactics? So again, what we're going to try to figure out is, what's our strategy, revenue streams, and what's our tactics, pricing. And together, that means, how do we as a company make money from each customer segment? Let me just remind you that the reason why I love this lecture is that there's a series of common mistakes that first-time and even experienced entrepreneurs make in thinking about revenue and pricing. And the first one is that this whole idea about revenue stream, Steve, I get it. You know, a revenue stream, it's about the price, the dollar amount I'm charging customers. That's a mistake. You'll see later that pricing is a tactic. Or maybe I kind of get it, okay, now I understand that pricing's a tactic, but I'll set the price of the product based on how much it costs me to make it. Well, how else would you set pricing? Cost me 99 cents to make it? I'll charge $1.25, and that's a kind of a reasonable price. We'll also see why that might be a huge mistake in leaving lots of money on the table. And then kind of the third common error is my price has to be less than my competitor's price. If they're charging $5,000, the best way to enter a market is to charge $4,000. Why? No one would pay any more than the existing incumbents, and we're going to see that's another going out of business strategy. And all this depends on your knowledge that you've just learned about the customers, their reaction to the value proposition, and all the work you've been doing outside the building. You're going to have an incredible advantage in thinking about revenue and pricing. So the two questions we're going to talk about now are, what are my revenue streams? And next, within the revenue streams, how do I price the product? So let's take a look. What exactly is a revenue stream? A revenue stream is the strategy the company uses to generate cash from each customer segment. So if you have multiple customer segments, you may have multiple revenue streams. We'll go into this in some detail, but let's define pricing. Pricing are the tactics you use to set the price. How many dollars or pounds, or is it free, in each of these customer segments. So now let's go back and look at the revenue stream in some detail. First couple of questions you need to answer is, number one, what value are customers willing to pay for? Well, how do you know this? Well, on day one, you're just sitting in your building or in your classroom or in your lab, and you're guessing. You're going, hey, these are my customers, guess. These are the features they care about, guess. This is the value they're going to pay for, guess. But by now, you've been in front of a ton of customers. You've talked to them just extensively, and you understand what it is they value. And that's what we're going to use to figure out what the revenue streams and pricing are. The next thing that you actually found out outside the building was, how do customers pay for products today? Also, you want to understand, how much are they paying? So how do they pay and how much do they pay? So for big picture, let's go take a look at the revenue stream choices at the highest possible level. So I've just told you the difference between revenue streams and pricing models, but let's take a look at an example. So imagine I have 15 sales reps and they cover 27 cities in the United States and they're traveling all the time and they work for me. And by the way, my product, its material cost is $99, and I decided I'm going to add a $30 gross margin on top of it, so I sell the product for $129. So why don't you think about this for a second and tell me, which part was the revenue stream and which part was the pricing tactic? Are the sales reps in 27 cities the revenue stream, or are the cost plus $30 the revenue stream? Was the pricing tactics the sales rep, or was it the cost plus the gross margin? Another type of sale is an actual asset sale, direct sale. This is sale of ownership of the right to a physical product. And in a physical channel, some best examples are, buying cars, Ford or General Motors or Nissan, or going into a Walmart, buying products in their massive stores, or going to your local hardware store and buying some thermometers. Or, as we said earlier, there could be a usage fee strategy, and the fee is proportional to how much of the service you used. What's an example of companies that do usage fees? Well, every time you use your cell phone, either for voice or data, you're paying a fee proportional to the services. Or if you're a web developer, Amazon's web service has been the reason why the web has exploded, because you no longer need to buy hardware, but you're paying per computing or per database size or anything else. Or FedEx. You're now paying for every envelope or package you ship. Or, what's really interesting is electric power. Always used to be metered in proportional to the service, but now new solar companies have decided that instead of selling solar panels, their business model is, we'll install the panels for free, but we'll also become a utility. These are usage fee revenue strategies. Subscription fee. Instead of paying per use, why don't we pay kind of a flat fee every month for continuous access to a service? What's an example of that? Well, Salesforce.com. We pay literally for a continued use of the product, or maybe a better example is Netflix with all-you-could-eat downloads for videos. Want to watch infinite number of movies? You pay just a flat subscription fee. There are other revenue models, like renting. We rent houses, but the best example for me is Chegg in the book business. Now all of a sudden, I could temporarily rent books or borrow lenses, which says, listen, instead of buying expensive camera gear, which you might just use intermittently for photo shoots, like expensive Hasselblads or expensive lenses, why don't you just go in and rent them for a temporary amount of time? And of course, in the US and overseas, car rentals are the exact example for transportation. Instead of buying a car in every city, when you get off a plane, it's very easy, and we just kind of take for granted that you could have temporary access to automobiles, drive them for hours or days, and return them. Another type of revenue model is licensing. It's a fee for use for intellectual property, IP. What's an example of using somebody's IP? I can't think of one. Well, if you ever used any software from any computer manufacturer, congratulations. If you ever read the fine print from Microsoft or Electronic Arts or even Apple, you don't own your software. You're actually using it under a license. Surprise! That means you can't duplicate it and make 1 million copies and give it away to your friends. You have agreed with Microsoft or Electronic Arts that you're just licensing it for use on one computer, or if they're feeling generous this year, maybe your laptop and your phone and one desktop machine, but you do not have infinite rights to their intellectual property. Another type of revenue strategy could be an intermediation fee. Now, sometimes we find this in marketplaces, and it's a fee for bringing two parties together involved in a transaction. What's an example? Well, the most popular one right now is Airbnb. They don't own all those places they're renting, but what they do is essentially a dating service between you and someone who wants to make money in renting their apartment for a night or a couple nights. So you, the traveler who need a place to stay but don't want to stay in an expensive hotel, use their site as an intermediary. Or Etsy, or even better, Cafe Press, or E-Trade. All these are kind of brokers. And by the way, in the physical world, the classic is real estate brokers. They don't own the house and they don't own you, but they're a matchmaking service between you and the property you want to buy. Another strategy for a revenue stream could be advertising. So again, if you remember our conversation about Google's strategy and Facebook and Spice and Mint, it's all about creating massive numbers of users so I could monetize, fancy name for make money from, all those users, not from making them pay, because last time I looked, the Google search didn't cost me anything directly, but Google is actually using me to sell to advertisers. They're saying, hey, you want to get in front of people like Steve? All you have to do is pay us for access to these groups of individuals. And in fact, if we're very sophisticated, we could segment them by specific keywords or interests. So let's take a look and see if we understand revenue streams. On the top, we have some example of revenue stream possibilities. We could have direct, ancillary, asset, usage, or subscription. Why don't we match the best examples that go in each box? Why don't you put the number that corresponds to what you think the best examples are in the boxes underneath the revenue stream examples on the top? So obviously, direct, that would be a direct sales force, number 4. Ancillary would be number 2, referral revenue. An example of an asset revenue stream would be number 6, sale of ownership. Usage would be proportional users, number 7. And subscriptions would certainly be number 5, but also could be number 1. Now, in summary, revenue streams might take the form of a whole series of potential strategies. But what's interesting is inside of each revenue stream, you may have different pricing tactics. Let me say that again. We just talked about revenue streams. If you think about it, we didn't talk about how much to charge. We talked about the potential ways to charge, licensing and intermediation and direct sales, etc. But how do you think about pricing itself? How do you set prices? So let's take a look. Pricing is kind of the tactics. First thing is you have to figure out what's the revenue stream I'm going to use for the customer segment. But there are two types of prices. One is fixed pricing. Fixed pricing is just like it sounds. There's no haggling. Here's how it is. It's the fixed price. Now, fixed price, you could decide, well, how do I set that price? I'm going to take the cost of what it takes me to build the product, and I'm going to add some fixed markup, whatever I think my profit should be. And it's very simple. It's cost plus markup. And this gets me to the minimum price in the market. But you know what? I might know something that my competitors don't know. Because I've been out talking to these customers for weeks or months, and I know that they actually value my feature set, my value proposition, more than my competitors. And in an existing market, I know something no one knows. I know exactly how much they value what I will offer. So instead of pricing based on cost, I could actually price on specific customer segments or on features I know they need. There's a third type of fixed pricing, and that's called volume pricing. It might be that you want to encourage high volume because you have economies of scale. And so you might price the product, if you buy in quantities of 1 to 10, it's $1,000. But if you buy in quantities of 10 to 100, it's $900. And therefore you could keep stepping up the discount. But boy, if you buy in, hundreds of thousands or millions, instead of $1,000, we'll charge you $99. You know who does that? Go talk to Intel and the semiconductor manufacturers. They want to encourage high volume purchases. And so they have stepped pricing that is oriented to create volume. So cost plus markup, value pricing, and volume price are all examples of fixed pricing tactics. But there's another type of pricing. That's dynamic pricing. And dynamic pricing is exactly what it sounds like. Dynamic means it moves. Well, how can you have prices that kind of move? I thought all pricing is written down on a piece of paper and never changes. Well, if you ever think about it, pricing that you negotiate, yeah, we kind of have this price on paper, but that's just the starting point of a conversation. So negotiated prices is a dynamic price. But airlines are now a great example of another type of dynamic pricing, and that's called yield management. If you think about it, once an airplane takes off, they could no longer sell those seats. So a month before the flight, those seats might be $500. A week before, those seats might actually go up to $600. An hour before, those seats might drop down to $99 because that's planes leaving. And if we have empty seats, we're not getting any revenue. And so yield management is actually pretty interesting based on experience, on time, etc. And there's software programs and industries like airlines and car rentals, etc., that have perishable seats or time, actually are quite good at doing this. Another type of dynamic pricing are real-time markets. Stock market is a real-time market. And then auctions like eBay, another example of dynamic pricing. So again, two types of pricing models, fixed and dynamic. How do you know which one to use? You've been out talking to customers. How do they currently buy? And what's the revenue stream that's associated with these kind of pricing tactics? You need to be constantly thinking, what's the right revenue stream for the right segment? And within that, what's the right pricing model? Is it fixed or is it dynamic? And which one are you going to pick? So we just talked about the two categories of pricing tactics we could have. Fixed pricing tactics and dynamic pricing tactics. Take a look at the choices here on the left and match them to whether they're fixed or dynamic. It turns out we made this pretty easy. The first three, cost-based pricing, value-based pricing, or volume-based pricing, are all examples of fixed pricing tactics. And that just means that the last three, yield management, real time, and auctions, are examples of dynamic pricing. A couple of mistakes right on tactics I just want to remind you about. I mentioned them earlier, but a common startup error on day one is let's price on cost. We know how much it takes to build our product. We'll just add a markup that is a profit, and therefore we have a price. How hard can that be? This is typically not a strategic way to price. You might end up here, but boy, there's a lot more moves on the table. What you really want to think about is not just your internal economics, but the customer insight that you actually have. So I want you to think about, yes, pricing on cost is maybe the first place we start, but are we leaving a ton of money on the table? Because the alternative to pricing on cost is pricing on value. As we said earlier, you now know your customer segment's perception of the value of your value prop. Is it about time saved, new efficiency created? Remember we talked earlier about pains and gains for this customer segment. What is it that they value? Why are you saving them a ton of money? Now, customers don't necessarily feel that they want to pay this way, but smart marketeers and smart startup executives can convince customers that instead of paying on cost, they really ought to be thinking about that your company is unique in providing the most value, not just the cheapest product. Now, one other thing affects pricing, and we should think about it. In an existing market, if you remember our discussion about market type, we have existing markets, we resegment markets, we might be in a new market, or if we're in a country outside the United States, we might be cloning an existing business model. But if we're in an existing market, we got to kind of think about competition. Is there a monopoly? Is there a duopoly, an oligopoly? That is, are there dominant players that really kind of shape the pricing in our market? And what we really want to understand is, what's their product? What are their costs and prices? And what pricing will make them feel the worst? And more importantly, can we do strategies like bracket them? Can we undercut them? Can we niche or blue ocean strategy them? And so these are the things you want to think about if there are dominant players in an existing market. You want to actually have pricing as a strategy, not just a reaction. One of the things I just want to re-emphasize, because we mentioned it earlier, is the difference between single-sided markets and multi-sided markets. Now, single-sided markets, the customer is the user and the payer. That's a single-sided market. There are no separate users and there are no separate payers. You're it. Congratulations. You're the customer and you're going to pay for it. But in multi-sided markets, there might be users, but there also might be very separate people who are payers. And the example we keep using is Google, because everybody around the world has probably had at one time or another been a Google user. And when you use the Google search bar, you're one side of a multi-sided market. You're the user, but you're not the payer. You're not paying for the product. But in reality, you're paying implicitly because there is another side. The other side are the people using Google AdWords to look for keywords. And in multi-sided markets, the company, your startup, typically cares about acquiring a massive amount of users and then figuring out how to monetize those users next. Google decided to go for millions and then tens of millions of users, and then the keywords came after. Now, depending on your investors, this might be their strategy. I tend to prefer that we actually try to look for who the payers are as early as possible, but this is a question you might want to ask your investors. Do we go for lots of users and then say, if we get 10 million people, the revenues will come? Or do we want to look at both sides of the market at the same time? Again, if you're in a physical channel, my suggestion is you want to take a look at users and payers simultaneously. If you say your business is advertising based, some of the tactics are, how do you get to 10 million monthly users? How do you become one of the top 5 websites? And how much do the payers actually pay? Now, if you wait 2 years to find this out, you might have gotten 10 million of the wrong users. So your job is not only to talk to the users in a multi-sided market, your job is to get out of the building and talk to the payers, because you have a hypothesis. An important one is, how much will those payers pay for the users you think you're collecting? Guess what? If you're wrong, the time to know about it is now, not 2 years from now. And it's okay to be wrong, because most startups, all you have is a series of hypotheses, and it's really easy to get caught up in the passion that says, well, if we get all these people, obviously these people will pay us lots of money. But as soon as we get out of the building, that obviously might turn into maybe not. And so what we want to do is get the facts as quickly as we can and then iterate and pivot. And so don't worry if your assumptions were wrong here on your revenue model. You just want to find it out before you start burning a lot of cash and building a lot of value prop around the wrong model. There are other companies who want to go for revenue first. Typically hardware companies, but not always, sometimes on the web as well. And so the questions to ask is, how long will it take to start doubling my revenue every month? When will I get to $100,000 a month? When will I get to $1 million a month? And what are my assumptions about my business when I reach these milestones? What's changed to get there? And so there's nothing magic about these numbers, but when you start asking about, oh yeah, when am I going to get to 100,000? What has to happen in all those other pieces of the business model? Because if you think about it, you've been working hard on value prop, and you've been working hard on customer segments and customer acquisition and activation and channel. What did you need to do to get the first $100,000 a month, first $1 million a month? Boy, as a startup, you feel great when those happen. Now, the last thing I think I really want to mention, and it really does belong in this lecture, is the effect of market type on revenue. And this is really interesting, because you might have heard about startups about something called the hockey stick. And the hockey stick is actually this kind of curve. Now, it turns out what the hockey stick really represents are startups in a new market. Wow, well, that's kind of interesting. Why? Well, if you think about it, in a new market on year one, you have no customers. And so your revenue is essentially flat. And year two, revenue still might be flat. Year three, it might be flat. Year four, oh my gosh, something changed about the market. There might be a tipping point, an inflection point, where sales literally go exponential and start to skyrocket. What happened is a market that didn't exist, all things have just come together, and it's become the year of online education, or it's become the year of the network, or it's become the year of the mobile phone or smartphone. The unfortunate part is most startups who are in a new market see something that look like this and go out of business. So what we're really hoping for is we could influence and affect this tipping point by our customer strategies, our value proposition, and our get, keep, and grow strategies. But the key idea is we want to hoard as much cash as we can, because almost no startup in a new market can affect the diffusion of innovation by itself. Other things need to happen. And by the way, this little bump in year one, this represents the fallacy in new markets, because in almost every new market, you could find crazy people just like you who'd be happy to buy one for their lab or their home or something, or just such early adopters, they want to have one. And startup founders look at that curve and say, look, it's just going to look like this, and start scaling their sales and marketing and spending, and then it all collapses again, because it really was just an early adopter sign, not mainstream adoption. So we want to be careful about what our sales curve looks like. Now, what's really interesting is if we're in an existing market, and remember, in an existing market, what do we know? Well, there are customers and there are competitors. And what we have is, by our definition, a better or higher performance product on axes that the customers have defined. So our job in an existing market is simply year after year, if we execute pristinely, simply to take share away from the incumbents. And so our sales curve in an existing market literally should be one of taking share. And finally, in a resegmented market, this is kind of a hybrid of both new and existing. And what's happening in years 1, 2, 3, etc. in the early days is you're actually getting revenue from an existing market. That is, people might actually kind of find you are an okay substitute, but really don't understand your unique value until some tipping point where they realize, oh my gosh, you're just not another vendor in an existing market. You actually solve better a set of needs for a niche, or you're a low-cost supplier that really makes you unique and special, and revenues take off. And so what you have to do is husband your cash, but not as much in a new market, and figure out how to get you differentiated from the mainstream in existing. So in summary and revenue model, for this class, the best thing that you could do is start drawing the diagram. So what I want you to do is draw the diagram of both your revenue streams and your pricing, and I want you to actually put numbers in it. So let's assume this is your company over here. And what you've discovered is that there are 3 different customer segments. Look at that. Tenants and property owners and leasing companies. I want to know, is this a subscription? What is the revenue stream that you have between each one of these customer segments, and what are the pricing tactics? And then how do you make money, and what do you provide? And all of a sudden, you could now see both the revenue stream and the pricing going back and forth. I just really believe if you could draw it, you have a handle on understanding it. And don't worry, on day one, you start drawing it and realize, well, I really don't understand this stuff. That's just a signal. Time to get out of the building again, talk to some more people, and say, well, how are we going to make money here? Because I can't even explain it to myself. Let's take a look at our Jersey Square team. And because they understand their archetype was interested in both subscription and rental, let's see what they were thinking. And they said, well, let's see, one particular model could be an annual subscription, which is a strategy. And here's the tactic at $199 per year. And we could give them authentic top-of-line jerseys and free shipping and send a jersey back in exchange for another. And we could offer them either a yearly price, or we could offer them a monthly price, which would cost more but wouldn't commit them for such a longer period of time, but they would get the exact same features. They discovered there was another archetype, another customer segment that was a casual users. And these people just wanted a one-time use for a 1-week rental for a particular game. Well, you get a top-of-line jersey and you get shipping, but the goal was you send the jersey back within 1 week and we won't charge you for the jersey, and that's a rental. So they had 3 pricing models they were now going to A/B test for price elasticity. So some of the revenue model questions. What is it my customers are paying for? What's the value? What is it when they look at my company and my products? And by the way, what capacity do they have to pay? They might love it. In fact, everybody who looks at a Ferrari or a Tesla Model S might say, well, yes, I'd love to pay for that, but you know what? My wife won't let me, or I just don't have the money. That is the total available market, of potential users equal to your needs for revenue. You might have built a product so expensive that the customer segment you've targeted just can't afford it. And then how will you package your product? And package, I don't mean what kind of pretty box is it in. Another mistake startups make, particularly engineering-driven startups, is putting every possible feature into the first product, not thinking that perhaps, well, wait a minute, maybe we could kind of decompose the product, that is, take it apart, and offer these as add-ons or as ancillary products or separate products, etc. So how will you package your product should not just be an engineering functionality decision, it should be a value-based decision. And as we said, the same with pricing. How will you price? What kind of tactics will you use? Another thing to think about is, what's the market size estimate? How big is this? And what's the percentage market share realistically you could get? How many can your distribution channel actually sell? And if you have your own direct sales people, do the math. How many customers can they call on at what price? And as you start putting all this into a spreadsheet, you'll actually start building the classic income statement, balance sheet, and cash flow we haven't even had you do yet. If you think about this entire conversation we've had was how to get the basic data so you can put together a revenue model that's based on fact rather than fiction. And you are going to start thinking about, well, if I have a direct sales force, how much can they sell in dollars? Or if I'm using an indirect channel, what's a realistic number they sell for other customers? How much will it cost to have this distribution channel? Hopefully in the last lecture you start thinking about the cost of your channel. How many customer activations? How much will it cost to get customers into my physical store or my virtual website? And then as we talked about earlier, how much will it cost to acquire a customer? And by the way, not only how much does my customer acquisition cost, but what's their lifetime value? How many units will they buy from each of these efforts? So let's take a look and see how our Jersey Square team is doing in figuring out their revenue streams. That is, how much money each segment is willing to pay, and how would they like to pay this amount? So what they discovered, as we found out earlier, is that they have two customer segments, sport jersey owners and single game attendees. And as you would think, that the single game attendees would actually like to pay per rental. That is, you were going to rent a jersey for one-time use from Jersey Square. But the people who already own sport jerseys kind of like the idea of an annual subscription. And now, getting out of the building, they actually talk to enough customers and have enough data to realize that these sports jersey owners would pay $200 a year to get a clean, pressed, dry clean jersey for each game. It isn't clear yet in their customer discovery process how much the single game attendees will pay, but they intend to talk to more customers and fill in that data. Today we're going to talk about partners. Who are your key partners and suppliers? We've already talked about value propositions, customer segments, distribution channels, customer relationships, and revenue streams. But now we're going to talk about our partners. So what's interesting about partners is these are other companies who provide you resources. They might be partners, they might be suppliers, but they're needed to make your business model work. And these partners and suppliers might supply or give you resources, activities, and other things that are essential for your company to succeed. And so what you need to understand is what type of relationships do you need to have with them? Are these relationships going to be strategic alliances between non-competing companies? Are they going to be joint ventures? Are they going to be co-opetition? What are you going to do, and what are they going to do? And so in this lecture, we're going to explain the differences and the pitfalls and the successes between each. Let's just think about this. Which are the reasons that you would want to partner? And take a look at this list and choose all that apply. So what was interesting is number one, shared economics. Well, that was right. You both have an economic reason to want to partner. But you know what? Number two was right as well, economies of scale. You partnering with a much larger company means you could take advantage of their supply chain or their volume discounts or the massive sales force they have. And number three is right as well. Large companies, just by definition, because they're larger, have more of everything than you do. Wouldn't it be great if you could get your hands on some of it somehow? And number four, access to customers. Oh, we have 3 million customers, and today you have 3. Well, that's a good idea too. And then finally, access to their marketing or their brand. Wouldn't it be great to have the General Electric label or the Intel label or be on a Facebook partner next to yours? And so the answer is they all apply. So what defines a partner? What's really interesting is that this has to be a two-way street. One way we say that is shared economics. Not only do you have to get something out of the relationship, but so do they. And so you really need to understand what's in it for your partner. And a classic startup mistake is understanding why you need them, but not being able to articulate why is it they would need you. And they should need you not only for success, but boy, if they don't have you, they should understand that their business might fail. And a partner might also take a form of co-development or co-invention, or you might share common customers. But one of the things to remember is all the books about partnerships and all the literature you read tend to be about partnerships of companies the same size. But you are a tiny speck to most potential partners. Remember, you're a startup, and that means they barely could see you. And so there's some special pitfalls and special things to talk about throughout the rest of this presentation. So let's see if we understand the types of partners and suppliers that are available. And remember, none of these actually come with a memo that says they look exactly like these. Some of these might actually blur the lines. But let's take a look and see if we can understand who would fit under strategic alliances, joint ventures, traffic partners, co-opetition, joint business development, and suppliers. Match the type of relationship with each of these partnership examples. So Intel Inside was a great example of joint business development. They managed to exchange advertising dollars for a prominent position on the outside of computer manufacturers' boxes. And what computer manufacturers got in exchange was gross margin that they never would have gotten in a low-margin business. Starbucks and Pepsi to promote Frappuccino was a great example of a strategic alliance. Apple and the record labels was another example of a great strategic alliance. But Apple and Foxconn is a great example of a supplier and might at times actually be a good example of a joint venture as well. Fashion Week, well, that's an example of co-opetition. Normally at other times of the year, these high-end clothing manufacturers compete with each other vociferously. But once a year, they get together and cooperate in creating the industry. Standards groups are another example where competitors get together, put aside their differences, and work together towards a common goal of trying to come up with a set of mutually agreed standards. So kind of the ringer in here, that is the one I didn't describe, but all you had to do is go on Google, is the most famous aircraft partnership ever made, were for two of the most unlikely partners, where GE and a French aircraft manufacturer came together to do a joint venture for the CFM56 jet engine, which was one of the most popular turbofans in the world. And so that was a great example of a joint venture and also had a bit of co-opetition in it as well. And then finally for traffic partners, if you think about all the online airline scheduling sites, Kayak, Expedia, Hipmunk, they're all traffic partners for the airline industry. And in fact, that's how they make their money, is that while you're having a great time figuring out multiple airline schedules, every time you click through to buy a ticket, they are getting paid by the airlines, and that's how they make their money. So I hope these were a good example of help you understand the different types of relationships. And as I said, sometimes they kind of blur between each other. Sometimes it might start with co-opetition, turn into a strategic alliance, and then someday might actually be a joint venture. But the whole idea is that you're working together with others to help build your company. What resources can partners bring? Well, obviously, if they have something you need that you normally would have to develop and they would sell to you or license to you, that allows for you to get to market faster. Or it might be a complementary product or service that you just couldn't afford to build or won't get around to for a while, and that allows you to offer a broader product or offering. Or, yes, you could do it, and you could probably do it at the same time, but why do something that's their expertise with your money? It might just be easy to buy their product, integrate it in yours, and now all of a sudden you're no longer doing their invention, but focusing on your core business. And for startups, trying to understand what it is you want to focus on versus what is it you could acquire in terms of activities and resources and suppliers is a real strategy. Partnerships are not kind of an add-on. They really allow you to capitalize on the unique customer knowledge or expertise of others. And final reason is they might be channel partners, or they might be partners overseas to new markets that you weren't planning to get to this year or even this decade, and allows you to generate a source of income that would be unavailable to you for years. So let's take a look at the types of partners. One of the most interesting concepts are strategic alliances. One of the concepts in a startup that it's important to remember is this idea of the whole product. It turns out there is no possible way on day one that your startup could provide a mainstream customer with a complete solution. You just can't. You don't have enough time or money or resources to fill out every possible thing someone in a Fortune 1000 company is going to put on a checklist or an RFP for you to provide. So the idea is to use strategic alliances to complement your core product with other products or services. Could be training, could be installation, could be service. That is to surround your product with a cloud of other resources to address mainstream customers. For example, in 1996, Starbucks partnered with Pepsi to bottle, distribute, and to sell Frappuccino, which gave them access to Pepsi's enormous distribution channel. Now, one word of caution. You understand that the phrase I used was to develop the whole product to deliver a complete solution to mainstream customers. But the mistake startups often make is thinking that they're selling to mainstream customers the day they first ship. It turns out that for most startups not in an existing market, you're not selling to mainstream customers, you're selling to crazy people, just like you. And it turns out that those people, which we called early evangelists, are more than happy to assemble the complete solution themselves. So all the biz dev activities that startups scramble to get ready by first customer ship actually could be deferred in most ventures to actually after you got those first early evangelist customers. Because it's the early evangelists who will, once they build the product themselves, will actually tell you what the complete feature set is. So think about strategic alliances. Don't just checklist, I need a head of biz dev and all these solutions on day one. Think about what order they come in. Now, I would be remiss in talking about strategic alliances, not to talk about the greatest strategic alliance ever made. And that was Steve Jobs at Apple when he built the iPod. Jobs understood that the iPod hardware was a wonderful device, but without software, iTunes, it was still just another piece of iron. But even when they had the hardware and software ecosystem, they were still missing the content, the music that would go on it. And for 100 years, record labels had held that content so tightly, allowing no one else access. But there was a moment in time, with Napster and the record labels feeling threatened, that Jobs understood there was an opportunity to strike strategic alliances that no one else had been able to do. And in fact, the rest is history. The iPod, the iPhone, the resurgence of Apple, music available to everybody and anybody on their pockets to billions of people, was in fact a strategic alliance. The next type of partnerships might be joint business development, joint promotion of complementary products. One might be the dominant player. The best example of this in the computer industry was Intel. Now, historically, chips ended up to be inside a computer that the consumer never saw at all. And in fact, the only name on the outside of the box was the manufacturer. But Intel in the 1980s changed that game. They said, well, what if we paid PC manufacturers to put the phrase Intel Inside on the outside of the box? And what used to be just this unknown piece of silicon inside a computer actually became a valuable brand through joint business development, joint promotion by sharing advertising dollars and sales programs. As I said earlier, one of the biggest mistakes startups make is confusing strategic alliances and joint partnerships for what you need on day one. In an existing market, you actually might need these guys. But in a resegment and certainly a new market, these are not needed for early evangelists. And so you need to think through, when do I need joint partnerships and when will I be hitting mainstream customers? Because remember, most of these partnerships tend to fail. On face value, the next type of partnership, it's the most unlikely. It's when competitors get together in programs to do something jointly for their industry. For example, trade shows, industry associations, etc. It turns out the Automobile Industry Action Group has 900 members of competitors, all vying to sell the same products to the auto industry. Fashion Week in New York, another example. All the fashion vendors, all the suppliers of high-end fashion get together and actually work together to promote a joint view of the industry. So co-opetition is another potential area for partners. Also, industry specs, technical committees. You'll see competitors who normally outside that building would do nothing better than run each other over with a car, actually sitting and trying to define joint technical specifications. So the last type of partner are actually key suppliers. there are two types of key suppliers. One which you actually outsource part of your company to a third party. It might be your accounting functions, it might be some of your sales, it might be something as simple as doctors looking at x-rays are now done by trained technicians in India. It might be part of your supply chain for sub-assemblies, or you might outsource your entire manufacturing line, which we used to have here in the United States, to a third-party company, much like Apple does with Foxconn. Or your key suppliers might be traditional direct suppliers. They simply ship you components, raw materials, iron ore for you to make steel, etc. In the old days, we used to think of suppliers as not a partnership, but just simply a cost of goods. Nowadays, we understand to get the most efficient use out of our resources, we really need a relationship that treats them like partners. We both need to be in this to win. We both need to understand that this is more than just a financial transaction. So as your startup grows, start looking for partners where you're more than just a checklist and they're just more of a source of material, and try to establish long and lasting relationships. Now, in the web, over the last 5 or 10 years, we've kind of established a new type of partner, and those are traffic partners. And a traffic partner, we have long-term agreements with other companies that deliver predictable levels of customers to our website. How do we do that? Well, these are sometimes cross-referral or swapping deals. We pay another company maybe on a per-referral basis, and our partners, our traffic partners, drive traffic using text links, on-site promotions, and ads on their site. And sometimes we might even exchange email lists and other data with these partners. So if you're on the web, Traffic Partners is a virtual channel partner that simply doesn't exist in the physical world. So this sounds great. Partners sound wonderful. Boy, what could go wrong with this? Let's take a look at partnership risks. Now, everybody talks about all the great things that can happen in partnerships, and large companies partner all the time. Let me start with the large company partnership risks. One of the greatest partnership disasters probably ever, not only in the 21st century, but probably including the 20th, was when Boeing was building the 787, their new jet airplane made out of carbon fiber. And not only was it a unique technology advance, but at the same time, they decided to do something that no other airline manufacturer had ever done. What they decided to do was, instead of Boeing now building all the parts, they were going to outsource all the manufacturing risk to a series of partners spread around the world. And while Boeing's unions and machinists argued, no, there was 50 years of expertise on how to build these components, Boeing, because of other pressures, both financial and union, decided that it would be a much smarter strategic move to have people building the center fuselage in Italy and the tail fin somewhere else and the stabilizer somewhere else and the forward fuselage by another vendor, until all of a sudden their supply chain was scattered around the world, and at least half these parts being made by people who've never made airplane components. It looked great on paper. It was going to save them enormous manufacturing costs. It turned out to be the worst business decision of the 21st century because it was made by accountants and not by engineers. Turns out their partners delayed the program by about 3 or 4 years because there was a tremendous amount of rework. Parts didn't fit, parts didn't work, and this wasn't your living room furniture. These weren't devices that were going to carry hundreds of people in the air, and there was no margin for error. Turns out Boeing actually had to go buy back a good number of these manufacturers and bring back their expertise and oversight, which they assumed wouldn't be necessary. So I just use this as an example not to bash Boeing, but to understand that even the smartest companies sometimes make partnership decisions that look good on a spreadsheet. But at the end of the day, partnerships are not driven by spreadsheets. They're driven by technical competence, customer needs, and the ability to deliver a final finished quality product. So let's think about risks in managing partners. Well, the biggest one is what I call impedance mismatch. And again, I've been talking about this a couple of times in this lecture. In a startup, you barely register on a large company's radar. In fact, your entire company's staff is probably less than the administrative staff of the CEOs of some of these companies. And the longest of the partners' schedules become your longest item. And what does that mean? Well, I've seen many times large companies say, well, we'll make that decision when we get to our planning meeting. And then you ask, well, when's the planning meeting? Oh, we have that quarterly. Well, quarterly, 90 days to startup is like, wow, we make decisions in an hour and a half. And so now all of a sudden, the longest of their meeting and decision schedules becomes your longest item. And if you're working like startups should, on an intense speed and tempo, they are now slowing you down. The third thing is, when you're using strategic alliances or joint ventures, there's no clear ownership of the customer. And in fact, if there's any owner at all, the large company will say, oh, we have 1,000 people in the field. Don't worry, we'll take care of this. But what you typically never realize is your product to those 1,000 people in the field might be a little asterisk on page 49 of their sales price list. And again, when you do joint ventures, you've got to make sure who owns the vision, because products by committee are probably the worst thing that could happen to a startup. And your objectives tend to differ. You need to understand what happens in a large company when you become part of the partnership. Were you there as a checklist item that someone said, oh, we need one of these in our catalog? Were you there for someone's career to look good? Or are you absolutely essential for their success? Don't confuse big name company being interested in you with a potential liquidity event. Most of these partnerships fail. And one that isn't intuitively obvious is that great person who you're dealing with in that large company, the odds are in 15 months, they're no longer in that job. Because if their career is heading in the right direction, they're going to be promoted or moved to another job or another division or another location, and therefore the person who is passionate about your relationship is now gone. So if there's no underlying rationale, if there's no real what's in it for them, the churn in partners and strategies or personnel might put your company out of business, and they'll never notice the difference. You were just a short-term play for whoever was in the job, and if this wasn't important to their company, though it might have been essential to yours, that deal is over, even though you might have a contract. The other thing startups worry about is intellectual property issues. Typically not much of an issue in the United States. Typically a very, 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 more varies inserted here, important issue in dealing with China. Intellectual property and the rule of law for trade and trademarks and IP is not quite the same in the U.S. as it is in China, Russia, India, and other developing nations. You should make sure that you're not dealing with IP issues in these countries as you would in the U.S. Finally, these deals are difficult to unwind or end. This might have looked like a great idea when you were a struggling startup. 18 months later, when your revenue's rolling in, you realize that you gave these large companies or these joint ventures or these strategic partners resources or assets or other things you never would have done 2 years later. And so really think through what happens 2 years from now. Now, one of the greatest things that could happen to a startup is a large company says, hey, I want to invest in you. And I'm really interested in doing something with you guys. We just don't want to be a supplier or a joint venture. We want to put money into your company. And I get all the time entrepreneurs saying, hey, look, so-and-so's really interested in investing in our company. What a great idea. It is a great idea. But you really need to put on your, green eye shades and black armbands and roll up your sleeves and really think through here, what's in it for you versus what's in it for them. Obviously, if you're a technology-driven company, the first thing they want is access to your technology. Congratulations. But their objectives are not to make you a large company. Their objectives is to make them a larger company. So you need to understand, what kind of deals do they want? Oh, we want most favored nations clause, which means, if you sign a deal with anybody else, we always want a better deal. Or my favorite is, we want an exclusive for a year. Now, all these things sound great from the large company's perspective, but the question to ask yourself is, what do they do for me building my business? And I always turn to large companies and turn this around. And I'd say, you want a 1-year exclusive or you want most favored nations? Sounds like you actually want to buy us without actually spending the money. Because my goal is not to be a small subsidiary of your engineering department. My goal is to build a company your size. And so we need to understand what's in it for both of us. And so I tend to try to understand, first of all, who's the sponsor and what's the motivation. And it needs to come from the business side, not just some technology people. And you can't be dealing with junior biz dev people ultimately, because their first answer for their first offers are always, 1-year exclusives and we need, all these other things. And while that's great for them because they have their checklist, you need to be prepared to walk away. But if you understand who the sponsor is, you could actually have an adult conversation saying, listen, this doesn't work for me. Actually, what you want me to do is to be selling to your competitors because that's the only way I could grow more resources to make you successful. I'm happy to consider how you get an advantage, but you can't decide I'm your only supplier. So one of the ways I tend to deal with these is try to get sales deals, not investments. That is, to me, it's a lot better to get a $10 million order from a company than a $10 million ownership position that they take because now they're your boss as well. Or try to offer warrants, that is, essentially options on buying stock based on sales success. Remember, while it might feel great to have name of big company next to yours for the first year, eventually this will be a lead weight unless it turns into revenue. In summary, partnering strategies are great, but understand you're not a peer of these large companies. And all the books and literature that talks about partnerships very rarely addresses startup to large company partnerships. These are asymmetrical relationships. And so don't confuse partners that you need early on to address early evangelists with the ones that you might need a year or two from now to address mainstream customers. So remember, if you've been getting out of the building, you actually found the early passionate customer segments or people inside those segments that will buy your product, even unfinished or unbuilt or buggy as it is. Understand what they need now and help them teach you what the mainstream will need later. And so don't confuse big company partnering with startup strategy. Find the partners that gives you an unfair advantage. And just keep in mind, and this really requires a bit of cynicism, that you really don't matter to a large partner. They matter enormously to you. But I would keep a jaded eye out and understand what's in it for you to build your company so that one day you're bigger than them. So one of the other advantages about talking to partners, keep in mind, is this is almost like dating. While you're out there talking to them, understanding what resources, what activities they could provide, or what supply chain they could fulfill for you, also understand that some of them might be your potential acquirer someday. And so even if the relationships don't work out or the deals don't work out, always be on your best behavior. Always, in fact, make them wish, boy, this would be a great part of our company. Because right now you might not want to be acquired, but someday someone might want to come back when you're bigger with an offer that you just couldn't refuse, and you get to buy the house and the car and the airplane at the south of France, and remember how great you were in those partnership discussions. So partnerships can be strategic, they could be fun, they could be nerve-wracking. Understand they're an integral part of your business model and business model canvas. Go out and talk to a ton of them. And when you do, you'll understand how to use them to make your startup into a large company. Today we're going to talk about resources, activities, and costs. And congratulations, this is your last lecture. By now you're intimately familiar with the business model canvas. We've talked about value props, customer segments, channels, customer relationships, revenue streams. We jumped ahead and talked about partners. And right now we're going to talk about key resources. And for key resources, the real question is, what are your most important assets to make your business model happen? Let's see, what are some most important assets? What are the most important things that are required to make your business model work? For every startup, the thing you're always worried about is money, finance. How do you get the company started? Can you do it on your credit cards? Do you need a line of credit? Is it a small business loan? Or then physical resources. Do you need a manufacturing line? Do you need machines? Do you need cars? Do you need vehicles? And how about intellectual property? Are patents critical to defending your position? Or is it customer lists? Or is it people? And then that kind of gets us into, what are the key human resources you need to make this happen? Is it the world's best scientists or programmers or engineers? Is there a specific area in the country that has a concentration of them? And so when you think about resources, some of these are just kind of natural. Oh yeah, we'll hire a bunch of engineers and we'll have a building and etc. But actually, you could think about this strategically. Gee, is it possible to have headquarters in one place like Silicon Valley, but great engineers back in our country, somewhere in Finland or Chile or Russia? Or, gee, is there a physical manufacturing plant best located in the United States? Or do we need to put it in a place for lower cost manufacturing? And so all these resources are the things that you really need to think through. Even though on day one they might not seem important, it just gets to be a bigger and bigger problem over time if you haven't actually approached this as a strategy, at least giving it a couple of cycles when you start your company. So there are 4 critical resources you need to think about. As we just talked about, they're physical resources, financial resources, human resources, and intellectual resources. Let's take a look at each one of these. For physical resources, these might seem at first kind of the obvious is your company's facilities, and that is office space, company location. Are you in downtown Palo Alto, or are you in Ann Arbor, Michigan? Or are you in Delft in the Netherlands, or Santiago? Where's the best place to locate your company's headquarters, and where are you going to do most of the work? The second part of physical resources, where are you going to get the supply for your product and services? So, for example, if you're making silicon, who's going to be your silicon wafer supplier in the value chain? Or if you're making steel, where are you going to get the iron ore? Or are you going to need thousands of square feet of warehouse space if you're going to set up a distribution center? And what's really interesting is this kind of obviously affects where are you going to put your company facilities? Maybe you want to have your manufacturing facility next to the key supplier. Or you might say, okay, we understand they're distant and we can manage that remotely, but you need to actually think through not only this relationship, but as you'll see, the relationship between resources and the partners part of the business model canvas, because some of these supplies and services require deep relationships, not just ordering out of a catalog, but true partnerships. Now, the other thing to just remember is many physical goods, if you're in a physical channel, are capital intensive, which is a fancy word for saying doing a startup like Tesla or SpaceX is very different than doing a iOS or Android app. The amount of resources you're going to need for physical goods just are dramatically different. And when you're thinking about the finance component, you want to really think about what happens after year 1, year 2, etc. How do you scale this business? And in the second decade of the 21st century, a good number of clean tech startups and life sciences startups are now encountering this phenomenon. Is it works great as a startup, but there's a valley of death for capital and scale. And that brings us to financial resources, is how are you going to get this startup off the ground? If you're doing a web, mobile, or cloud app, it's actually quite possible that you could get the company started with your credit cards, friends and family, crowdfunding like Kickstarter, local angels, that is, investors who are not professional venture capitalists but might make some small investments. Again, if all you need is a laptop, an Amazon Web Services account, you could be off and running developing an app. But just keep in mind that when you actually do the financial calculations, that might be great to actually code the app. But how are you going to create customer relationships and get, keep, and grow your business? And so financial resources actually get you back to thinking about all the demand creation activities and customer relationships and the cost of your channel as well. So while you could get started here, it's interesting to start pre-computing what other amounts of capital I will need later on in the life cycle of my company. If you have something in a physical channel or something in the enterprise that requires millions of dollars to start, you're more than likely to approach venture capital firms or corporate partners. So not only can you get money from corporate partners, but in the United States, there's some government financing that's available that, particularly if you're coming from a university, the first place I would look is for what are called SBIR or STTR grants, and they could be as large as $500,000 to commercialize your company or your technology. Also, the Small Business Administration in the United States offers grants to small businesses to start their companies. In your country, there might be the equivalent government funding. Now, once your startup is up and running and you're generating orders and revenue, there's some other alternatives. So, for example, you might be able to go to a bank and have them finance the lease of expensive physical equipment. If you're buying tons of computers or vehicles or manufacturing equipment, you might actually be able to get what's called a lease line so you don't have to pay cash for them. The second is, if you actually have purchase orders from customers, but these customers don't pay for an extended period of time, 60, 90, 180 days, you could actually take those confirmed purchase orders to people called factors. And factors make a business out of kind of lending you money on that purchase order at a discount. And so if you need cash, factoring is a normal part of financing in certain industries and segments. And then finally, if you're buying expensive components, typically hardware, in building your system, the vendor clearly wants to sell that equipment to you, but you might not have that cash up front, or cash is more important than your mother right now in your startup, and so you're trying to conserve it. You sometimes can actually get the vendor to finance or defer or loan you the money to buy their own equipment. And that's another way to kind of preserve your financial resources. So take a look at this list of financial resources. Friends, crowdfunding, angels, venture, etc. Which of these would you use for funding resources, and which would you approach when you have an existing company and you need operating capital? So put the right ones that match into the appropriate column. So it's pretty clear that if you were raising a round of capital, going to friends and family, or crowdfunding like Kickstarter, or angel capital, or venture capital, or corporate partners, all kind of make sense for financing. Also, going to the Small Business Administration or getting SBIR grants also fit into the financing column. But for operating capital, that is, money you need when your company is an ongoing concern in generating revenue, well, lease lines make sense, factoring, vendor financing, and what's really interesting is you might also get operating capital from government grants as well, and corporate partners might also fit there. So those two actually went into the correct category. Or surprisingly, of course, venture capital always does follow-on rounds, so this was kind of a trick question. You could always get more operating capital in subsequent rounds from venture capitalists, not only corporate partners. Just remember that VCs will invest more money to get more ownership of your company. Another key resource are people. We sometimes use a fancy word of human resources or HR, and I kind of think of people in a startup as two separate categories. One is finding qualified employees, and the other is for you, the founder. How do you find mentors or teachers or coaches or advisors for you, and what's the difference between all of those? Well, let me start with the last first. Mentors, teachers, and coaches advance your personal career. If you want to learn a specific subject, you find a teacher. But if you want to hone specific skills or reach an exact goal, I suggest you hire a coach. That is, a specific subject is a teacher, specific skills is a coach. So for example, if you want to learn something more about large metadata architectures, you could bring in a teacher or take a class. But if you want to hone specific skills, like how to give a great presentation or how to manage people, you hire a coach. But the one that sometimes founders forget is if you want to get smarter and better over your career, you want to find someone who cares enough about you to be a mentor. And mentors are very different than teachers or coaches. Mentors are actually a two-way street. The only people who tend to want to help you are those who implicitly think they could actually learn something from you in addition to liking you. So most of you in your career will actually go on to be mentors, but think about the type of people who you've encountered in your career. Implicitly, you've been giving something to them while they've been giving something to you. The last category in mentors, coaches, teachers are advisors. Now, advisors are people you need to help advance your company's success. Mentors, teachers, and coaches were about your personal success as a founder. But advisors really kind of bring generic advice sometimes to you, but also to your VPs and your staff, etc. So what you want to have is experienced advice to help you figure out whether your vision is a hallucination. But getting specific, you want to put together as early as possible an advisory board. And that's really the idea of expanding your circle of accumulated wisdom past just your investors. A mistake that founders make the first time is thinking that their venture capitalists or their angel investors are your advisory board. Yes, they're your advisors, but they're also your boss. And so you want to be very careful about limiting your advice to just that circle. And they may not have the specific domain expertise you need. So make sure you're expanding your series of advisors available to your company. And typically that's done by offering them a small percentage of equity in exchange for some of their time. The last part about human resources are qualified employees and the culture you set for your company. You know, qualified employees are the difference between a good idea that never went anywhere and a billion-dollar firm. You know, it gets said a million times, but it's very true. A employees in a B market will always win over B employees in an A market. Hopefully you're A employees in an A market and you'll be figuring out where to put the bags of money. But you want to always hire people better than you. And if that's threatening to you as a founder or if that's threatening to any of your employees, the system kind of collapses from there. You want people who actually can see further than you or have skills deeper than you. And that's the sign of a world-class founder. So the last piece I want to talk about for resources is intellectual property. And there are great law firms who can give you tutorials. There's plenty of stuff on the web. But the types of intellectual property, shorthand IP, you want to think about are these. There are 5. One is trademark. And trademark means what can you protect is branding, like the Nike swoosh. And the examples could be marks or logos or slogans. Other type of intellectual property could be copyright. An example is creative or authored works and expressions. You can't copyright ideas, but you can copyright software or songs or movies or website content. The other one is trade secrets. Well, I don't want to patent this because somebody's going to read the patent, they'll figure it out. So you might decide that you're going to protect it in a vault, just like the Coca-Cola recipe is supposedly kept in a vault in Atlanta, and it's non-public technology. Also, your customer lists might kind of fit in this category, or some secret formulas necessary for a final element in your product. 2 things that startups run into all the time are contracts or NDAs, which stands for non-disclosure agreements. You know, what's protectable is in the contract. That is, you specify it or somebody making you sign it or offering you a contract or an NDA specifies it. And examples are technology and business information. Now, by the way, before we go forward, this is one point I want to mention. Founders sometimes naively believe that they could protect their technology from investors or potential investors by making investors sign a non-disclosure agreement. That just doesn't happen, and it's a naive view of how to protect your technology. My suggestion is, by the way, don't put your source code, your firmware, or your deep insight in the first presentation, because you're never going to have somebody push a bag of money at you across the table over a series of PowerPoint slides. In fact, if an investor is interested and you're now in meeting 2, 3, or 4, and they say, listen, for us to really proceed, we need to have you open the hood and let us or a consultant take a look. The next question to ask is, well, if we do that and it meets these following criteria, is there an investment or not? And if the answer is yes, then you can make them, or at least require an NDA, because they've gone down the path of interest with you and are serious. The last piece of intellectual property is patent. U.S. patent law has changed in some important ways in the last year. If you were familiar with it, it's nice to get updated again. What's protectable are inventions. And typical examples are new technology. You've invented something new, some hardware or algorithm or software, etc. Getting a patent is kind of important. Just to recap, trademark protects branding and marks. It gives you the right to prevent others from using confusingly similar marks and logos. It lasts as long as you use the mark. The more you use it, the stronger your protection. And there are country-by-country laws that kind of define trademark, and it's optional to register it, but it has significant advantages if it's approved. Copyright just gives you the right to prevent others from copying or distributing or making derivatives of your work. And you could copyright more than just technology. It's what we do for songs, books, movies, etc. It lasts practically forever, but doesn't prevent independent development. Someone else could do something independently and come up with something quite similar. You could register it as optional, but it's required to sue for infringement. And sometimes you see copyright labeled on the bottom of something with a little C with a circle. That means somebody is claiming that this is their original work and suggesting that you need their license or permission to make a copy. Trade secrets, as we talked about, you want to keep that secret and it has economic value. No registration is required. It's basically how safe do you think your idea is going to be inside your company, protected with armed guards in a vault. It can last for as long as you take reasonable steps. Contracts, again, it's everything that's in the contract, no registration process. You have whatever protection is defined in the contract. Now, patents are interesting. A patent is a government is giving you a monopoly by preventing others from making, using, or selling your invention, even if the other's infringement was innocent or accidental. And this has to be a non-obvious invention. It has to last, the protection lasts for about 15 to 20 years, and there's a whole application and examination process, and it's worth you getting up to date and understanding about patents early on. Very rough rule of thumb is if you're in Web 2.0, you probably shouldn't be spending a lot of time on patents, though there are exceptions. If you're in life sciences, in the other extreme, you shouldn't leave your bedroom without a patent counsel walking you out. There are some rules of thumb for each industry and each market, and you really need to spend at least an hour before you start your company understanding what rules apply. So let's take a look at the types of intellectual property. And what I'd like you to do is help me understand, if we look at the column on the left, trademark, copyright, trade secrets, contracts and NDA, and patent, and match up what's in the protectable column and the example columns to the correct type of intellectual property. So let's take a look at the answer about which intellectual property matched what is protectable in examples. So for trademark, what's protectable is branding, and examples are marks and logos and slogans. For copyright, it's creative, authored works and expressions, not ideas, and the examples could be software, songs, movies, or website content. For trade secrets, what's protectable is anything, secrets that you think have economic value. And examples are non-public technology like the Coke secret recipe or your proprietary customer list or some kind of algorithm or formula you didn't want to patent. And for contracts and non-disclosure agreements, what's protectable is whatever you and the person who's going to do the deal with you have defined in the contract and is enforceable in the law. And so you could have technology, business information, etc. as examples. And finally, patents. So what's protectable are non-obvious inventions. And examples are new technology that haven't been previously patented or applied for. And you have to be first. So now we finally come to the last part of the business model canvas. We've talked about value props and customer segments and channels and customer relationships and revenue streams and partners and resources and activities. And now we get to cost structure. And it's kind of ironic. We're getting to the last part of the business model canvas that could actually put us out of business. Because remember, costs need to be less than the revenue stream, at least if not on day one, over time, or else you haven't built a profitable and sustainable business. So let's take a look at costs. If you really think about it, there are two general types of costs. One called fixed costs, that is, how much do my building cost, how much are my employee costs, going to show up every month, month to month, that don't move. The other things are, what are my most important costs? Are there resources? From the resources part of the business model canvas, are there activities that they're most expensive? Did I have to do something with my suppliers? And so I really want to understand what's the cost structure to operate the business. What are my fixed costs? What are my variable costs? What are my most expensive resources? What are my most expensive activities? And I want to add them all up and make sure that the interaction between cost and revenue has costs less than my revenue. And again, on day one, you could say, no, we're not going to make money for the next year, 2 or 3. And as long as your investors agree, and you eventually make money and can prove to yourself and them you can make money, it's okay to have costs being a little more expensive, but you and your investors need to be in sync about costs versus revenue from day one. This is something you don't want to surprise investors about. One of the interesting things about costs is that in the old days, costs and revenue, the minute you started your company, your investors said, oh, we know how to track all this. We want you to fill out an income statement, a balance sheet, and cash flow. And we want you to do accounting from day one, which gives us visibility and forecast, etc. The problem is these were execution metrics. Existing companies execute known plans. You could, in fact, do all the spreadsheets you want for every board meeting, but in fact, they're not worth the paper they're printed on. But you and your maybe rent a CFO or accountant have spent a lot of time. Now, understand that your VCs or investors, if they're professionals, need them for their investors. But what you really need to be doing is working with your investors and your management team is to derive the metrics that matter. So if your investors really want to see income statement, balance sheet, cash flow, great, you could give them the fantasy documents all they want. But what you're really interested in is trying to understand what are the metrics that matter for your business. And I'll give you some examples. In value proposition, what was the product cost? What was the market size? What share could you take? What's the competition? What are they charging? And customer relationships, all the get, keep, grow metrics, some of which we talked about, some of which we'll discover. What were the customer acquisition costs? What were the conversion rates? What were the lifetime value? These are key metrics. This is a lot more important than what's revenue in year 4 because you're just guessing about that. But these are numbers you're going to be living with every day. And by the way, what market type are you in? If you remember from our earlier lectures, if you're in an existing market, that's a different type of revenue curve than being in a new market. Do your investors still agree? What are your operating costs? What are the basic fixed and variable costs of the business? What's the cost of your channel? What's the margin the channel needs? How much are you going to have to spend on channel promotion, shelf space, any other channel extra charges? And then again for your revenue stream, do you now know with certainty the average selling price, the number of customers per year, achievable revenue, how long it takes to close a sale? And here's the number that actually intersects with one of the ones that your investors are worrying about all the time. How much money are you spending per month, often called burn rate? And not only how much are you burning per month, but when we just calculate that out, when will you run out of money? All these numbers are ones that you as founders need to have on the top of your head. No startup has 300 numbers. There's probably somewhere between 5 and 15 that matter. And maybe you could be the exception. But you as the founder need to know all these parameters. And in fact, the exercise is see if you could go up to a whiteboard and list them. And if you can't, understand that that's your job in searching for the business model. And when you know these numbers, the spreadsheets fall out of these. But trying to do it ab initio from some guessing spreadsheet just is some fantasy. You need to get these metrics that matter known, searched, understood, and don't worry, they will change, but the whole game of the business model canvas and the customer development process was for you to find them out firsthand and to experience them, not to have them happen to you. One of the other interesting things that we have the teams do, and the Jersey Square guys was a great example, is to start to put together the unit economics, the metrics that matter for both revenue and cost. So they were going to take the annual subscription revenue, $199, and see what their business looked like. So they assumed that the cost of a jersey with 25% off to them, that is to Jersey Square, was $150. They think they'll be able to rent it 5 times during the year, that their shipping cost was about $9, their cleaning cost $1, processing cost $1, and their customer acquisition, that is customer acquisition and activation cost, $25 a team. And so if you take a look at their unit cost, you add all this up, it's $230, but their revenue was only $199. Why would they do this? Because they were going to lose $31 a year? Well, remember, this is to acquire a customer. But what you need to look at is the customer lifetime value. What happens when this customer renews for the next year? Well, in the next year, you don't have that jersey cost because you're still turning that jersey. He might have only used it 2 or 3 or 4 times. And you don't have the customer acquisition cost because you already acquired that customer. You still have your shipping, cleaning, and processing costs, but your unit costs are now $55. And if you get 60% retention, your net for those customers now who stay longer than a year is $86. Now, you could immediately see some of the fallacies in these first back-of-the-envelope calculations is, well, what if they use the jersey 7 times in a year? You're actually buying more jerseys per year, and actually you're losing money in year 2, 3, and 4. So you might want to be limiting the number of times you can actually rent the jersey in a year, or you could just be changing your revenue model. But this is a good visual way to start thinking about how to start doing the math for metrics that matter. So if we take a look at what the Jersey Square team was worrying about, it's what most startups worry about on day one, is that, well, does my value prop match my customer segment, and do I have product market fit? Then you tend to worry about channels and customer relationships and whether I can make money. Then you also are worrying about market size, etc. And we kind of call this the right side of the canvas, or kind of the front stage. But the back end is equally important, and in fact, in the Jersey Square team, it's probably critical to get kind of the partners and the activities and the resources correct, because if they don't have jersey suppliers or their cleaning costs or UPS costs are correct, their expenses could be higher than their profits. And so they really needed to nail down partners, and they needed to understand what they needed to be good at. Rental tracking, they needed a good rental system to be able to figure out where the jerseys are. They needed to be experts at shipping and dry cleaning and marketing and customer service. And they spent a lot of time actually thinking about what do they have to become good at. So if you take a look at their key resources, they really needed to actually become good at a series of things. They needed to become great at inventory management, because they didn't want a warehouse of costly jerseys sitting around just costing them money if they weren't moving through and being turned. They needed some type of warehouse and logistics system, and the question they started asking even now was, is this something we should be running out of our own garage? Is this something could we outsource? Is this going to become a center of excellence for us and a competitive advantage? Or is this something that someone else could do? And all this kind of added up to the left-hand side of this canvas, which is the equivalent to revenue streams, but it's the costs. What are the costs of jerseys and warehousing and shipping and cleaning, logistics tracking, website development, maintenance, customer service employees, etc.? And how does that match revenue streams? Eventually, the right-hand side of the canvas down here needs to be bigger than the left-hand side. Not necessarily during the first year, but that if it's not, then that tells you how much money you need to raise and how much cash you need before you go cash flow positive. And so all these pieces kind of add up to the calculus of doing a startup. So now that you're done with the lectures, it's not the end. One of the things you might consider doing is putting together a lessons learned presentation. And this summarizes everything you learned week to week, either by watching the lectures or hopefully getting out of the building and talking to customers. What to do with that presentation? Well, number one is you could post it to the forums, and we'll select the best presentations and put them on Steve's blog. The second is you might use this as a prototype for actually thinking about how to talk to investors and how to talk to other customers. But what do you do next after this class really depends on you. One is it could have been a good exercise for you to decide whether entrepreneurship is for you or not. Next could have been is you've decided whether your idea is worth pursuing or not. And third is, if you have, and you still like your team members, after getting out of the building and working hard, you could decide that the next step might actually be to pursue this idea, either in an incubator, an accelerator, trying to raise some funds, or trying to take the company to the next step. So what I hope is this class gave you a small taste of what entrepreneurship feels like and what are the things you need to do. There's a ton more to learn. Take a look at the rest of the Udacity courses. Take a look at steveblank.com and Alexander Osterwalder's website, businessmodelgeneration.com. And I also recommend checking out startupweekend.org for other events and other courses. and we'll see you when you're a public company. So this lecture is for facilitators and coaches, sometimes called the instructors or mentors. And while you're here, I'm just going to go through a brief explanation of what it is you're doing while the students are watching the lectures and working on their presentations and getting out of the building and presenting. What do you do? So my suggestion is to get us all aligned, rather than me have to repeat all the lectures we're giving the students, is you need to go watch Lecture 0, Lecture 1, Lecture 1.5, and find your copy of the Lean Launchpad Educator's Guide. That's kind of your prep work for the rest of this conversation. This might take an hour or two to watch all these lectures and kind of get up to speed on the material, but it's well worth your time. Also, if you don't have a copy, please get a copy of Alexander Osterwalder's Business Model Generation book and a copy of the Startup Owner's Manual. So if you're a facilitator or a teacher, what is it you're doing? You should understand this is an adapted version of the Lean Launchpad curriculum that is actually for post-startup weekend events. That is, it comes after students actually sit through a startup weekend and kind of raise their hands and say, hey, we'd actually like to learn more. We'd actually like to take this team we've built and actually figure out whether we could put together a startup. This is not a full semester class and not the full version of the Lean Launchpad, but these teams will learn a tremendous amount in the weeks that they will be spending with you. This helps fill a gap between the startup weekend and the next step that most entrepreneurs think they should take, which is commonly seen as an accelerator. So the goal of the class is twofold. Number one is we're going to teach customer development. We're going to give the attendees an immersive and experiential course and a methodology that they will remember for the rest of their lives. It's a big idea. We're going to teach them customer development and give them a methodology for the rest of their lives. Two is we're going to teach them team development skills. Remember, kind of graduating from the startup weekend to the startup next phase, this is still a dating phase. We're going to give them an incredible experience with their team, but we're also going to stress test them. This is not just sitting in a class and doing presentations. Our opinion is if we could blow them up now, if the teams will fail under pressure, it's better to have them fail now, and it's even better that they learn it's not an optimal team and what the dysfunctions were now before they take any money versus when they spent $1 million and they're 2 years into it. So those are the two goals. Teach customer development with an immersive and experiential course, and enhance and expand on team development skills. Now, if you're a coach or a mentor, what you're responsible for is spending 1 to 3 hours per week for every team. And you're going to be working with 1 to 4 teams for up to 3 weeks. And we encourage you to meet up once a week in person and or once a week online per team with Skype or Google Hangout. But what we're really looking for is you to offer your critiques and your expertise in their Launchpad Central narratives. As they start talking about the customers they're actually interacting with, we want you to offer comments. Was this the right interaction? What should they have learned? Should they have done something different? You need to actually be giving them feedback. You need to be giving them contacts, people to talk to, and sharing all your domain expertise. This is not just kind of, I showed up as a mentor. This is a full-time engagement with these teams. So think of yourself as almost their venture investor. Assume you just put a substantial fraction of your net worth into these teams. Care like that. Let me be clear though. We don't want you to do their work for them, but we want you to guide them to the right places to talk to see the right patterns in the data, and to understand what you understand. Just as a reminder, what the teams will be starting with in week 1 is filling out the business model canvas and getting out of the building and testing their hypotheses about the value proposition, customer segments, and channel. In the next week, they'll be testing customer relationships, revenue streams, and partners. And then in week 3, they'll be looking at key resources, key activities, and cost structure. The thing to remember that the goal is not to draw on the canvas. The goal is to get out of the building and use the canvas as a scorecard for the customer development activities that are going on in the z-axis in depth between each one of those canvas scorecards. you need to make sure your team is learning about who are those right customers, what are the right value propositions, what is the right revenue model. And it's the activity that they're doing outside the classroom. Now, the real winners in this program are not just the teams who get out and talk to lots of customers, but those who actually turn the data into insight. That is, who see patterns, who realize, oh, it's not that 43 people liked it, it's the 4 people who threw us out but said they would have paid a lot of money. Maybe the business is over there. That's what you as mentors and you as facilitators are actually helping these teams see. So what are the students going to be doing when they meet up once a week? They're going to be presenting their lessons learned. And they're going to be presenting in front of their entire peers. Now, one is you'll be sitting in the back of the room, both the facilitators and the mentors, and critiquing what they've learned. And as they present, remember you've been reading their Launchpad Central blog post, so you kind of know who they've been talking to. So this is almost a summary. But you will be giving them comments. In the meantime, the students, instead of just sitting there and doing their email, who are not presenting, actually have a shared Google Doc, and they're doing peer grading of their peers, of their presentations, and giving them feedback as well. And what the students are doing outside the classroom are 10 to 15 hours of customer discovery, and they're spending at least an hour a week blogging what they've learned, and they're using the Launchpad Central tool to do that. And they're watching the lectures online on the Udacity site. What you're doing as facilitators and coaches is you're answering questions about the lectures and you're critiquing team presentations. And what the teaching team is using is you're using a shared Google Doc sitting in the back of the room, grading while the students are using their peer grading doc, which is very separate from yours, so they don't get to see your grades and you get to see theirs later. But now the teaching team is actually writing down what you think of each one of the teams. And again, in between the weeks, your job is to review and comment on the team's customer discovery narrative using the Launchpad Central tool. So, a couple of tips. Number one, the business model canvas is a scorecard. It's not the class. The lectures are not the class. We're not asking you as facilitators or mentors to lecture in the class, but to do short summaries just to make sure everybody's up to speed and ask probing questions to spur conversation. But the class itself is about critiques, about each team's findings, from their original hypotheses to what did they actually learn. One of the things we do to make the teams feel great is when someone actually gets physically thrown out of a customer. Just to remind students that some of the most aggressive teams actually spending their time trying to get customer data, sometimes have known to get thrown out of buildings because they've been so aggressive, or threatened with arrest because they shouldn't be where they are. We're not asking you to break any laws or do anything illegal, but you're pushing hard when somebody physically grabs you by the arm and escorts you out of a place. Then you get in, then you get to show up at the class, tell us that story, and the teaching team needs to stand up and applaud that activity. That just means there was an aggressive team. Just to remind them, we do not provide bail or political asylum, depending on your country, but being passive is not the way to actually proceed with this class. So rather than just talk about this to death, let me use the example that we use throughout the lectures. And this is just a team that actually did this in 5 days, not 3 weeks. There was a team at Columbia University called Jersey Square, and they were a rental service for professional sports jerseys. And in 5 days, they did 169 interviews and had 190 people show up at their website, and they actually sold 2 of their products. 5 days from a raw idea into a business. So on day 1, these were their initial hypotheses coming into the class. They thought that their customer segments was going to be professional sports game attendees. That is, they were beginning with a series of hypotheses about their customer archetype. And they thought their value proposition was going to provide a cheaper way to officially license sports jerseys to a game, eliminate the risk of owning a player whose jersey is traded, and to provide alternatives to purchasing counterfeit jerseys. And their sales channel was going to be websites or stadium shops or ticket websites or direct mail. And how they were going to create demand was through search ads, social media, stadium promotions. And their revenue stream was going to be through an annual subscription model. So when we took a look at this day one canvas, the teaching team, first said, we don't even believe that there's a market here. What's the total available market? Is this like a hobby or a business? And how do you know? And did you do any real customer discovery? And our skepticism really, in fact, infuriated these guys who they thought they were domain experts because they were wearing a lot of jerseys. And teaching team, this is your job. You want to irritate them into action. We did this on purpose, not by accident. We wanted these people to come back on the first day with enormous proof that this was even worth spending their time. And they did it. They went out to Yankee Stadium in New York and found the most people in the densest area they could who actually were potential customers. And they spoke to 60 some odd customers just to prove to us what idiots the teaching team was by design. They didn't understand that that was part of our game, is to get them to raise theirs. And when they came back again, they showed us, hey, look, there might be a real business here, and it's even bigger than we thought because it includes females. And so one of the things we pointed out to them is it looked like they had multiple customer segments. And this just is a teaching team tactic, but when you have multiple customer segments, you have to have multiple value props, and you probably have multiple revenue models, if not multiple other things. Just for logistics, just for you to be able to teach, we beat them up that said you need to put these in multiple colors because it will force you to actually start thinking about how each segment relates to each other. And so they got out of the building and, again, talked to different users or potential users in different locations. And now you could see they actually took our advice and segmented the canvas in two separate colors because they thought there were two unique customer segments. And now you could see the customer segment sport jersey owners match the value prop for sports jersey owners and match the revenue model, and it's fairly easy to track their thinking. Now, the thinking by now in this third iteration is a big idea for facilitators and coaches. It's no longer their opinion. They now have 100 plus customers telling them this, and life is getting kind of interesting because they now know more than collectively than you do. It's actually no longer your opinion versus theirs, which it was on day one. It's actually, they're now bringing you data. Now, it can be that they're just misinterpreting the data, or they might be calling on the wrong people in the wrong places. That's your job as the facilitator and coach, is to say, well, wait a minute, that's the wrong segment, or gee, have you looked at your activities or your resources, because you might have a great theory on the right-hand side, but this thing won't pencil out if you just do the numbers. And so we pushed them a bit on day 3, and they actually went out and started looking at the left-hand side of the canvas because we beat the stuffing out of them, saying, yeah, this might be nice, but there's no way, you're going to end up spending more doing this than you could bring in. And so they went out and actually talked to the left side of the canvas, and they actually found out that, oh yeah, you were right, it's not FedEx we want to use because that's too expensive. But we also found out how much we could actually charge. We had people raise their hand and say we could do that. And the other thing we push is that by the second or third day or second or third week, we want them to have launched their website or have their app up and running. And these guys did exactly that. Literally in the third day, they had a working website, and within 9 hours, they had 81 visitors, even though it was all their relatives and friends. It didn't matter. They now had traffic to a site. And they actually received an order from the first customer who wasn't even a relative, which was actually, again, another sign of a teaching team standing up and cheering. So we literally all stood up and applauded, and then we reminded them that the record inside of a class was a purchase order for $500,000. So they still had $499,000 to go, but it was a good start. And of course, it makes the other teams who are barely able to get, talking to customers, understand what the scale of the game is, that you really need to be playing this seriously here. And again, for facilitators and coaches, your goal is to keep the pressure on. You got to keep it on. Be polite, be respectful, but just remind them that the pressure you're putting on them is about 1/100th of what it's really going to be like in a real startup. And just understand, you're not trying to be mean, but part of your activity, if you remember, is to figure out how these teams operate in pressure. And it might just be that a good number of them aren't suited for this stage of the company. What a cheap way to find out. This is a simulation of a startup, and your job is to make sure they understand that this is just fractionally of the 24/7 sleepless nights that they're going to be spending for the next couple years. So you could see after 5 days, just 5 days, after talking to 160 customers, you could see how the business model evolved dramatically from something that looked like this on day 1 to something that looked like this on day 5. Day 1, a series of untested hypotheses, a faith-based enterprise. On day 5, the faith has turned into facts. And this startup is on the road to actually building something that customers might want. So how does it work for Startup Weekend next? Well, after the weekend, the teams are told that you're going to be presenting your results tomorrow. And the types of things we want to see is, how big is this idea? So you have to understand that, and this is a note for the facilitators and coaches, is while the business model canvas talks a lot about the business, the big idea, and you need to note this, the big idea is that there's things external to the canvas that are important for a startup. It doesn't talk about competition. It doesn't talk about market size. All these external forces, you need to be asking the team to present as well and be constantly thinking about it. Market size? Well, we're kind of interested. Is this a large, scalable opportunity, or is it a hobby? Or is it like a lifestyle business? Now, those teams might decide that making $300,000 a year is just fine, thank you very much. But they ought to understand that they can never raise venture capital or even angel investment, and that it's a nice lifestyle business. There's nothing wrong with that once you understand that that's the game you're in. But you need to teach them the distinction between a scalable business and one that's a small business. Same for competition. Competition is not on the canvas. They need to understand the external environment. And they need to come in understanding the proposed experiments to test each one of the segments for customer segment, value proposition, channel, and revenue model. And they want to know what the pass-fail signal is for each test. And more importantly, you want these teams to hit the ground running. And so they need to come in with 100+ contacts they're going to be calling on in the 3 weeks that they're in the class. Where do they get the contacts? Welcome to social media. Friends, family, LinkedIn, Facebook, etc. And since it's a team, there are multiple members of the team, so 100 contacts really isn't that much spread among 3 or 4 or 5 people. So you need to be able to contact them, and they need to be roughly pre-qualified. So each week, the team will have homework. Watch part of the Udacity lectures, fill out the business model canvas, talk to 10 to 15 customers, and then talk to your mentor via Skype or Google Hangouts, and fill out the Launchpad Central software. So why should you be a facilitator or a teacher? Why should you give your time to Startup Weekend and these entrepreneurs? Well, number one, we think you'll learn a tremendous amount yourself in just watching a variety of teams. Start with an idea and watch their process. And you as a facilitator will actually watch your skills rise as you're able to see patterns you've never seen before. You will gain a deep understanding of the Lean Launchpad curriculum. That is, you'll understand business model design. You'll understand all the components of the business model canvas and understand the startup is not just a bunch of teams who have free food and you bring your dogs to work and work incredibly hard. You'll understand that there's actually a pattern here. And the pattern is not only the strategy, the canvas, but the process of getting out of the building, talking to customers, and understanding iterations and pivots, and know when to do that. You'll get fingertip skills that will be immensely valuable in your own career. And then we think that being part of an organization, bringing the democratization of entrepreneurship to 1,000 cities worldwide, means you're part of something bigger. You're becoming a part of a community and a leader and a role model for the startup community in your city and your country. You have an incredibly important role. And I think you understand that the Startup Weekend program is an important part of the ecosystem in your city and potentially your country. It is the catalyst in bringing entrepreneurs together and giving them a set of skills they can never acquire elsewhere. And you are that leader. So I want to personally thank you for dedicating your time to something we all believe is so incredibly important. This entrepreneurship, this education, this Lean Launchpad, the Startup Weekend, and Udacity is all part of a global movement that's truly impacting the world. I'm really, really impressed that all of you have decided to participate and give all you have. And so thank you from the bottom of my heart.